Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry hunted magic's deadliest killer and became the Dark Lord Hunter. Here is short summary. With Voldemort gone and bodies piling up, Harry takes justice into his own hands, hunting the darkest killer since the war and becoming the wizarding world's most feared force, the Dark Lord Hunter. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. It was nearing noon as Gilbert Harlow and his wife of 27 years, Constance, took their daily walk along the cliffs that overlooked the sea. The couple held hands like they did when they first started dating all those many years ago, talking about things with no more importance than how hot they felt the summer was going to be this year. The couple had walked this route nearly every day for the last 3 years, and was one of their favorite things they did together. It was a time to relax and unwind with one another and reconnect as friends, partners, and lovers. They had walked this route so often that they both joked that they could do it with their eyes closed. And it was for this reason that they spotted the bodies so easily. "Gil, is that a hand?" Constance asked her husband, pointing to the thing that had caught her attention. It was sticking out of some high grass that grew along the path. Gilbert squinted his eyes as he and his wife slowed their pace. Gilbert held up his hand to halt his wife as he cautiously approached what was quite clearly someone's hand sticking out of the brush. Gilbert stopped short when he saw the rest of the body and looked at his wife, his face having gone quite pale. "Do you have your mobile?" Gilbert asked, trying to sound calm and failing. "Of course," Constance replied, feeling anxiety welling up in her chest along with the icy chill of horror. She reached into her pocket to retrieve her telephone and started towards her husband, who halted her again. "Call the police, Connie. Stay there and call them now," he said, looking as if he might retch. "What is it?" Constance asked over the roar of the coastal wind. "Call the police immediately," Gilbert shouted. "What is it?" Constance asked again when her husband turned away and bent, losing the contents of his stomach. Curiosity got the better of her and Constance nearly sprinted to see what was frightening her husband so deeply. Her terrified scream echoed over the county. Aurors Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks parked their car just outside of the police roadblock and got out. They walked towards the scene looking for all the world as if they belonged among the Muggle police and investigators who were working on the scene, searching and documenting everything. No one would ever guess just by looking at the pair that there was anything out of the ordinary. Kingsley, a 17-year veteran of the British Auror Corps, was dressed in a dark blue suit with a long black overcoat and a gold hoop in his left ear. He was a tall, imposing figure with dark skin and a cleanly shaven head. He had piercing dark eyes that took in everything. He was a man who simply radiated authority with every step he took, and the Muggle police couldn't help but take him in as he passed them. In comparison, Nymphadora Tonks had been an Auror for just over 5 years. She was one of the youngest magical law enforcement officers currently on the force and had already earned a medal for service thanks to her efforts in a very recent battle against terrorists at the Ministry of Magic. Tonks, as she preferred to be known as, had piled her mouse brown hair into a messy bun on top of her head, and her ill-fitting black suit hid the fact that she was a stunningly attractive woman with a classic hourglass shape to her that would have left every man she passed drooling. She had a soft, heart-shaped face with plump lips ripe for dotting and sultry dark eyes that were carefully taking in the scene around her. The pair approached a young policeman who looked to be fresh out of the police academy and who was rather pale at the moment. He barely looked up at them as they approached, as he worked to close off the area with police crime scene tape. "Agent Shacklebolt, MI5. Who's in charge here?" Kingsley asked the officer, flashing an official-looking badge. "That'd be Inspector Todd," the officer said, glancing over his shoulder. "The one in the brown suit standing over there with the coroner." "Thank you," Kingsley replied, and he and Tonks approached the lead investigator with purpose. "Inspector Todd?" Kingsley asked, holding up a badge and identification. "Who the ruddy hell are you?" Todd asked, looking foul. He was shorter than Kingsley and much more irritable looking. He was balding and had a bit of a paunch. His clothes were ill-fitting and had the look of a man who recently lost a lot of weight quickly. He was tossed his cigarette onto the ground and snuffed it out with his shoe, making Kingsley frown deeper. Agent Shacklebolt. This is Agent Tonks. We're from MI5. MI5. What the hell you doing here? Todd asked with surprise. Can you tell me what happened? Kingsley asked, while Tonks listened carefully, though she was staring at the body that was covered with a sheet. The coroner was kneeling beside the victim, writing on a clipboard. Married couple came across the victim on their evening walk. Young girl, about 18. She was BPD and covered in weird markings. Todd said, still eyeing Kingsley with distaste. Kingsley thought that Todd must have had some bad experiences with the government branch of law enforcement. Do you know the cause of death? Kingsley pressed and Todd shook his head, gesturing to the coroner who looked up. We can't figure it out. There are no wounds that we can see. She just looks. Maybe you should just see for yourselves, he said, motioning to the body. Tonks knelt down and flipped back the sheet, revealing the girl's face. Her skin was pulled back tightly over her skull, revealing her teeth. Her eyes were open wide and rolled up into her skull, revealing the whites, which were impossibly clear and almost looked as if they were made of glass. Tonks was handed a pair of latex gloves which she slipped on her hands before she pulled the sheet back a bit more, revealing that the girl was completely BPD, and her body was emaciated as if all her innards had been removed and her skeleton had been covered by fresh skin that was too small for her. The skin itself was also rather disturbing as the girl was covered from head to toe in black tattoos. I've seen a lot in my career, the coroner began. But this beats the hell out of me. I can't even give you a time of death. Why is Our Majesty's Finest so interested in this? Inspector Todd asked. The initial report we received told us that this fit a similar case in Blackpool 2 weeks ago. Kingsley stated matter-of-factly before turning to his partner. What do you see? She's clean. Tonks started. Extremely clean. She wasn't dragged here. We didn't see any footprints or anything like that. The couple who found her had been by this way only an hour or so before. Inspector Todd added. Tonks lifted the girl's hand delicately and slowly turned it, examining it closely. No signs that she was restrained. No bruising or anything like that. Her nails look as if she'd been to some swanky salon or something. This is professional work. Other than that, I'm flummoxed to what killed her. Did you find anything, Inspector? Kingsley asked, turning back to Todd, who was pulling a fresh cigarette. We've been over this area with fine-toothed combs, and didn't even find a bent blade of grass, Todd said gruffly. It's like she just appeared here out of thin air. Strangest goddamn thing I've ever seen. Very well, Kingsley said. We're going to have our people pick up the body, so please do not start an autopsy. Fill out whatever paperwork you need, but do not do anything to the body. Are you out of your tree? Todd demanded. I mean it, Inspector. This is a matter of national security, and we would appreciate your cooperation, Kingsley said, looking the inspector right in the eye. Todd held the bigger man's gaze for a moment before he finally gave a slow nod, his eyes losing their focus a bit. Thank you, Kingsley said as he turned, with Tonks following. Tell me what you noticed, Kingsley said when they were safely back in their car. Tonks took a deep breath, centering herself as she prepared to tell her partner all she'd noticed. She definitely wasn't tortured, though I would say that she had been petrified, or put in a body-bind curse recently. The muggles wouldn't have been able to tell, but her fingers felt rigid, like they were still under the curse. You know that your fingers and toes are the last to be free of that sort of thing. They always hold on to the stiffness. Interesting. Go on. Shacklebolt encouraged his young partner. Those were runes on her body, I'm sure of it. And they weren't carved into her, they were tattooed. That's a bit odd because if it was for a ritual, one would want the runes carved into the victim. I think I recognized one of the runes on her hand as the symbol for expiation, but I can't be sure. There were so many runes, and they were all connected. Whoever did it to her was looking for a very specific outcome. Kingsley nodded, considering it all. The trip back to London didn't take very long, thanks to the magical car they had been assigned. It was not unlike the night bus, a popular mode of transportation among magicals in that it was fast and could slip through very narrow spaces. It also helped that muggles could not see it when the driver didn't want it to be seen. Kingsley parked the car in the ministry garage and checked it back in while Tonks transfigured her clothes back to something she considered to be more human, which for her meant knee-high engineer boots, black tights, artistically torn denim shorts, punk rock t-shirt and a leather motorcycle coat. Her dark brown tresses morphed back into her favorite short spiky style in a shade of pink that could burn out a person's corneas. When Kingsley turned around, he could only shake his head. Oars were supposed to be as inconspicuous as possible, and Nymphadora Tonks prided herself on standing out. If it wasn't for her metamorphogus abilities, she'd never be allowed out of the office. One day, that pink hair of yours is going to get you, and likely someone else killed, Kingsley grunted. Tonks merely smiled. Hardly. Tonks smirked. You know as well as I do I blend into the muggle world like this better than half the wizards in this building alone. Kingsley rolled his eyes. I'm going to go see Willoughby about getting the girl's body picked up before I report to Rufus. As soon as we know who she is, we'll find out where she was seen last and see if we can't pick up some kind of trail. What do you want me to do? Tonks asked. Nothing. Kingsley smiled. Go home. Get some rest. We won't know any more until tomorrow anyway. You did well today. Are you sure? Tonks said, now eyeing the flow network with interest. I could stay in. Tonks, I've got it covered, Kingsley smirked. Besides, didn't you tell me that how did you put it? Your ginger stallion was back from Egypt. The grin that appeared on Tonks' face actually made Kingsley shiver with concern. The young woman practically danced towards the waiting flows, her hips rocking in a very sensuous fashion, and Kingsley shook his head, fighting down his laughter. Kingsley, you're the best. It's been far too long since I sank my teeth into a nice tasty piece of man flesh. Tonks shouted over her shoulder. Does he know you call him that? Kingsley called back and then held up his hand when Tonks turned and made to answer. Never mind. I don't think I want to know any more about your life than you've already tortured me with. Tonks didn't even wave as she practically sprinted to the nearest flow and tossed in a handful of silvery flow powder and was gone in a flash of green fire. Kingsley silently prayed that this ginger stallion was at least in good physical health. He hated to think of what Tonks might do to the poor man when she got her claws into him. Ought to be young and hormonal again. Kingsley smiled to himself as he headed deeper into the ministry to report to his supervisor. As he strolled through the atrium, he noted how well reconstruction was progressing. It had only been 2 months since the most vile and feared wizard ever had dueled against the most beloved wizard of the age. Kingsley felt a pang of sorrow cut through his heart as he remembered the aftermath of the duel. Albus Dumbledore had died a few days earlier following the final battle with Voldemort. The Daily Prophet reported that his death was due to his advanced age, but Kingsley and most everyone who had seen the battle firsthand knew that Dumbledore had simply exhausted himself and incurred too many wounds for his old body to recover from. The old headmasters was set to be laid to rest tomorrow afternoon, and Kingsley and many other Aurors were assigned protection detail as it was expected that Death Eaters might try and get revenge for the loss of their master. Kingsley hoped they would show a modicum of respect for the man regardless of their personal feelings. Things had been peaceful for most of the magical world following that night, but for the Ministry and the Aurors, things had been quite stressful. Firstly, with Voldemort assumed vanquished, the Aurors were primarily focused on bringing in his followers. Most had gone to ground. Some had turned themselves in, claiming to have been imperioused by the Dark Lord again. As it was not something that could be proven, and in most of those cases, gold had once again exchanged hands, those witches and wizards were set free. Kingsley felt his stomach turn every time he thought of that. The Auror office was relatively quiet for this time of day. Some Aurors were handling their paperwork, and Kingsley grimaced slightly at the thought of the report he was going to have to fill out later. Kingsley also noted several of his fellow Aurors gathered together and talking with excitement. Kingsley couldn't hear what they were saying, and paid it no mind as he was focused on his next destination. He knocked on the door to the office of the head of the Auror department. He heard the gruff, gravelly voice of Rufus Scrimgeour beckon for him to enter, and he opened the door, and did a double take when he found the head of magical law enforcement, Amelia Bones, sitting in one of the chairs across the desk from his boss. Ah, Kingsley, how'd it go? Scrimgeour asked. He was a tall, Wiry man with dark blue eyes and a grizzled and shaven face. He had a deep scar from his left temple straight down to his jaw, something he had received during the First War with Lord Voldemort. The wizard who gave it to him never faced the wizarding court as Scrimgeour had ended the man's life and saved 3 Muggle teenage girls. Only one other man had as exemplary a record as Rufus Scrimgeour, and that man had retired several years ago. At least he'd retired from law enforcement. His appearance at the final battle told everyone that Alistair Moody would never be finished fighting the forces of darkness. The Muggles cooperated fine just as always. We told them it was a potential threat to the country's security as usual. Unfortunately, we won't know much more until the victim is examined, but if I'm honest, I think we may have something very bad to worry about. Kingsley began. Do you suspect Death Eaters? Amelia asked. To her amazement, Kingsley shook his head. To be honest, it doesn't fit their standard MO. Kingsley shook his head. Nothing about this matches their past atrocities. Explain. Rufus commanded, motioning to the empty seat next to Amelia. You recall my report on the girl we found in Blackpool? Kingsley began. Samantha Pike, correct? Rufus asked. His light blue eyes gave the impression he was looking through Kingsley. That's right, he nodded. As I recall, the cause of death was loss of blood, but there didn't seem to be any wounds on her, and she was also covered in runes, but you couldn't explain what they were for. Even the unspeakable were less than helpful, am I correct? Spot on, Kingsley nodded. This one was exactly the same. Runes all over her body, no visible wounds, BPD and left out in the open so it would be easy to find, and in both cases they were found by people who'd been in the area recently. The couple who found the girl tonight had walked by that spot about an hour before and hadn't seen her. The last girl was found by hunters, correct? Rufus asked and Kingsley nodded. I'm thinking that we're supposed to find the bodies. The dark-skinned man said morbidly. As if it's all a part of some game. My partner said she thought she recognized some of the runes on the girl's body, but she also said that here were so many that she couldn't be sure. So you think these 2 bodies are connected then? Amelia Bones asked, taking her monocle out and wiping it with her robe as she stared at Kingsley. I believe so, yes. Kingsley nodded. I also think that this is only just beginning. Great. That's all we need now. A gods be damned serial killer, Rufus sighed, leaning back in his seat. As if we didn't have enough to worry about with everything else going on. Amelia rose from her seat, her expression grim. I'd like to be kept up to date on this one, Rufus. Have a copy of the examiner's report on my desk as soon as you can. As you ask. Rufus nodded. Now if you excuse me, I have to meet with the Minister of Magic. It seems he's very worried about the newest member of the Wizengamot. Quite frankly, I don't blame him. After all these years, Amelia Bones sighed, a dark look passing over her face. She seemed to lose herself in thought for a moment before coming back to the present. I'd like to meet with you first thing in the morning, Rufus. I'd like to go over the arrangements for the funeral one last time. Amelia said, and Rufus rose from his seat as Amelia turned toward the door. It's so very strange. I kind of always thought Dumbledore would be around, like he'd outlive us all. A man that powerful and intelligent, Rufus shrugged. It would be easy to believe something like that. He was truly a great man and he is going to be missed very badly. Indeed. Good night, gentlemen. Amelia nodded to both and then left them alone. I still can't believe Thickneys won the election. Rufus grumbled after the door was shut. As if fudge wasn't bad enough. Thickness's supporters have deep pockets. Kingsley remarked. Indeed they do. Rufus sighed before turning back to Kingsley. I'm putting you in charge of this case, Kingsley. Let's try and get to the bottom of this before any more young girls turn up in the same condition. I also want to be kept up to date on it. How soon will you be able to get me your report? First thing in the morning, I should think. I sent Willoughby to fetch the girl's body, and I believe Croker is the examiner tonight. He's fast, but thorough. Kingsley said, rising to his feet. That's fine. Rufus sighed and shook his head. But you can wait a bit on the report. I want you to go home and rest up. I need you and the others at their best tomorrow. One last thing before you go, how did your new partner do out there? Tonks was professional. Very observant. I think she has the makings of a fine investigator. Kingsley smiled. Good. Don't pull punches with her. Teach her. Work her. I haven't been as impressed with someone since you started, Kingsley. Rufus smiled and Kingsley returned it. I'll teach her everything you taught me. He chuckled deeply. See that you do. Now get out of here. I expect you back here bright and early tomorrow. Rufus said, waving Kingsley out of his office. Kingsley gave his superior one final nod before leaving the office. Tomorrow was going to be an excruciatingly long day. Hogwarts was going to be hosting quite the array of officials from all over the world, and the Aurors were going to have quite the job seeing to their protection. Kingsley hated to think about how long the day was going to be, and then another thought occurred to him, and he stopped just before shutting Rufus's office door and poked his head back in. Who's the new member of the Wizengamot that has the minister so worried? You haven't heard. Rufus quirked an eyebrow. The blinding flashes of the camera began the moment the doors of the courtroom opened. Roughly 50 reporters and photographers had gathered as soon as word leaked of the bombshell that had dropped within the court that day. Reporters began shouting questions of the Wizengamot members, most of whom pushed past the bothersome reporters and headed for their private offices, or their homes, some of them looking very surly. Chief Warlock, Roland Everard, cleared his throat quite loudly as he approached the anxious reporters and held up his hands to silence them so he could address them. The Chief Warlock was a gruff-looking man with a large belly and watery-looking eyes. His long thinning steel gray hair was tied back with a black ribbon and a gold watch hung from his waistcoat. Everard had recently been voted into his position following the battle at the Ministry when the former Chief Warlock, Albus Dumbledore, could no longer execute his duties. Dumbledore had resigned from the post and Everard had been nominated and voted into replacing the former Chief Warlock. Next to Everard stood the man that was the cause of all this commotion. A tall man with long black hair and a goatee. He had bright brown eyes and an easy smile that charmed nearly all the witches who glanced it. And next to this man, holding his hand and his arm possessively, was a stunningly beautiful blonde woman who looked slightly overwhelmed at the moment. This afternoon, Everard began, causing the reporters to go quiet so they could take down all the Chief Warlock said. The esteemed members of the Wizengamot were petitioned by Sirius Orion Black, the last scion of the most ancient and noble house of Black, for his family's seat on this noble body. I am pleased to say that we members voted to return the House of Black onto the court. Chief Warlock Everard was clearly struggling to keep smiling, and Sirius had to fight down his own smug smile. Everard had been one of those who had voted against allowing him to claim his family seat. In fact, the court had nearly been split in its decision, and Sirius knew why. He'd been warned of this many years ago. No one trusted him. Many still believed that it had been he who had betrayed the Potters to their deaths. He had disappeared that night nearly 17 years ago and had not been seen or heard from since. In many people's hearts, this had only solidified their belief of his guilt. I am not alone as saying that we are most eager to see what contributions Lord Black brings to the table, and how he will serve the betterment to the magical world. Ladies and gentlemen, Lord Sirius Black. Everard began clapping and the reporters followed his example as Sirius stepped forward with his wife Annalise right at his side. Sirius allowed the applause for a second before waving his hands to settle everyone down again. I know that you all have a million questions for me, and I do intend to answer as many as I can, though I won't be doing it today. I will of course be doing interviews in the coming days as they are scheduled, but for now, I will try and answer a few, starting with you there in the blue robes. Sirius said as he pointed to a younger man with a hopeful look. Claude Jerkins, sir. Knights Herald. Mr. Black, where have you been these past 17 years? Traveling. Sirius smiled. Anna looked on proudly and squeezed his hand in support. I wanted to see the world, and have accomplished that. Now, after my marriage to this beautiful woman beside me, and some deep soul searching, I felt it was time to come home, and do what I could to better this country. Next question. Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet. A woman with blonde hair, gaudy green horn-rimmed glasses and several gold teeth smiled. Why return now? And why take up your family's seat when you've shown nothing but contempt for your family until now? Sirius's smile faltered a bit here. While it's true that I did not agree with my family, they instilled in me a strong sense of responsibility. It is my responsibility to help lead our society to a stronger, brighter future. Abigail Edwards, Witch Weekly. A young, pretty brunette said with a charming smile. Lord Black, you said that gorgeous woman on your arm is your wife. Who is she? How did you meet? Sirius gave a roguish sort of smile as he wrapped an arm around Anna's slim waist and pulled her a little closer. Anna smiled brightly as she looked at her husband. This is my wife, Lady Annalise Linnea Johansson Black, he said. And how we met is a very long and romantic tale indeed. There was a surge of flashes as the photographers snapped pictures of the new Lady Black. The couple waved and then turned to follow Chief Warlock Everard, who told the reporters that that would be all for now before guiding Lord and Lady Black to his office, where he shut the door tightly to give the three some privacy. Well, was it everything you hoped it would be, Lord Black? Everard asked in a brisk tone. Sirius noted immediately that the Chief Warlock wasn't happy. He felt bad for the older man. He was replacing Albus Dumbledore, and that alone must have put an immense weight on his shoulders. Sirius really didn't wish to burden the man further, and from what he'd learned of the Chief Warlock over the past few weeks, wanted him as an ally. Chief Warlock, I'm not here to cause trouble, despite your misgivings about me. Sirius said. I know your family well, Black, and I'm not a fan of its core beliefs. Everard said coldly. Neither am I, Chief Warlock. Sirius said, all joviality gone from his voice now. I want more for our people than the status quo. We shouldn't be catering to purebloods just because they're rich. Muggleborns can help bring this country out of the Dark Ages. I've seen it for myself. And I did my homework. I know you believe as I do. We're on the same side. And if you allow me to, I will prove it to you in time. Everard looked slightly taken aback by this. I know your record, and I know you're an honorable man. Sirius said, holding out his hand. If he could have, I know Dumbledore would have supported you becoming the Chief Warlock. Let me help you continue his work. Everard looked at the offered hand and then at Sirius' face, arching an eyebrow in curiosity. He then took the offered hand and shook it once, though he still looked rather skeptical. Time will tell, Everard said before shaking Black's hand and grimacing. Time will tell. That could have gone much worse, Annalise stated in her thick Swedish accent when they were alone, walking towards the Flow network. You're right, Sirius agreed. They could have carted me off to Azkaban. But it got the job done. We needed this diversion. This is only a diversion. Annalise looked surprised. The way you've been talking about it, I thought you intended to really. I do. Sirius cut her off, and glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. I have every intention to make this country better for Muggleborns, and for our children. Our children. Annalise looked up with a smile and Sirius bent and keyed her softly. For our children, and our children's children. He said before his smile fell away and he continued. But this whole spectacle of the last Black returning to his home, nonsense is to keep people's attention on me. If everyone is wondering what I'm up to, no one will be paying much attention to other things happening that might scare them and cause them to light the proverbial torches. Annalise nodded. Clever. I meant what I said in there. Sirius continued. If I can do something to help others, and make this country better, then by God I'm going to do it. But I'm going to have my work cut out for me. There's too much prejudice, and far too much gold changing hands to accomplish anything meaningful right away. How do you plan to start? Annalise asked curiously, and Sirius smiled. By putting a face to their prejudice. Sirius smiled. I'm going to go see an old friend and offer him a job. Remus. Annalise began to smile as well. Oh, I can't wait to meet your friend. You've told me so many stories. He sounds wonderful. He was, but I fear he's not going to be too happy to see me. At least not right away. Sirius's smile fell a bit. He then checked his watch and took his wife's hand. We'd better go now. We still have to go check on the house before we get dinner. Tonks lay gasping for breath, and wiped at her sweaty face as she grinned at the gorgeous red-headed man who was lying next to her, equally sweaty and lacking of breath. Bloody F. King Hell Lover. Tonks asked. Did someone hit you with a lust hex or something? I don't know that I'll be able to walk anytime soon. My legs are shaking so much. What can I say? Bill Weasley smiled over at her. I missed you a lot this time. Really? She laughed. I couldn't tell. She rolled and keyed Ed him, causing him to growl playfully. I need water and a rest before we go again, he said, and she slapped his bare chest. I think I'm going to need a day or two before we go again. She laughed. He wrapped his strong arms around her waist and held her tightly against him. How long are you going to be around this time? She asked, softly dotting his jaw. I was going to talk to you about that before you jumped me. Bill grinned. Tonks gave him a playful nip on his ear lobe. The goblins offered me a pretty good promotion. And I'm thinking about taking it. But I wanted to talk to you about a few things before I accepted. Tonks pulled back enough to where she could look him in the eye, and for the first time in the nearly 6 years they'd been lovers, he looked nervous. And that made her begin to feel nervous. Okay, she said apprehensively. We've been doing this whole physical thing for a while now, and it's been good. We always said that it worked for us because of our jobs. We never had any sort of rules or expectations. But I've been thinking a lot lately about the future, and what I want for my life. Bill said, staring at Tonks, and she felt a knot in her stomach tightening. It was true that their relationship had really been one of convenience. Bill would roll back into the country every 6 months or so, and for a week, the two of them would rut like animals. There was an unspoken understanding between them that whatever happened while they were apart was none of the other's business. It worked for them. But if Tonks were going to be honest, she loved Bill. She'd loved him since her 5th year at Hogwarts. Sure, she had dated his brother Charlie for a bit, but it had Bill who'd had her heart. They'd been friends, but had never been close. At least not until Tonks finished her 1st year of training with the Aurors, and had run into Bill who'd gotten quite drunk while he'd been out with his mates. She's taken him home and looked after him, and when he'd sobered up, they'd talked a lot. The next time he'd come home had been the first time they'd made love. They'd kept in touch while he'd been in Egypt, and he'd sometimes sent her really cool things he'd found in the tombs. But their relationship was based on say, and little else. But it had been enough for Tonks. But now she was sure it was about to end. The way he was talking now made her believe that it was time to move on to someone respectable. Wife material. So what do you think? Bill asked, and Tonks had to shake herself. She hadn't been listening and now realized that he'd asked something important. What did you say? She asked, fighting back tears. I asked what you thought. About you and me having a go at something more than say. Bill said, looking a bit worried. Wait. Tonks shook her head again, trying to wrap her mind around the sudden change that had just occurred. You want to date me. Like boyfriend, girlfriend. Like going out to dinner, and parties and walks on the beach. With the potential to see if we could have something more one day. Bill added. You want to marry me? Tonks asked, now finding it hard to breathe. Look, the goblins want me to head up their acquisitions department here in England. Which means I'll be home all the time. Well, at least in England anyway. Which means I can spend more time with you. When they first offered it to me, I started thinking about my life, and I feel like I'm close to ready to settle down. I realized that I want a family. And when I started thinking about who I want that family with, I realized how much I've shared with you through all our letters. I don't think there's anyone in the world who knows me as well as you do. I don't know anyone half as well as I know you. Dora, I love you, and I'd like to see if we can be something more than just F.K. buddies. So what do you think? Tonks bent forward and ed him hard. She felt his arms tightened around her waist. When she broke the key, she pulled back a bit and smiled. I think that you better hold on, because there is no way I will be able to express how happy that makes me in just words. She said as she reached down and grasped his manhood. Nymphadora Tonks stood at the edge of the Black Lake, staring out to the small island where Albus Dumbledore had been laid to rest only an hour ago. She'd never been to the island herself, but she had known a few people in school who'd snuck off in the middle of the night with their boyfriend or girlfriend, and consummated their relationship there. Now it would be sacred, and she doubted any student would ever venture out for a midnight rendezvous. The day had been nearly perfect. There hadn't been a cloud in the sky, and the sun had been bright and warm. Birds sang a tranquil melody, and there had been the lightest of breezes. If it hadn't been such a sad occasion, it would have been beautiful. Hundreds of dignitaries and ambassadors from at least 40 countries had come to pay their respects to one of the greatest wizards of all time. Many of them had given speeches, eulogizing what an amazing man Dumbledore had been. They had talked about his many accomplishments, and his selflessness. But Tonks didn't really care about any of that. She had had 2 encounters with Albus Dumbledore that she would always remember, and always cherish. The first happened when she was 13, and a student at Hogwarts. She had been crying because some of her classmates had been making fun of her name. A name she had hated her whole life. Nymphadora. It was the worst. At least her father made it a bit better when he called her Dora, but her mother refused to be that kind. Your name is Nymphadora, and you should be proud to have a name as unique as you are. Andromeda Tonks would often say. Dumbledore had found her on the 7th floor. She had looked frightful. She was having trouble control her metamorphagus abilities because she had been so emotional. It was a first for her, and it was making her even more upset. What is the trouble? He had asked, scaring her as she had believed she had been alone. She tried to pretend that she hadn't been crying, but the old man hadn't been fooled at all. And with only a bit more gentle prodding he had gotten her to confess what had disturbed her. Our parents' first gift can sometimes feel like a curse to us. Dumbledore smiled gently as he sat next to her. Look at me, my mother and father could not settle on a middle name for me, so they gave me 3. Tonks hadn't been able to stop herself from laughing, and Dumbledore had chuckled as well. Yet, without our names, how would we be identified? How would our deeds be attributed to us? You should not be so focused on your name, but rather focus on the things that others will come to know belong to that name. He had said, and Tonks nodded, thinking about what he had said. But how can I get people to stop making fun of my name? Tonks asked. Without hexing everyone, because honestly that would be a lot of hexes, and I'd likely exhaust myself. Not to mention the numerous detentions you would likely accrue. Dumbledore added. Tonks had agreed with a heavy sigh and a nod. Perhaps I have an answer. Tonks remembered how he had suggested that she only respond when someone used her surname. She had really liked that, and from then on she was Tonks. Just Tonks. Anyone, with the exception of her mother and father, would be ignored if they called her Nymphadora. The second time she spoke to Dumbledore that stuck out in her mind was the night he and her mentor had come to her home. She had been on the Auror Force for just about 2 years at that point, and the Tri-Wizard tournament had just ended with the 3 champions' bodies being discovered at the center of the maze. Alastor Moody and Dumbledore had asked her to help them because Voldemort had returned. Tonks had scoffed at the idea at first. No one could come back from the dead. It was impossible. But Dumbledore had swayed her. It had meant a lot to her that they had asked her to join in the fight against the darkness. She had joined the Order of the Phoenix that night, and for the next 3 years had helped to fight the Death Eaters. That unofficial war had culminated in the final battle fought in the Ministry just over 2 months ago. She could still see that battle in her mind. She had just managed to defeat 3 Death Eaters, and was about to help Moody, when there was a bright flash and an explosion that had knocked her off her feet. She, and nearly everyone else, found themselves entranced by the epic duel. Tonks didn't even know that Voldemort had been in the Ministry until she saw him and Dumbledore fighting. From the look of it, they'd been battling for a while by this point. Both of them looked quite the worse for wear. Dumbledore's robes were burnt and covered in dust and dirt. They were torn in a few places, and his snow-white beard was charred. He was bleeding from a cut above his eye, and yet he was radiating power. Voldemort looked just as battered. Both combatants circled and traded spells, but neither seemed able to gain the advantage. Tonks remembered the smell of ozone in the air, and the way Dumbledore's face had been set as he flourished his wand. She remembered the thunderclap that had nearly deafened her when the old headmaster's spell had collided with Voldemort's, and the silence that followed when both men were knocked apart. It had been Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy who had acted first, rushing to their master and disapparating with him before anyone could stop them. It seemed like it was all over after that. No one had heard from the Death Eaters since. They had all gone to ground after that. I heard you coming a mile away, old man. Tonks said, tearing herself out of her thoughts. Good to know my training wasn't wasted. Came the reply. Tonks turned slightly as a grizzled, scarred man with a large electric blue eye stumped towards her. Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody was one of the most respected and decorated Auror in Britain's history. He'd retired right after Tonks had finished her training and joined the Aurors. She had been the last student he'd ever trained, and they had become good friends while serving in the Order of the Phoenix under Dumbledore. I heard you stumping all the way from the castle. Tonks smirked and Moody glowered at her. Kingsley seems quite pleased with you. He was telling me you two have been investigating a couple of murders. Moody said in his normal gruff tone. Tonks gave a nod as she turned her attention back to the island where Dumbledore had been laid to rest. It's a weird one for sure. Tonks sighed. It's not like anything I've ever even heard of before. Kingsley said the same. Moody nodded. Did he tell you why it's so weird? Tonks asked. He said the girls were completely drained, and found BPD, covered in tattoos. Moody replied. Runes. Tonks said. They're runes. I know they are, but I can't figure out what they're for. There are so many of them, I can't even begin to decipher them. Don't push yourself, Moody said, reaching out and grasping her shoulder. If you push, you'll miss something vital. I know. Tonks nodded. I remember. They lapsed into silence for a moment before Moody heaved a great sigh. Damned fool. What? Tonks looked over at the retired Auror with wide surprised eyes. Sorry lass. Moody grimaced. I was just thinking of the last time I spoke with Albus. He knew he was dying and kept telling me that I needed to prepare. That it wasn't over yet. You mean you know who? Tonks asked, a chill crawling up her spine. Moody nodded. He never believed that bastard was dead all those years. Turned out he was right. But even after he fought him in the ministry, he was adamant that he'd only slowed him down. Kept telling me that there was some kind of prophecy that needed to be fulfilled before it would be over. A prophecy. Tonks looked shocked. Merlin's beard. He was supposed to be the smartest wizard alive. I never thought he would ever believe in prophecies. And I thought you were smart. Moody laughed softly. Some prophecies do come true. It's a funny thing about prophecies. They sometimes require certain actions to be taken to be put into motion. Albus was certain that those actions had taken place. He believed it since that night 17 years ago. When you know who rose from the dead, he was more certain than ever. And when he lay dying, he told me over and over again that the prophecy had to be fulfilled. Did he tell you what that was, or how to do it? Tonks asked. Moody paused before shaking his head. Kept his stupid secrets to the end. Moody said bitterly. But if he believed that you know who wasn't finished, then I don't think we should get too comfortable. Well, if he was right, then I'm in if you need me. Tonks said, and Moody gave her an appreciative nod. Never doubted it. He grinned, making his face look slightly nicer. Just do me a favor, and if you hear about anything odd, let me know about it. Dumbledore seemed to think something was coming. Like what? Tonks looked interested, but Moody merely shrugged. It was Dumbledore, so who can say? Moody clutched his walking stick and turned, beginning the long trek back up to the castle. Brilliant mind, but let's be honest, he was going a bit mad, I think. So all we can do is wait and try and be ready should something happen. Alistair. Tonks and Moody turned as Kingsley approached. Are we all wrapped up? Tonks asked, and Kingsley nodded. Rufus just cleared everyone to leave. I was going to let you know before I head back to the office. I want to go over the reports on our new victim. Kingsley said. Should I order some food for us? Tonks asked. No, you should go home. Kingsley started, but Moody cleared his throat loudly, and both Tonks and Kingsley turned to the old Auror. I know that I'm not really in a position where I can give either of you orders anymore. He started. But if I can offer some advice, you should work together on this. One of you might notice something the other might not see. Tonks earned her way. Kingsley, don't shut her out because you're used to working alone. Someone showed you the ropes, you owe it to them and Tonks to do the same for her. You're right. Kingsley nodded, looking chastised. Rufus told me the same thing. Sorry Tonks, I haven't been entirely fair to you. I'll order us some Chinese, and we'll take a look at the report, and see what we can come up with. All right then, let's crack this case. Tonks said, smiling and squeezing Moody's shoulder in thanks. 18-year-old Lisa Turpin sighed as she slipped her bag onto her shoulder and waved one last time to her boss, Mrs. Carter. The old woman waved in reply and reminded Lisa to lock the door behind her. Lisa nodded and promised that she would see her again on Monday morning. She slipped out of the door and locked it as promised, slipping the keys into her bag before turning to walk up Diagon Alley towards the Leaky Cauldron. Slim, blonde and beautiful, Lisa had recently graduated Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She had taken the job at Bartleby's Magical Drafts and Potions after she was put on the waiting list for Healer School. Lisa had applied to advance her education and start her path to becoming a healer, but the class for the year had filled up. She had lost her place to someone who'd gotten a slightly better score on their potions newt. The young woman had been devastated. The school had promised that she could reapply the following year, and she'd be given special consideration, but in the meantime Lisa had to find a way to support herself. Her mother and father had told her in no uncertain terms that they would not be supporting her now that she had graduated. Lisa had been told that it was up to her to make her way in the world. This suited her just fine, as she and her parents didn't really get along too well. She loved her parents and she knew that they loved her, but they had always pushed her rather hard, and now there was some resentment between them. It had been a bit rough at first, but Lisa had found a job in Diagon Alley at a small apothecary and potion maker's shop, and she had secured a flat in Muggle London only a few blocks from the Leaky Cauldron. It wasn't much more than a single room with a bathroom, but it was fine for the next couple of years. After all, Lisa didn't need much space anyway. A bed to sleep on, a shower to wash in, and a place to study for her future was all she needed for now. The Carters, who owned the shop Lisa worked in, had come to love Lisa like their own granddaughter. The elderly couple had been quite impressed with Lisa's knowledge of potions and their ingredients. She had also helped them to reorganize the shop, which many customers complimented, claiming it felt easier to find what they needed. It also helped that she could brew a lot of their more sought-after potions. Unfortunately, the pay wasn't great, but Lisa knew that if she kept to her budget, she'd be fine. Now, 2 months on, Lisa had settled herself into a nice routine. She spent her time either working or studying in preparation for starting her career path. She was happy with her situation, but seemed to be the only one who was. Mrs. Carter felt Lisa was much too serious for someone her age. The kind old woman kept insisting that Lisa meet her grandson, Neil, who was only a year or so older than Lisa, single and quite good-looking. Lisa wasn't interested in being set up, much less starting a relationship with anyone. She wanted to prepare herself for healer school, and that meant studying as much as she could. This left very little time for a boyfriend, much less her friends. That is, with the exception of her best friend Mandy Brocklehurst. Lisa smiled slightly at the thought of Mandy and their friendship. The two girls had made a pact that they would get together regularly and keep up on what was happening in each other's lives. Since graduating, they'd gotten together every Friday night for dinner and drinks, and sometimes a movie or some other form of entertainment. Mandy had landed a job in the ministry, in the Department of Infrastructure. It was a boring job so far, mostly playing courier with interdepartment files. She'd gotten the job because her father was owed a pretty big favor, but Mandy didn't know what it was, and as she told Lisa, she didn't really care. She was just thankful for being able to be independent. Lisa entered the Leaky Cauldron and found Mandy waiting for her in a far table. The willowy blonde witch walked over and tossed her bag onto the seat before sitting down opposite her friend. Mandy was a pretty girl with shoulder-length, curly brown hair and bright brown eyes. She was shorter than Lisa but had a larger chest and hips. When the two had met in their first year, Mandy had been very shy, while Lisa had been super outgoing. Over the years, Mandy had come out of her shell, while Lisa had calmed and become a bit more reserved. Mandy's mother had told them on more than one occasion that the best of each of them had rubbed off on the other. The girls of course denied this. "Hey," Lisa said as she took a seat across from her best friend, who looked up and smiled brightly. "Rough day?" Mandy asked. Lisa gave a non-committal shrug as Tom the barman came over with a couple of menus. "A couple of butter beers please, Tom," Mandy asked with a sweet smile. Tom nodded and gave her his famous toothless smile. "How are things in the ministry?" Lisa asked. Mandy shrugged, but a dark shadow crossed her expression. Strange. Mandy finally said. You heard Sirius Black is back, right? I saw it in the paper this morning. Lisa said, looking a bit taken aback. Do you know what happened? He went into the Wizengamot yesterday and requested his family seat. Rumor is that Lucius Malfoy was really upset because his family has been holding it until Draco came of age for the Wizengamot. Anyway, there's a lot of people worried that with Black on the court, that there's going to be some seriously bad stuff coming down. Mandy explained. I overheard a couple of witches saying that the Blacks were notoriously anti-Muggle. Can one man really be that powerful? Lisa looked skeptically at her friend. I mean, won't the other members of the court stop him if he gets too crazy with the bills he introduces? Probably depends on how much gold he passes around. Mandy shrugged. But not only that, the Aurors found another dead girl. In Dover, I think. Another one. Lisa was again taken by surprise again, and Mandy nodded, looking a little shaken. Dawkins, you know the clerk in the Auror office I was telling you about? Mandy asked. The bald, fat one who thinks you're his destiny? Lisa asked with a slight smirk. Mandy nodded with a grimace. He told me that she was completely drained of blood and that they think it might be vampires. Mandy explained just as Tom came over with their drinks, and asked for their orders. Lisa asked for some soup and a roast beef sandwich, while Mandy wanted shepherd's pie. I thought the ministry kept a close eye on all the vampires in England. Lisa asked. That's what I thought as well. Mandy nodded. But Dawkins said you get rogues with every group and it's likely some young vampire is trying to make his mark. I don't know what he meant by that, and when I asked he just kind of gave me this look like I was supposed to know. Anyway, it doesn't sound like the Aurors have any clues as to what's going on. Well, that's scary. Lisa sighed. I kind of wish I had taken Mrs. Carter up on her offer to introduce me to her grandson so I'd maybe have someone to walk me home at night. Speaking of which. Mandy sort of deflated and shook her head. I couldn't do it. Mandy. Lisa hissed with exasperation. I choke. Mandy threw her hands up in defeat. Gods, if you could only see him, you'd understand. He's so gorgeous and I panicked. Again. You're never going to even learn his name, much less date, marry and have his 17 babies like you keep saying if you don't talk to him. The worst that can happen is that he isn't interested. Lisa reminded her friend for what felt like the 80th time since her friend had begun talking about this mysterious man who worked in the Department of Regulation of Magical Creatures. According to Mandy, this specimen was tall with wavy dark hair and broad shoulders and a chiseled chin. Mandy had been smitten since she'd first laid eyes on this man and had not, as of yet, been able to speak to him. Every week Lisa would pump Mandy up and try to make her confident enough to open her mouth, but every week it seemed that she would fail. You should be ashamed. Lisa shook her head as Tom set their dinners in front of them. Mortified seems a better description. Mandy sighed. What am I going to do with you? Lisa asked. Mandy shrugged and changed the subject. The two girls finished their meals, discussing their lives post-Hogwarts, possible love interests, and plans for the weekend. When they were finished eating, and had had a few more drinks, they parted ways with the promise that they would convene again the following week at the same time. Mandy used the flow to get home, but Lisa left the pub and headed into Muggle London. She had gotten herself a flat not too far away that was cheap. She took her normal route home, which took her through 3 alleys that were in desperate need of light. Lisa walked a little more quickly tonight after hearing about the dead girl and the possibility that it had been vampires. She got to her building and punched in the security code that got her into the lobby. Once inside, she headed for the stairs. As soon as she was behind her own locked door, Lisa let out a sigh of relief. Maybe walking through those alleys wasn't such a good idea anymore. She realized she was less likely to be attacked on the street than in an alley. After hearing about a second girl's body being found, and that vampires might be behind it, she felt that the more precautions she took, the less likely she was to be hurt, or killed. And Lisa had a few goals she wanted to accomplish before she died. No reason to screw that up by being careless and getting murdered. Maybe she would take Mrs. Carter up on her offer to fix her up. Having someone walk her home would definitely make her feel safer, and if he turned out to be as nice as Mrs. Carter kept saying, all the better. The place looked almost exactly as Sirius had remembered it. The old gray house was more weathered, but still just as warm as it had been when he'd last seen it back in his teens. Sirius stepped up onto the porch and knocked 3 times on the door, paused, and knocked another 3 times. Almost immediately there came the sound of footsteps on the other side of the door. There was a moment of quiet before the door opened and Sirius saw his old school friend for the first time in 17 years. Sirius. Hello, Remus. Sirius smiled. He took in his old friend and felt his heart sink slightly at the man's appearance. Remus Lupin looked as if he hadn't seen sunlight in many years. He was thin and his light brown hair was limp and graying. His brown eyes looked sunken and red. All of his clothing looked as if it had been patched and mended many times over. You bastard! Remus shouted as he lunged at Sirius. His fist connected with Sirius' jaw and made him stumble backward. Remus tackled Sirius to the ground and began punching his kidneys. Sirius wrapped his arm around Remus' head and twisted himself to get his feet back under him and push Remus away as he backed himself away from the enraged man. This wasn't really the reunion he'd imagined, though in hindsight Sirius knew he should have expected it. Remus, let me explain everything. Sirius tried reasoning with his friend, who looked mad enough to chew nails. You betrayed them, you son of a bitch. Remus shouted. James was your best friend and you sold him and Lily out and then you ran like a coward. I'll kill you. That isn't what happened. Sirius shouted. Just listen to me, please. I'll send you to hell where you belong. Remus snarled, readying himself for another attack. Sirius covertly slipped his wand from his wrist holster unbeknownst to Remus. Damn it, Remus, one way or another you're going to hear what I have to say. You choose whether we sit down and do it civilly or if I put you under a body bind and make you listen. Remus glared at the other man, fire burning in his eyes. The werewolf remembered how fast with his wand Sirius had been in their school days, and had no doubt that his former friend had his wand at the ready. By the way Sirius was standing, it was a certainty. Worse, Remus had left his wand on the kitchen table next to the nearly empty bottle of fire whiskey. Still glowering at his visitor, Remus slowly lowered his fists. The odds were not in his favor at the moment, and unless he could get his own wand, Remus doubted he would come out of this fight well. While he knew that he could take on Sirius with only his fists, and his lycanthropy did make him stronger than the average man, Sirius could strike him down before he got close enough to do any real damage to the traitor. Sirius looked relieved that Remus was going to at least hold off on attempting to kill him long enough to allow him to tell him what had really happened 17 years ago. First and foremost, I never betrayed James and Lily. Sirius began. I would have died before even considering such a sin. We all knew that there was a traitor among us, and I believed it was you. Me? Remus asked, taken aback. With Voldemort rallying the werewolves as he was, and the things he was promising, it was hard not to think you might have been tempted. Look at it from my point of view. You'd been oppressed, and you hadn't been able to find good work since graduating. Dumbledore had you supposedly spying on the Pax, but we hardly ever saw you, and when we did, Remus, even James was worried you might have been going rogue on us. He would always brush it off, and scold himself for doubting you, but you were always so distant with us. You have no idea, Remus began, but Sirius held up his hands, cutting him off. You're right, he said softly. I don't. And I know now I never should have doubted you. I'm ashamed of the way I thought back then, but I was scared. We all were, Sirius said apologetically. Remus remained stoic. How did Voldemort find James and Lily if you didn't tell him where they were? Remus asked. You were their secret keeper. That's what we wanted everyone to think. Everyone expected it, and the Death Eaters would have been after me. Sirius explained. But I convinced James to use Peter. I thought it was brilliant. No one would have ever guessed that James would choose Peter, not even you. Everyone knew that of the four of us, he was the weakest. The night it happened, I went to see Peter, to check on how he was doing. Lily had written to me and told me he'd been really upset about something. When I got to his flat, he was gone. Then I heard what had happened and I knew he'd betrayed James and Lily. I knew he'd betrayed us all, and I wanted to kill him, Remus. I wanted that little shite to burn. Then why did you run? Remus asked, his anger beginning to dissipate. Sirius. Story made perfect sense, and Remus, though he was loath to admit it, actually believed it. I ran because Dumbledore told me to. Sirius replied. Remus looked bewildered by this. That doesn't make sense. Remus argued. It will. Sirius said, covertly returning his wand to its holster. I have a lot to tell you, old friend. Then you'd better start talking. Remus said as he turned to go back into the house. I'll put the kettle on. I've a better idea, Sirius said, catching Remus' arm. Without warning, he apparated them both to a rather stunning garden with a tall willow tree in the center. Remus wrenched his arm free and turned on Sirius, looking murderous. The werewolf took another swing at his old school chum, but Sirius had expected it and managed to jump away. Settle down, Remus, or my wife might not be able to stop herself from hexing you. Remus stopped short and turned around to find a beautiful blonde woman with her wand leveled at his chest. All right. Remus nodded with a look of trepidation at the woman's cold blue stare. You said you wanted to talk. It appears he is as smart as you said he was. Annalise remarked, and Sirius began to laugh, waving towards the house for Remus to join them for dinner. This is going to take a while, and to be honest, you look like you could use a good meal, old friend. Sirius smiled. Marjorie Pusey let out a long, drunken whoop of joy as she raised her hands above her head. She waved the strappy high heels she had removed in the club when her feet had started hurting from all the dancing. Her silken black locks were falling out of the elegant knot she had started the night with, and her tight dress was in desperate need of being pulled down before her hind end was unleashed upon the world. Or maybe that was what she was aiming for. Tonight had been beyond wild so far, and Marjorie couldn't wait to see what else she and her two best friends, Lila and Gretchen, could get up to. She wondered if that really hot guy she'd spent the last hour grinding against on the dance floor would follow her. Marjorie was pretty sure if he made the effort for her, she might make an effort for him later. He had been beyond gorgeous, and Marjorie thought it would be the best way to end the night by ending up with that boy in her bed. Where do we go next, ladies? Lila asked, trying to keep the slinky straps of her dress on her shoulders. The effort seemed pointless as Lila was in no danger of losing the dress thanks to the sticking charm she'd used before they left. I don't care so long as they have great appletinies. Gretchen slurred drunkenly, hooking her arm with Lila's and using her friend to keep herself upright. Gods, muggles really know how to party. Marjorie sighed, flipping tendrils of her long black hair out of her face as she gazed about the London city street. I want to dance some more. I just want to find another hot muggle boy so I can show him what real magic is. Lila sniggered. You just want to play with his wand. Marjorie giggled and her two friends burst into laughter, cackling like mad hags. They continued down the street, stumbling drunkenly about, trying to figure out where they should go next when someone called after them. Marjorie, it's that guy. Gretchen said conspiratorially, though the pointing over her shoulder gave her away completely. Marjorie turned and grinned ferally as the tall, really good-looking bloke strode towards them. He was athletically built with strong, aristocratic features and piercing hazel eyes that had Marjorie's legs quivering. Are you following me? She asked with a flirtatious smile when he was close enough. The guy smiled guiltily. Maybe a bit, he said, and Marjorie's friends both wolf whistled. Marjorie just continued to grin. Illy. You left without giving me your number and I was hoping to see a bit more of you. I bet. Lila snorted. Gretchen covered her laughter badly with a series of coughs, but the boy and Marjorie ignored her. Well, do you know of another club around here? You could join us and that way you'd be able to see a bit more of me. Marjorie winked at the boy who blushed slightly. He stammered a bit at the girl's forwardness. Well, everything's closing down for the night, but I do know of a private club not too far from here. My best mate works the door and I could get us all in. The boy said as he offered his arm. It's just round the corner. Marjorie smiled and took the boy's arm. It's so rare to find a gentleman, she said in what she was sure was a why whisper. The boy returned the smile and began leading the girls down the street with Marjorie on his arm like some sort of prize while her two drunken friends followed behind, giggling and whispering back and forth. It wasn't long before he turned into a long alley that was poorly lit and smelled badly of urine. Ah! Gretchen nearly retched. Who'd put a club down here? It smells horrible. It helps keep out the riff-raff. The boy said coyly. Just a bit further this way, ladies. After another minute they came to a dead end piled with garbage and no doors in sight. Did you take a wrong turn? Marjorie asked sarcastically. The boy shook his head as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a black wand. He quickly pointed it at Lila, and in a flash of green light, the girl fell onto the rubbish-strewn ground, lifeless. Gretchen screamed and Marjorie leapt back away from the boy, eyes wide with horror. Another flash of green, and Gretchen's screaming abruptly ended. Don't. The boy snapped at Marjorie when she turned to run. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to. He said in a tone that told her he was being sincere. He still stared at her with eyes full of lust, but it was different now, almost detached. He had his wand leveled at her chest as he took a tentative step towards her. Who are you? She asked desperately. What do you want? I know you're the one I've been looking for, Marjorie. I've watched you for a while and I know that it's you. But I need to be sure, there can be no mistakes. He said, advancing on her. Marjorie retreated, trying to keep space between herself and this vile bastard who'd she'd been grinding against less than 30 minutes ago. She wanted to turn and run as fast as her bare feet would carry her, but she was certain that she wouldn't get far at all. Not with this killer's wand leveled at her like it was. She had to think of something, but her alcohol-addled mind wasn't working very well. And then she'd run out of space as her back collided with the brick wall. I meant what I said, Marjorie. He spoke in a gentle, soothing tone as he advanced on her. So long as you behave, I won't hurt you. I just need to make sure you're who I think you are, Marjorie. The boy grabbed her left arm and turned her forcibly, pressing her sideways into the brick wall. She felt the left side of her dress tear open, likely from a cutting hex. Cool air caressed her now bare side and the young man used his wand to produce a dim light and then to open the hole in her dress. Marjorie stifled a whimper as she felt the tip of the wand touch a spot just to the left of her east. The sigh that her attacker let out made her heart freeze with fear. I knew it, he whispered. I knew you were one of them. Oh, my sweet, sweet Marjorie, you have no idea just how special you are. Marjorie whimpered as her attacker whispered in her ear. With a fury that might have rivaled a cornered wolverine, the terrified young woman braced herself against the wall and pushed back with all her might, knocking her attacker off balance. The witch reached into the front of her dress and pulled her wand free, though her reflexes were still very slow thanks to the alcohol still streaming through her veins. Before she could even aim, the young man had disarmed her, looking very disappointed. I don't know who you think I am. Marjorie tried, tears falling down her face. I'm not special. I'm nobody. Yes, you are. The boy said grimly. And when we see each other again, you'll understand just how special you really are. Marjorie Pusey. Tonks said, handing the file to Kingsley with a grim look. They just confirmed it. She was reported missing 2 weeks ago by her mother, and supposedly she'd been out with her friends, who just so happened to be Lila Bonnet and Gretchen Harper, the 2 girls that were found in that alley in London 2 weeks ago. Why take one and not all 3? Kingsley asked, as he opened the file to begin reading it. He flipped to the photos of the girl covered in black runes and drained of all her fluids. Just like Samantha Pike and Lilith Moon, Marjorie Pusey looked like a mummified corpse, save for the fact that her skin wasn't dried. I'm telling you, Kingsley, this stinks of ritual to me. The runes, why spend the time to tattoo all those runes on someone if not for a ritual? Tonks asked. But we can't decipher them to find out the purpose. Kingsley sighed, slapping the file on his desk. He pinched the bridge of his nose as he thought about what they knew so far, hoping that he might think of something new. Something that would tell him who was killing these girls and why. Marjorie Pusey, 19, had allegedly gone out with friends for a girls' night that consisted of dancing and drinking. None of the girls returned home that night. 2 days later, Gretchen Harper and Lila Bonnet were found in an alley dead of the killing curse. Marjorie's body had turned up only the day before, in Manchester. She was BPD and covered in runic tattoos and without a drop of blood in her body. The examiners had discovered that prior to death she had been scrubbed clean and her fingernails and toenails had been seen too. It had also been discovered that just prior to death, she had engaged in intimacy and it didn't appear to have been forced. The popular theory within the department was that it was the work of vampires. Given some of the evidence, it would have made sense that vampires were involved, except that there had been no bite marks. In fact, there had been no wounds whatsoever. Even the killing curse left residual magic, but there were no signs to tell examiners what had ended their lives. This case is getting stranger by the day. Kingsley groaned. Tell me about it. Tonks agreed. Why this girl? What was so special about her and not the other two she was with? They all came from prominent families. But our other two victims didn't come from prominent families. Kingsley pointed out. Actually, the Pike girl wasn't pureblood, she was a half-blood. In fact, the only commonality I've been able to determine is that they were all witches, and all 19. Okay, so this asshole is targeting 19-year-old witches. That's a place to start. Tonks sighed. We can get a list of all the witches in England who are 19 or about to be. Then we can, I don't know, watch them and hope our killer tries to snatch one. Tonks sighed at the futility of it all. There was probably 119-year-old witches in Britain. Trying to monitor all of them would be problematic at best, and she knew they didn't have the manpower to do it. The other thing is that the bodies seem to turn up only once a month. So, if it is a ritual, it has something to do with the time of the month. Kingsley said, rising from his seat and grabbing his wand which he waved at a blackboard that hung on the wall in their shared cubicle. If we look at the time the Pusey girl was found, and go back to when she was taken, that's roughly 2 weeks, right? Tonks nodded and Kingsley went on. That means that the next girl is likely going to be taken around the 5th of next month. That gives us about 10 days to figure out who it might be. We can guess that it'll be a 19-year-old girl. Tonks added. Let's go ahead and get that list. Kingsley sighed, rubbing his face. I know it seems pointless, but at the very least we'll have a list of candidates. Maybe we could spot the pattern or something. In all honesty, I'm flying blind on this. I'll head down now. Tonks nodded and headed for the Hall of Records. Kingsley stood and went to the blackboard where he and Tonks had all the clues they had along with the victims' names. What connects them? Why these girls? He asked himself for the 1000th time. Hermione Granger looked up from her filing as she heard the bell over the front office door tinkle. She placed the folder that was in her hands on top of the cabinet and walked out to the office. There she found a very pretty woman with short, spiky pink hair, a worn leather motorcycle jacket and knee-high boots. The visitor smiled as Hermione appeared. Can I help you? Hermione asked, as she walked towards the woman. I hope so, came the deflated reply. I'm Auror Tonks and I need a list of all the witches in England who are currently or are about to turn 19 years of age. Hermione gave the Auror a puzzled look. That may take a while, she said, and Tonks nodded her understanding. It's important, Tonks stated firmly. Hermione went to one of the two minuscule desks and picked up a quill and began to scribble on a scrap of parchment. Anything else you need or just the names? Name, birth date and current address. That would be a good start, Tonks said evenly. Hermione turned and gave the Auror a small smile. Well, if it helps, I'm about to turn 19, and I'm pretty sure my colleague Tracy is turning 19 soon as well. So at least you now have 2 names, Hermione replied, trying to add a little levity. Tonks, however, looked interested. Any chance you've noticed someone following you lately, or anything else out of the ordinary? Tonks asked. Hermione stood up now, looking very confused. No, she said. But to be honest, I'm no one special, so I doubt anyone would bother following me for anything. You shouldn't be so sure. Do me a favor though, and try and be more aware of your surroundings, and mix up your routine. It could be important. I will, Hermione promised. And I'll get you that list before the end of the day. I would really appreciate that. Tonks nodded and left. Hermione stared at the door for a moment after the Auror had left, wondering if any of what had been spoken of had anything to do with the girl who'd been found in Manchester. Hermione had read the article in the Daily Prophet earlier that morning, and thought it sounded very close to another girl whose body had been discovered roughly a month ago. She shivered slightly as she remembered Tonks telling her to mix up her routine. Hermione couldn't imagine being targeted for anything other than her blood status. Now that the Dark Lord Voldemort had been defeated, she was pretty confident that the only thing she really had to worry about was discrimination at her job, which still infuriated her. Hermione had been at the top of her class at Hogwarts. Highest marks in every class. She'd worked hard all 7 years, and had hoped that when she left school she'd be offered a decent starting position within the ministry. Her ultimate goal was to work her way up and eventually gain a seat on the Wizengamot where she could make real changes. She had learned all there was to know about the law and the courts, including the fact that half the seats were held by the oldest families, and the other half were petitioned and voted into positions on the court. She knew how bills were introduced and the process for voting them into law. She was aware of who the most influential members of the court were, and all their achievements to date were. Not that any of it helped her here in the Hall of Records where she spent her days filing. It had been the only job she could get within the ministry, thanks in large part to the fact that Hermione was Muggle-born. No one seemed to want the smartest witch of the age working in their department because most departments were headed by purebloods. Not that all of those department heads believed themselves superior or bought into pureblood beliefs. Some of the jobs Hermione had applied for she just simply hadn't been qualified for. But the ones she felt that she had been the best candidate for, she'd been passed over in favor of a pureblood. She pushed those thoughts out of her mind because all it did was make her angry, and there was no point in being angry over something she wasn't in a position to change at the moment. Instead, she focused on getting those records for Auror Tonks. As she pulled birth records for the years 1978 and 79, Hermione found her mind wandering back to her days in school, especially when she came across a name that she recognized. Hogwarts had been both amazing and heart-wrenching for Hermione. She had always had trouble making friends growing up, partly due to the fact that she was different, and partly because she had a tendency to be really bossy. When she'd discovered that she was a witch, it had helped her with part of her problem. However, her first year at school had still been rather lonely. She'd spent most of her free time that year in the library, soaking up as much knowledge as she could, and avoiding a few select classmates who reveled in making her miserable. However, by the end of her first year, she had become friends with her fellow Gryffindor, Neville Longbottom, who was also a bit of an outcast since he was rather forgetful and clumsy. In her second year, Hermione had made friends with Ginny Weasley, who was a vibrant and very outgoing first year. Ginny had a rough start to her first year, and Hermione had been there to help. Neville, Ginny and Hermione remained close throughout the rest of their time in school. While their circle of friends did expand, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny were always there for one another, even after Neville and Ginny made a short attempt at dating. Hermione idly wondered how Ginny was doing at Hogwarts without herself and Neville there with her. Ginny was pretty strong and independent, so Hermione knew that she shouldn't worry too much. Maybe it was just because Hermione felt lonely again now that she was out of school. She vaguely recalled that Neville had left to travel the continent after school, and once again tamped down wistful thoughts and not just a little jealousy of the casual wealth Neville's family possessed. She was happy for her friend's opportunity to go see the world, and she guessed he'd soon be stuck in politics, his future somewhat defined by his family name. On the other hand, Hermione had become good friends with Tracy Davis, the girl who worked with her in the Hall of Records. Tracy and Hermione had been in the same year at school, but had never once spoken to each other. This had been because they had belonged to rival houses, Gryffindor and Slytherin. The two houses had been rivals for ages, and no one could seem to remember why. It was just understood that Gryffindors and Slytherins didn't mix. But that didn't apply now that they were out of school. Hermione thought that Tracy was a really great person. She was funny without constantly being gross. She was very smart and could carry on an intelligent debate and back up her opinions with solid facts. Best of all, when Tracy was in the office, it didn't feel like work. Hermione hoped that Tracy got back soon from her lunch with her boyfriend, Theo Knott. As if she had been summoned, the pretty auburn-haired girl, with bright brown eyes and an infectious smile, all but danced into the office, humming softly. "I take it lunch was good?" Hermione asked with a smile. Tracy grinned and nodded, stopping by the work area the two girls shared. Her smile faltered slightly at the pile of folders that had appeared while she had been out. I already took care of most of that, Hermione said, and Tracy's smile brightened again. You are some kind of amazing, you know that, Tracy said, walking towards Hermione. Well, I don't have a life outside of this, so, Hermione shrugged. Yeah, I've been meaning to talk to you about that, Tracy said, glancing at the list Hermione was working on. What's this? The Aurors need a list of all the girls in the country who are 19 years old, or about to be. What for? Tracy asked. You got my birthday wrong. It's September 30th, not October 30th. Oh, Hermione said, scratching out the date and correcting it. At least I had the day right. Tracy's laughing retort died as she narrowed her eyes. So what's this for? Why do they need it? Tracy asked, growing concerned at her friend's unusual mistake. I think it has to do with the murders. When I told her I was 19, she asked if I had noticed anyone following me lately or anything weird like that. Then she told me to mix up my routine. Hermione explained. That's freaky, Tracy said with a shiver. Theo says it's probably rogue vampires. Sort of makes sense, Hermione agreed. Still scary. Well, it's a good thing I have a way for you to mix up your routine tonight. Tracy smiled conspiratorially. You're going out with Theo and I tonight. Oh God, Tracy, I don't want to be a third wheel while you and Theo attempt to eat each other's faces. Hermione made a disgusted face, and Tracy giggled lightly and shoved Hermione's shoulder. You won't have to worry about that tonight. Tracy smiled. Hermione looked up as she realized what Tracy had just said, her eyes wide with worry. Oh no, what did you do? Sirius looked up as his office door opened and Remus Lupin stepped in. Sirius smiled to himself as his friend approached, really happy with his transformation in the last 2 weeks. Gone were the patched and tattered clothes, his hair was combed and cut, and his beard was neatly trimmed. But most important was the fact that he looked healthy. His eyes were no longer sunken, his skin was less pale, and he'd put on a healthy couple of pounds thanks to regularly getting decent meals now. Also, the werewolf potion that Annalise made had definitely helped him to recover from the effects of his transformation. Normally someone stricken with lycanthropy suffered debilitating illness during the week of the full moon. The physical transformation werewolves go through was quite taxing on their bodies. In Sweden, and most other modern countries, a potion was readily available that countered most of the symptoms of the transformation, allowing the werewolf to function during the days of the full moon. Unfortunately for Remus, and other werewolves in Britain, the potion was largely banned, with the ministry citing too many negative side effects for anyone who took it, claiming some of the ingredients were even poisonous to those inflicted with lycanthropy. Sirius knew, like many, that the truth was that the majority of magical Britain were far too proud to accept that anyone else could develop something so wonderful. Britain had a long history of unacceptance when it came to innovation. It was partly why, at least in Sirius' opinion, Muggleborns were kept at arm's length. God forbid they should be allowed to add fresh ideas and new concepts to their decaying and dying world. Bigotry and paranoia at their finest, Sirius mused. I have tomorrow's agenda and the 2 bills that are going to be introduced for you to review, Remus said, setting the pile of parchment in front of Sirius, who then motioned for him to sit down. Remus complied and sighed. What about the other thing I asked you for? Sirius asked, picking up the first piece of parchment and frowning. No one seems to know. Remus looked bitter. He hasn't been seen since Voldemort and Dumbledore fought. The rumor is that he fled the country. No one has seen or heard from him since that night. I flowed Headmistress McGonagall to see if she's heard from him, but she said he didn't even retrieve his belongings from the school. Slippery as ever, Sirius said with disappointment. That's too bad. It would have been nice if we could have talked to him. Do you really think he'd invite you in for tea? Remus asked a little sarcastically. I doubt old Snivellus would have been happy to see me at all. Sirius sighed. But if he gave me a chance to explain, he might have at least told what he knew about Voldemort and his army. It would have made things a bit easier. But we're used to doing things the hard way. What are we going to do about Peter? Remus asked. I don't know yet, Sirius replied honestly. Right now he controls the narrative. Everyone will believe whatever the prophet prints, and I'll bet my last Canute's got an exposé that he could print that would have me in Azkaban without a trial. We're going to have to be careful with him. For now, I know where he is, and that's enough. You two seem to have thought this through. Remus remarked. There isn't a lot you haven't prepared for. Except for not being able to find any of the Death Eaters, or Voldemort. Sirius said sourly. I never once thought it would take this long. But back then he seemed to be everywhere. I guess I just never thought he would change his tactics. For 15 years he was little more than a ghost. Remus reminded his friend. We all thought he was finished. Then suddenly at the end of the Triwizard Tournament he just shows up out of nowhere. I'm willing to bet he's doing the same thing again. Laying low so we drop our defenses. Most of his more notorious Death Eaters have gone to ground, and rumors are that most of them have fled. Definitely not. Sirius shook his head. He's got them close, likely helping him to heal. From what you've told me and from what I've heard, he was pretty badly hurt after that duel with Dumbledore. And Dumbledore succumbed to his injuries in the end. Given how fearful of death he is, I'm willing to wager that the bastard is looking for some other safeguard against passing over. Given what we know about his knowledge of the dark arts, I'm sure he's found a way to lengthen his life and to heal himself. The question is how. And the second question is how do we undo it? If he's smart he won't try Horcruxes again. His soul is too fragile and he could kill himself trying to create one, unless he's found a way to heal that as well. But I doubt it. Remus cocked an inquisitive eyebrow, and Sirius stood up and went to the small table where a crystal decanter sat. Sirius poured 2 glasses of amber liquid and handed one to Remus. Dumbledore told me a long time ago that in order for Voldemort to heal his soul he'd have to show remorse. Real remorse. He'd have to really feel it in his heart and try to make amends. We know that will never happen. Sirius said as he drank his fire whiskey. So he remains mortal for now. Remus nodded. Sirius had explained Horcruxes and what they were for when he'd explained where he'd been and what he'd been doing these last 17 years. Remus still had trouble accepting all of it, but he trusted Sirius now. The man had given him the truth, as hard as some of it had been to take. Unless he was prepared for this. Dumbledore didn't think he was though. Sirius replied. So where does that leave us? Remus asked. We continue forward. Snape is still out there somewhere. The Death Eaters are still out there as well. Eventually someone is going to slip up and we'll get lucky. Sirius shrugged. The only thing we can be sure of is that he's looking for a way to prevent himself from dying. We just have to keep our eyes and ears open for anything unusual. Lisa Turpin closed and locked the door after staying late to do some needed cleanup. She dropped the keys into her bag, which she slipped onto her shoulder as she started walking towards the leaky cauldron. Her stomach gave a small rumble and she sighed. She would have loved to stop into the pub for something, but gold was a little lacking currently, and she had some soup at home that was perfectly acceptable. It wasn't steak and kidney pie, or anything near that hearty, but it would do the job. So the plan was soup and another night of studying from the new books she'd gotten the night before. The young witch had 1 whole year to the day until she would be starting healer school. It would have been that day, but the class had filled up, and she had been beaten out by someone who scored 1 point higher on the application test. 1 point. It still made her grit her teeth when she thought about it all. It was going to be a really rough year, but Lisa had convinced herself that it would make her better prepared for the future. She was going to have to learn how to make ends meet without help. So far she'd been okay, but she was going to have to budget her money better. She probably could have bought just one of the books last night, instead of all 3, and she would have had more money for food, but lesson learned. As she got closer to the leaky cauldron, the smells of food had her salivating. Lisa cursed Tom's brilliant cooks and hurried her pace a bit. The sooner she passed through the pub and got into Muggle London and past Temptation, the better. Lisa breathed a heavy sigh as she stepped onto the sidewalk. It had been harder than she had thought it would be to get through the pub because there had been a family there being served as she passed. The roast beef sandwich the man had gotten had looked so sumptuous that Lisa had considered stunning the man and taking his food. But she had managed to control herself and was now walking towards her flat. She took her old route through the dark and dingy alleyways. She had vowed to take the long way home ever since Mandy had told her about the two girls who'd been killed and had followed it for a couple of weeks. She had renewed that vow almost 2 weeks ago when Marjorie Pusey's body had been found, but she was tired tonight, and really hungry. So much so that she wasn't thinking about anything but her lousy soup. Which is why she didn't notice that some had followed her into the alley, sticking to the shadows, and making not one sound. Lisa began to quiz herself on treatments for different magical illnesses. She recited in her head the different potions and salves to use on dragonpox and what kind of spells you need to use for diagnosing spattergroit. She was completely unaware of her surroundings as she entered the last alley before her building, which was the longest, and as it happened, the darkest. Hello, my sweet. Lisa stopped short and looked up to find someone standing in her path a short distance away. He was dressed in black robes. All at once it came back to her. 3 girls killed in the last 3 months, likely by vampires. Vampires of course only ever came out at night, and it was very dark tonight, especially in this alley. Mandy cursed herself for not paying attention to her surroundings, and turned to go back the way she came only to find a second robed figure behind her, very close. Lisa's heart began pounding hard in her chest when she saw the bone-white mask. Death Eaters. This one reached out and grabbed her wrist. Lisa shrieked and fought to get free, but the grip was too tight, and he began trying to force her to the ground. She flailed and kicked, but the Death Eater appeared to be quite nimble and managed to avoid most of her swings. Miss Turpin, I will not hurt you. A masculine voice said calmly. Lisa was taken aback, but still tried to free herself. You are destined for a great honor, if we find you are worthy. Get off of me or I swear all. Accio wand. A second male voice called out, and Lisa screamed as her wand was pulled out of her coat pocket. She tried in vain to capture her wand, but it flew away far too quickly. Everything spun as her legs were knocked out from under her and she found herself on her stomach. Her right arm was twisted up behind back and Lisa writhed and shouted to be let go. She wondered why her screams seemed muted and then it occurred to her that there were wards in place. She was trapped. Roll her. The second man said. Lisa found herself being turned onto her right side. She managed to get her foot down and used all her weight to knock her captor off balance. He fell back and Lisa leapt to her feet, sprinting towards the end of the alley. She made it 5 feet before her arms and legs seized up and she skidded onto her face. She'd been caught by a body bind curse. She could feel blood on her face but she couldn't wipe it away. Tears stung her eyes as she heard the 2 men approaching. This was it. This was the end. Lisa wished she could see her mother and father one last time to tell them that she loved them. She was rolled onto her back and the 2 men knelt beside her. The first one waved his wand over her face, intoning a soothing spell, healing her face, which confused her. If they were going to kill her, why would they bother healing her injuries? Her coat was vanished, and the second man tore open her shirt. Lisa wanted to scream, but her muscles were locked tight. She was completely at the mercy of the 2 men as one was now pulling back her shirt and the other reaching for her bra. And that's when things got very odd. A wand was lit up and held close over her left side as fingers pulled up her clothes ever so slightly, and then traced something on her ribs, just to the left of her east. She couldn't turn her head to see what was happening, but she heard the sharp intake of breath from both men. Here she was, completely exposed, or at least her torso, and they didn't seem interested at all in her chest. Okay, so she wasn't that blessed on top. Her easts were a bit on the small side, but she wasn't flat by any means. And here she was completely at their mercy, and they weren't even trying to cop a feel. If she hadn't been so terrified, she might have been offended. I can't believe it, the first one said, sounding overjoyed. It really worked. We really found her. He's going to be so pleased. The second one agreed, as he rolled Lisa onto her back. Miss Turpin, you have no idea how happy we are to meet you. We've been misled before, but fortune has smiled on us tonight. You are the one we've been looking for. You've no idea the honor that awaits you. The first man said, still tracing his fingers on her ribs like a caress. Lisa wanted to vomit at his touch. She was begging mentally for something, anything to stop this. Then the man touching her skin suddenly stopped and Lisa heard a strange sound. Like a thunk. Lisa couldn't see the man's face, but the second man was clearly concerned, and then there was an flare of orange light and the man touching her began shouting. She could feel heat coming from the shouting man. Then came more sounds. The second man shoved his friend and shouted the water spell. Lisa felt a bit of water splash on her. There was more shouting, and swearing and then a shout of great pain. This was followed by a sound of surprise and then something heavy crashing into some garbage bins. Who the ruddy hell are you? Shouted the second man. There were flashes of spells and more shouting. Lisa could tell that someone else had come. Someone the Death Eaters didn't want or expect. Someone had come to save her. More flashes of spells, and then a very heavy thud near Lisa's feet, and quite suddenly she could move once again. She sat up quickly and scrambled away as the other Death Eater finally freed himself from all the rubbish and began to square off against. Lisa froze. There was a fire burning from a pile of what Lisa was sure were robes. From the soft firelight she could see her savior and she wasn't sure how much more she could take. He, because Lisa was positive it was a he, was tall and thin, and dressed in black leather. His head was covered in a hood, and on his back was a quiver of arrows. Lisa noted that the Death Eater was missing his black robes, which she guessed were what was burning on the ground. She watched as one of her assailants circled the hooded man, who seemed unconcerned by his foe. You made a huge mistake, my friend. The Death Eater said with venom. The hooded man didn't reply. Instead he spun and hit the Death Eater hard in the chest. The Death Eater gasped and the hooded man backed away. Lisa saw something sticking out of the Death Eater's chest. He looked down, then stumbled back and fell down. An eerie silence fell over the alley, broken only by the leather-clad man's footsteps. He knelt down next to the Death Eater and Lisa heard him speak. But it was strange. She couldn't hear what he said and she couldn't pick out his voice because it sounded like several voices speaking together. After a few moments the hooded man reached up and placed his hand over the Death Eater's mask. There was a flash of bluish light and the Death Eater fell back. Lisa wondered what the figure in black had done. She didn't recognize the spell at all and heard no incantation. She started to ask, but her voice wasn't cooperating, and all that came out was a pathetic sort of squeak. Lisa gasped when the hooded man turned and looked right at her. She couldn't see his face, only a black void. He rose and walked over to the body that had fallen near her and picked up something before he walked towards her. Lisa shook her head and started to move away when she realized what the man was holding, and now offering to her. It was her wand. He was handing her back her wand. Who are you? What do you want from me? Lisa stammered. You should find a less dangerous route home. Came the response. It was so eerie, like a choir speaking in unison. The hooded man walked away a bit, bent and picked up her handbag. Lisa had gotten to her feet and stood frozen as the man returned and held out her bag back to her. You should go home now, he said. Lisa found herself walking forward, keeping her wand leveled. The man in leather made no move to stop her, or attack her. Did you kill them? Lisa stammered as she looked at the two men who had moments ago been attacking her, and now lay motionless. She found it difficult to breathe now, and she felt like the world was spinning. She'd never seen a dead body before. Oh gods, I think I'm going to pass out, Lisa said, staring right at the completely bodies, her head pounding and her vision going darker. Breathe through your nose. Long deep breaths. The voices said in concert. Lisa bent at the waist, her hands on her knees as she did as the stranger said. A moment later the dizziness abated, though her stomach churned. They were Death Eaters, weren't they? Lisa asked for confirmation. The hooded man said nothing. Instead he knelt by the closest body and pulled off his mask, tossing it to Lisa. It hit the asphalt and skidded in front of her. There was no mistaking the bone-white mask. They had been Death Eaters. I don't understand. Why were they after me? Lisa asked, unable to stop staring at the body of the man who could just as well have abducted her. How did you stop him from apparating away with me? Her questions were met only with silence. Her savior was searching the Death Eater now, oblivious to her, or so it appeared. He seemed intent on finding something and seemed to be disappointed when he found nothing. Who are you? Lisa tried a different approach. The hooded man stood, regarded her for a moment and then began to back away until he was completely swallowed by darkness, leaving the young woman alone in the alley. Alone with two dead Death Eaters. Lisa sprinted all the way home and didn't stop until she was safely inside her flat. Everything hit her at once and she barely made it into the bathroom before she vomited. She couldn't believe any of it. It was like some kind of horror story, yet she had lived through it. She replayed everything back in her mind. The way they had attacked her wasn't like they meant her any harm at all. They had healed her face after she had fallen. Then they had ripped open her shirt. Lisa rose from the floor and used her wand to light up the bathroom. She tore off her ruined shirt and turned so that she could see her side in the mirror. The Death Eaters had been very interested in something on her ribs, and she needed to know what it had been. She raised her cloth and saw it. She was certain it had not been there before. She rubbed at it, thinking that it might be, well, she didn't know really. It was the color of red wine, and rather small. Easy to miss in all honesty. A small oval with an off-center cross. Like a scar or birthmark on her rib cage, just to the left of her east. Right where they had touched her. What the hell is going on? Lisa asked out loud as she stared at the strange mark. He could see into her flat from his position. It felt wrong to watch her, but he felt guilty. She shouldn't have been hurt. He should have acted sooner, but he hadn't. He had no excuse for his lack of action except that he wanted to know why they were following her. When it looked like they were going to beep her, he had finally let loose his arrow and set the first one on fire. He'd been following them all the way from Nocturne Alley. He recognized the first one from the information he'd been given a week ago. Albert Runcorn was a tall, square-jawed man with heavy brows and hunched shoulders. He and his companion had turned up tonight and had donned the common black robes, used by many as dress clothes but also the standard uniform of the Death Eaters. Harry hadn't followed them into the leaky cauldron, and hadn't been sure what they were up to. For a moment, as he'd been scrambling over the rooftops, he had thought that they might have just been going for a pint. But then they had followed the girl out of the pub, and Runcorn had split off. At first he hadn't known why, and had decided to stay on the younger man who was staying close to the girl. Then they had trapped her in the alley. He'd sensed the wards before he'd reached them. Runcorn had gone ahead to set the trap. The second one had been there to make sure the girl went the right way. Then they'd descended upon her, and he'd watched. Stupid. He chided himself again. He could see her now, wandering around her apartment wearing her jeans and bra. He felt his face get a little hot, but brushed it off. She was safe, and from what he could tell, unharmed. He stood now, satisfied that the girl was fine, and stepped off the edge of the roof, swearing that he wouldn't hesitate ever again. This was not a game. This was not a joke. This was real, and he had a mission to accomplish. He had a destiny to fulfill. Aurora Tonks arrived at her normal time through the flow on the atrium level of the ministry. She then took her usual route through the atrium to the lifts, and selected her level. She had to wait through 4 stops before reaching her floor, and when she stepped off the lift, she was shocked to find the Department of Magical Law Enforcement a storm of activity. She hadn't seen it like this since near the end of the war, just before Voldemort fell. Weaving her way through the sea of people, she managed to arrive at her desk where Kingsley was talking to Arthur Weasley, a stout, slightly balding redhead man, who was in charge of the misuse of Muggle artifacts department. Was definitely a knife. The examiner confirmed it an hour ago. Arthur was saying. But Runcorn was killed with something else. Kingsley confirmed, and Arthur nodded. Tonks' eyes widened. There was only one Runcorn that she'd ever heard of. Wait, what happened? Tonks asked. Kingsley turned to his partner, a look of grim puzzlement of his normally stoic face. Albert Runcorn and Thaddeus McFowell were found dead this morning in an alleyway just west of Diagon Alley. All indications is that they were murdered. More troubling is the fact that both were found with Death Eater masks, and dark marks on their left forearms. Kingsley explained. Holy shit, Tonks said with shock. More puzzling is the method in which they were killed. Arthur said. It was some kind of modified killing curse. Everyone is baffled. Wait. A modified killing curse. Tonks looked completely flummoxed. From what I've heard so far, Kingsley stepped in before Arthur could continue, as he was pretty well known for long-winded explanations. Both men had their robes set on fire. They each managed to get out of them without being burned, but each suffered wounds from edge weapons. McFowell had a knife wound in his chest, while Runcorn had some other kind of edged weapon wound, though we can't tell for sure what it was. Each of them were killed with magic, and all evidence supports that it was the killing curse, but it isn't like the killing curse as we know it. How do you mean? Tonks wondered. From what the examiner was able to determine, Arthur said quickly before Kingsley could head him off again. It placed Runcorn in a sort of state of sleep before it shut down his body. While it was pretty much instantaneous, Runcorn might have felt like he was going to sleep. So why stab them first? Tonks asked. We don't have any ideas about that other than whoever did it wanted them to suffer first. Kingsley stated. I've got to go, Arthur said, shaking Kingsley's hand. As soon as I hear about the other wound, I'll let you know. Thanks, Arthur. Kingsley nodded and then sat down at his desk. Tonks leaned forward intrigued. Runcorn had the dark mark. Tonks asked, still baffled by what she had learned. Appears so, Kingsley said with a heavy sigh. Well, that's kind of a big deal. Tonks pointed out. He headed up the project toward the Ministry against Death Eater infiltration. And that's why Madam Bones is upstairs right now with the Minister and Undersecretary Umbridge and a few others. The Minister is pretty upset and everyone is wondering if those wards are worth anything and if there are still Death Eaters working inside. Kingsley said, glancing around suspiciously. So not only do we have a serial killer out there draining young women, but now this. Who's been assigned the case? Tonks wondered. Dawlish and Gallagher. Rufus gave it to them this morning first thing. They're out looking at the scene. Kingsley replied. Tonks made a face. She and John Dawlish did not see eye to eye on a number of matters, and he seemed to hate the fact that she was climbing the ranks so quickly. Hey, Kingsley said, and Tonks looked up sharply. I know you two have your thing, but we have our own case to worry about, all right? Tonks nodded and Kingsley regarded her for a moment. I need you focused on this, Tonks. I'm focused, Tonks said adamantly. Good. We're heading to Nottingham today. Kingsley sighed. Tonks nodded, but in her head all she could think of was how pointless it was. Given the timeline they had established, the next victim had already been taken, and now it was a matter of time until another body turned up. There were too many 19-year-old girls, and not enough oars to protect each one. And they still had no idea how to identify the ones who were at risk. Let's go, Kingsley said, getting to his feet. We're going to speak with Eloise Midgen today. 4 days later found Lisa Turpin huddled on her tiny sofa in her minuscule flat where she'd been for 4 days. She was wrapped in a thick blanket wearing her favorite pajama pants and a very old t-shirt staring into nothingness, shivering. Her eyes had dark circles under them as she had hardly slept since that night in the alleyway. She had been so terrified after the attack that she just couldn't bring herself to leave. When the first knock came, Lisa nearly leapt out of her skin. She screamed in fright as she fell off the couch while trying to get her wand out from under the blanket she had cocooned herself in. Lisa, came a concerned feminine voice. Lisa, are you all right? Mandy, Lisa asked as she managed to get free of the blanket. Mandy, she called a little louder. Yeah, it's me, Mandy replied. What the hell are you doing here? Where have you been? You didn't meet me Saturday like we planned, and Mrs. Carter said you hadn't been to work in 2 days. Lisa crossed the room and looked out the peephole, her wand at the ready in case it was a trick. What did I swear you to secrecy to in 4th year? Lisa quizzed. She could see Mandy look puzzled. That you let Anthony Goldstein feel your chest and that he passed out drunk before anything else could happen between you, even though he told everyone that you two had say. Mandy replied. Lisa unlocked the door and quickly reached out and violently pulled Mandy inside the flat before slamming the door again and locking it. Mandy looked around in confusion as her best friend looked out the peephole again to make sure no one else was there. Lisa turned to her best friend and hugged her tightly, extremely happy to see her friend. What's going on with you? Mandy asked. I was worried that you got beeped into one of your medical books when you didn't show up Saturday, so I figured I'd go by your shop and let you take me to lunch to make up for standing me up. You've got that poor old lady worried sick, you know. I was attacked Friday night. Lisa replied shakily as she went to the kitchen window and looking out to see if anyone was there watching her. I think it might have been a Death Eater. Oh my God. Are you all right? Mandy asked with concern. Lisa nodded as she turned to face her friend. What happened? I was walking home and I got to the alley that I usually take when this guy just appears in front of me. Then a second guy was behind me and they tried to kidnap me. Mandy, they were Death Eaters. Lisa said, suddenly breaking into tears. Mandy hugged her tightly and led her to the couch. How did you fight them off? Mandy asked as they sat down. Lisa took a moment to get herself under control before she answered. I didn't. Lisa shook her head. I tried to get away, but they put me under a body bind curse. Then they vanished my coat and tore open my shirt. I thought for sure they were going to beat me or something, but they didn't. They just wanted to make sure I had this mark on my ribs. And then, someone else came and killed them. Oh my God. Mandy gasped. Who was it? Mandy asked intrigued. She found herself shaking as well. I don't know. Lisa shook her head again. I didn't see much until the first Death Eater was killed. And then I was freed. After he killed the second Death Eater, he gave me my wand and handbag back and told me to go home. Wait, you said they wanted to see a mark. What mark? Mandy asked suddenly very intrigued. Lisa lifted her t-shirt and the side of her cloth to reveal the birthmark she'd found after she'd gotten home following the attack. Mandy leaned closer to her friend to get a good look at the dark red oval with the off-center cross in it. When did you get that? Mandy asked. She sounded strange to Lisa, and the expression on her face gave Lisa pause. I don't know. Lisa admitted, watching her friend back away with a very weird look on her face. I can't remember noticing it before that night. This is so bizarre. Mandy said. Lisa looked up with bafflement as Mandy began undoing her jacket and her blouse. She moved her clothing aside and lifted the left side of her own bra, and there, in nearly the exact location as Lisa's, was a small canute-sized oval with a cross in it. It was even the same dark red color as Lisa's. What the hell? Lisa asked. It showed up like a month ago. I was going to make an appointment with my healer to have it looked at. Mandy said. It doesn't hurt or anything. It just appeared out of nowhere. But how can I have the same mark in the same place? Lisa asked. Well, I don't know, do I? Mandy snapped. I'm a little more concerned with the fact that Death Eaters were so interested in it. And this other guy, who was he? Lisa just shrugged. He wore this sort of leather armor costume thing, and he had a hood that was hiding his face. I think he had it charmed to disguise his voice because when he spoke it was like a choir or something. It was eerie. He disappeared and I ran all the way home. I've been too scared to do anything. I haven't even slept. Didn't you call the Aurors? Mandy asked. Lisa shook her head in the negative. Lisa, what's the matter with you? They need to know so they can catch this guy. Gods, with everything going on you need to tell the Aurors everything. Lisa said nothing and Mandy got up, pacing for a moment before turning to her friend. Put on some clothes. Mandy ordered. Gather some things together. We'll go talk to the Aurors, and then you can stay with me for a few nights until they're sure you'll be safe enough to get back to your normal routine. Lisa started to protest, but Mandy didn't want to hear any of it. Let's go. She snapped, and Lisa rather reluctantly went to her tiny bedroom to comply. In truth, Lisa was grateful. Perhaps with Mandy around, she'd be far less afraid. She didn't want to become a burden of her best friend, and knew that living with Mandy would disrupt her routine, but she knew that it would only be a few days at most, and she wouldn't fall behind in her studies that badly. Besides, if she were being honest, she could use a break. It was only a half hour later that the two young women entered the Ministry of Magic. Lisa hadn't been here since she'd gotten her apparition license just before starting her final year at Hogwarts. Lisa remembered seeing loads of Aurors throughout the atrium as she followed her mother to get her license. Today, though, there were only a handful milling around. Lisa thought that since the turn in the war, it was likely Aurors were off rounding up Death Eaters now instead of waiting for them to attack. She did notice, however, quite a few reporters gathered near a large door. They all looked pretty excited about something. When Lisa asked about it, Mandy claimed to have no idea. Mandy stopped at a row of lifts and pushed the button to call one. Do you know where you're going? Lisa asked. Mandy looked slightly affronted by this. If I didn't, I wouldn't be a very good ministry employee, would I? Mandy frowned. I actually spend a lot of time running back and forth between the different departments getting expense reports. The lift arrived and both girls stepped inside and Mandy punched the appropriate button. Lisa held on, bracing herself for the ride, which in her opinion was worse than riding the carts at Gringotts. Lisa had nearly failed her apparition test because she had been nauseated at the time. I hate those things, Lisa grumbled as she and Mandy stepped out of the lift a bit later. You get used to it. They have them at St. Mungo's, you know. You'll be riding them all the time when you become a healer. Mandy pointed out. The two ladies entered an office with a lot of activity. Lisa was rather taken aback by it all. Witches and wizards in midnight blue cloaks, or muggle attire wandered back and forth between cubicles carrying out various tasks. A heavy-set barrel-chested man with a steel-gray beard sat at a large desk in front of the door. He looked at the pair of young women with a gaze of indifference. What are you here for, Brocklehurst? He said in a bored tone. You don't normally come by until Thursday. We need to speak to an Auror, Slattery. Mandy said quickly. My friend was attacked Friday night. Why didn't you get in contact with someone sooner? Slattery asked, looking perturbed now as he looked to Lisa. I was afraid. I haven't left my house since it happened. Lisa explained, feeling like a child who got caught stealing. Where did it happen? Slattery asked. Lisa told him, and to her and Mandy's surprise, Slattery almost leapt off his seat. Roughly what time did it happen? He asked, already jotting down a quick note. Around 10 at night, Lisa replied. Don't go anywhere, Slattery said as he took the parchment he'd been writing on and went into the chaos that was the Auror office. What do you think? Mandy began to ask when Slattery returned with a man with a pinched face and long straw-colored hair and dark brown eyes. I'm Auror Dawlish, which of you was attacked? He said, eyeing them both critically. Me. Lisa said. Come with me, he said. Both girls then followed him through the bustle to a messy cubicle that had heaps and heaps of files stacked all over a large mahogany desk. He pointed to two chairs and then called out for someone named Gallagher, who turned out to be a very thin man with oily short black hair and a long goatee. His left eye was brown and the right eye was a milky white and looked as if someone had tried to cut it out of his head. Okay, let's start with your name, Dawlish said, grabbing the girl's attention. It took an hour to get through the story, and eventually Dawlish had called for a sketch artist to come and make a drawing of the man who had saved Lisa. I told you already that it was pointless because he was wearing a hood, Lisa said, getting thoroughly irritated. But you're sure he was a magical? Gallagher asked for what felt like the 13th time. Yes, Lisa growled. I told you that he used some sort of spell to kill the Death Eaters. Let's go back a bit. You said these guys, the Death Eaters, didn't try and beat you or torture you, he was just interested in something on your ribcage, Dawlish said, trying to calm Lisa down. Yes, she sighed. They kept touching it like it was something special. They were really happy that I had it. They said that they had been misled or something and that I was destined for something great. And you've never seen this mark before that night, Dawlish continued. You never noticed it while you were showering or anything like that. Lisa shook her head in the negative and Dawlish sighed. Gallagher just stared at her skeptically. I hate to ask you this, Miss Turpin, but we are going to need to see this mark, as it was obviously important to your assailant, Dawlish said grimly. What, here? Mandy asked, looking embarrassed. Lisa also looked as if the idea of exposing herself was humiliating. No, of course not, Dawlish said as he got up. Let me just, oh Tonks. Mandy and Lisa turned to see a very attractive witch in boots, black stockings, torn denim shorts, leather jacket and short spiky pink hair turned to look at them all. I need your assistance over here. Tonks came over with a gentle smile at the two young women. Ladies, this is Auror Tonks. Tonks, this is Miss Brocklehurst and Miss Turpin. Miss Turpin was attacked Friday night, and we're pretty sure it was Runcorn and McFowell. No shit, Tonks said, looking amazed. So how'd you do it? Piercing hex. Focused cutting jinx. I didn't kill them, Lisa replied, shaking her head. It was the man in the hood. Tonks turned questioning eyes to Dawlish, who shook his head and rolled his eyes. Apparently Runcorn and McFowell seemed pretty interested in a mark on Miss Turpin, and we need you to take her to the powder room and get a photo of it. Gallagher said, eyeing the girls suspiciously. All right. Tonks nodded and waved for Lisa to follow. Both she and Mandy got up and Tonks made to protest, but Mandy held up her hand. Trust me, you're going to want to talk to both of us, she said. Tonks turned again to Dawlish, who looked like he wanted to tell them to hurry up. All right, Miss Turpin, Tonks said a few moments later after she'd gotten a camera and taken the girls to the closest ladies' room. I assume this mark is in a scandalous area, so, let's see it then. Lisa, feeling very self-conscious, lifted her t-shirt for the second time that day and moved the side of her cloth up, giving Tonks a clear view of the mysterious mark. Tonks took 3 pictures and then told Lisa she was finished. When Tonks looked up, she saw Mandy undoing her blouse. What's this then? She asked as Mandy lifted the side of her own cloth, revealing the same mark on her ribs. Are you two, like, twins? Tonks asked curiously. Both girls shook their heads. Mine appeared about a month ago, Mandy said. Tonks wasted no more time and captured 3 pictures of Mandy's mark. Did you mention that you had the same mark on you to Dawlish? Tonks asked. Mandy shook her head. He hasn't really been listening to what I've told him, Lisa grumbled. Don't let him fool you. Tonks smiled. Dawlish is one of the best for a reason. Now let's get you back, and I'll get these photos down to get processed. She started to lead them out when she suddenly stopped and turned to look at them. You said that the marks showed up recently. Mandy nodded. And you're not related in any way, she continued. The girls shook their heads. Tonks stood for a moment, pondering this before finally opening the door and leading the ladies back to Dawlish, who only had a few more questions for them before he let them go. Tonks took the camera down to the Aura photo processor and requested a rush. The lady who took the camera smiled and nodded before bustling into her darkroom. Tonks practically sprinted back to her desk, her brow furrowed with confusion. She sat down heavily in her chair as Kingsley looked up as he passed over the notes he'd taken while they'd been in Manchester speaking to Megan Jones, who apparently had very little time to talk to them. She was preparing for her wedding, and barely answered any of their questions. Tonks knew Kingsley was finally coming to the same conclusion she had a few weeks ago. There were too many girls to try and find, and not enough time. Tonks set Kingsley's notes aside and picked up the folder with Marjorie Pusey's autopsy photos in it. She began looking through them, concentrating hard. Kingsley looked up with curiosity. What are you looking at? He asked. Shish. Tonks replied sourly as she opened a second file and began combing through the pictures of the Moon Girl. Kingsley watched her as she scanned the pictures carefully. What does that look like to you? She asked, passing a picture to her partner. Kingsley took the photo as Tonks got up and came around to look over his shoulder. Like a million runes interlinked, Kingsley said with a shrug. And they are. Tonks nodded. Except that one. Tonks pointed to one particular rune on the dead girl's side. That one isn't a rune, she said. I can't believe I didn't notice it before now. It's not even the same color as the runes. I've just met 2 young ladies with the exact same mark in the exact same spot. Kingsley looked up with wide eyes. What? Where are the photos of the Pike girl? Tonks asked, looking around their shared cubicle. Kingsley gave a quick look around the hodgepodge and snatched up a file resting on a teetering tower of cases. He opened it and the two looked through the examiner's photos. There, Tonks said triumphantly. There on the Pike girl's left side, nearly buried under a million interlinked runes, was the same dark red mark. An oval with an offset cross. So this mark is on all 3 girls, and you just met 2 more. Kingsley said as he got up from his seat. But what does it mean? Runcorn attacked one of those girls I was telling you about, but she claims someone in a hood killed him. I don't think Dawlish takes that very seriously though. Tonks scowled. She was lucky then. But that doesn't matter right now. What matters is this mark. What is it? Where did it come from? And how many more girls have it? How do we find out? Tonks asked, dreading the answer. Kingsley held up the list of girls they had yet to speak to. Tonks shook her head grimly. I knew you were going to say that. They finally published the story. Remus said, tossing the morning edition of the Daily Prophet onto Sirius's desk. Took the rat long enough. Those two bastards have been dead nearly a week now. Sirius replied, picking up the paper and reading the front page. Spineless piece of shite, probably tried to bury it as long as he could. Or he was actually being a responsible journalist. Remus offered sarcastically. I don't think he really had much of a choice. Too many people are asking about the proposed security checks. I overheard that there was a big meeting with the minister and Madame Bones about the wards that were supposed to identify Death Eaters when they entered the ministry. Since Runcorn was the one who supposedly set them up, it's called into question whether or not they actually work or not. Didn't you say that the wards actually caught people though? Sirius looked up. They did. Remus nodded. But it could have been set up so it appeared they were working. And as I recall, there wasn't anyone caught who was higher than a courier or a clerk. There's no mention of the girl in here. Sirius said, tossing the paper down. Just that Runcorn and his pal were found murdered and were both marked. Nothing else about what happened to them. It's almost as if the fact that they were Death Eaters is a side note. Makes sense. Remus nodded. Most people won't even notice that bit. And it keeps people in the dark about the real danger that's still looming over us all. Sirius sighed. This is going too slowly, and Anna's getting anxious. She's worried. Remus said, and Sirius nodded. I am too. Sirius acknowledged. You know, the funny thing is that she was fully supportive of all this before we got here. It was an abstract idea, I guess. But now that we're here, and this is happening, I've got to find a way to get her mind off of it, or end it all together so she can sleep at night. Well, I may have a solution, or at least a placebo. Remus said, handing over a pamphlet. They announced the Halloween charity ball, and they're looking for help in organizing it. Thank you. Sirius broke into a wide smile. This is exactly what she needs. The only downside is I'll have to attend it, but then again, what better way to start forging alliances than by donating shit tons of gold to help? What is this for? Orphans of the war. Remus replied. The gold helps to feed, clothe and house them as well as tuition for Hogwarts. Noble cause. Sirius nodded approvingly. Who's behind this? It was one of Dumbledore's last requests. He donated the majority of his gold and belongings to it. There's going to be an auction. He had some really amazing stuff, I'm told. Yeah, and I bet there's a few Death Eaters who'd like to get their grimy mitts on some of that stuff. Sirius frowned. Well, then I guess we should make plans to attend a ball next month. I'll get on that this afternoon. Remus said as he got up from his seat. In the meantime, what is the plan moving forward? With Runcorn eliminated, we don't have much more to go on. The Death Eaters have been pretty quiet, and most of the no ones haven't been seen in some time. A very good question, and one I myself would like to know the answer to. Sirius smirked. After today's proceedings, why don't we go to my parents' home and have a little chat about that? He should be awake by then. Alistair Moody entered his home and locked all 17 locks behind him. He glanced into his faux glass that sat next to the door and found the shapes of his enemies standing in the perpetual fog as usual. He stumped into the sitting room, ignited the fire in the fireplace, poured himself a glass of brandy and threw it back, smacking his lips in appreciation. Tonight had been good. Seeing the old crowd and reminiscing about some of the tougher criminals they had chased down had been good fun. But as he stood in front of his liquor cabinet, he rolled his shoulders slightly because he knew things were about to get much more interesting. Moody had been the most celebrated Auror in his day. He was well known for his tenacity and his spell repertoire. At least he had been. Now he was more known for his paranoia. But you couldn't be the most feared Auror among the criminal underground without making more than a few enemies. And it looked like one of those enemies was in his house tonight. Two things disturbed Moody about this. The first was that his faux glass showed no one in close proximity. And the second, and more fascinating, was how the intruder managed to get through his wards without setting off any of the alarms Moody had set up. The only reason Moody had known someone was there was thanks to his magical electric blue eye, which could see through walls, among other things. He'd seen the intruder the moment he apparated in front of his house. Moody never apparated directly into his house, so he could never be ambushed. He figured whoever it was that was lying in wait had been there a while, and he wanted to give the idiot a sporting chance. So, he pretended he wasn't aware and allowed the moron to get into better position. He pretended to pour himself another drink, his magical eye watching the intruder until he was in perfect position. Moody then spun and cast 4 spells in rapid succession with the intention of fully incapacitating this imbecile. Moody's aim was better than it had ever been, and yet, not a single spell hit its target. Moody fired spell after spell after spell, and his intruder managed to slip and dodge every single one. He didn't even erect a shield. Moody's sitting room was quickly crumbling with every missed spell. "You should have never come here," Moody shouted. "I'm going to make you wish you'd never been born." Moody took aim again, and just as he was focusing his magic, his wand was violently ripped from his hands, and he himself was shoved backward into a chair. Moody let out a grunt of shock and stared in growing fear as a slim man in black stepped forward into the firelight. Moody took in the appearance of his murderer. He was thin, but not overly skinny from what the old oar could tell. The intruder was dressed in some kind of black leather. Dragonhide, if his good eye wasn't mistaken. He could see the handles of throwing knives on either leg and 2 on the chest. There was a quiver of arrows on his back, and a bow slung over his shoulder. It was the strangest thing Moody had ever seen in his life. But it was the hood that troubled Moody the most. The charm on it was unlike anything Moody had ever encountered before. He couldn't see through the charm to identify his killer. Not even his magical eye could penetrate the void. "Well, you got me," Moody snarled. "Get on with it then, you coward. Kill me already. I have no intention of killing you." The voice was ethereal, like a choir on angels speaking as one, and Moody's real eye went wide. This was getting more and more interesting with every breath. "I was told you knew a lot about Death Eaters, and I have a few questions. I ain't no expert on those pureblood pussies. I've put a lot of them in Azkaban, and a few in the ground." Moody chortled. "My sources tell me you know their tactics well," the hooded man said, twirling Moody's wand in his left hand. "Tactics?" Moody scoffed. "Boy, they ain't no army. They're terrorists, and bloody stupid ones at that. The only thing they're really good at is outnumbering and overpowering their victims." The hooded man nodded thoughtfully, and then, to Moody's surprise, the hooded man handed back his wand. "I was told I was going to like you," the man in black said. "Is that right?" Moody said, snatching back his wand. "And who was it that told you that, lad?" "Albus Dumbledore." Moody stopped and stared at the hood for a long moment before he leaned forward in his seat, his hand rubbing over his beard stubble. "So you're him then, or ya?" Moody asked, looking a bit surprised. "Thought the old man had lost his marbles before he'd passed. He kept telling me it wasn't over yet, and that someone was coming to finish it all. He even told me that this someone would need my help. Guess he was talking about you then." The hood just nodded. "Any chance you'll introduce yourself then?" Moody asked. "Better if I don't," the hood replied. "For now anyway. I end this, I'll buy drinks all night and tell you my story. For now, I need to know everything you know about the Death Eaters and Voldemort himself." "More secrets," Moody glowered, shaking his head. "Secrets is what got old Albus killed. And it's what kept so many of you alive," the hood pointed out. "The more people who knew the truth, the more people Voldemort would have moved heaven and earth to kill." "You're talking about the Horcruxes?" Moody nodded. "Yeah, Albus told me all about those after he fought old Snake Face in the Ministry. Told me a lot that first night I went to him, but I knew he was going to take some of his secrets to his grave. I didn't believe half of what he told me that night, especially about those foul things. But he told me where to find a couple of books, and I don't mind telling you they made me sick. I burned them after I read them, just like he asked, and I've been waiting these past months, I guess, for you to show up. So I guess the only question left is, how are you going to end this?" "The only way it can end," the hood said in that eerie choral of voices. "With Voldemort dead once and for all. You got balls, I'll give you that," Moody said, rising from his seat and going for another brandy. "You broke into my house, without setting off any of my alarms. You managed to avoid every spell I threw at you and disarmed me." Moody turned back and looked at the hooded figure with both his eyes. "How did you do that?" Moody asked. The hood just continued to stand there, without speaking. Moody looked him over and to his utter confusion couldn't see through the armor or into the hood. It was really amazing work, but it made Moody uneasy. I was told you would have the names many of the Death Eaters. I want them. And anything else you can tell me about the old ones and the new recruits. The hood said finally, and Moody drank his brandy, regarding the hood for another moment. Albus made me promise to assist you. Moody sighed. He made a motion for the hood to follow him into his study where he opened a large drawer on his desk. He tapped it with his wand and closed the drawer. He tapped it twice and then opened it once again. Moody then reached in and took out a large file overflowing with newspaper clippings, photos and oral reports. He held it out to the hood who took it in his gloved hands and opened it, scanning the first couple of pictures. That isn't even close to everything, but it's all I've managed cobble together in the last 10 years. Some of it's from the First War. I don't know any of the younger ones, but I'm willing to bet most of them are the kids of the shits who threw in with Voldemort last time. Moody claimed. The hood closed the file, his head turned to Moody and he nodded in thanks. Can I give you some advice? Moody asked and the hood nodded again. Albus was an optimist. He believed the very best of people despite obvious evidence to the contrary. I personally don't like the idea of killing someone if I don't have to, and Albus refused to kill anyone. He always believed there were other ways to end conflict without violence. So, my advice to you is this: don't hesitate. Don't look for other options. If you face any of them and they resist, take them out. You hear what I'm saying? Don't worry. The hood said softly, the choir of voices sounding more angelic when he spoke low like this. I wasn't trained to play nice. Rufus Scrimgeour looked up from his paperwork as 4 of his oars came in and sat down. Kingsley Shacklebolt and his partner Nymphadora Tonks along with John Dawlish and his partner Rupert Gallagher. Shacklebolt and Tonks were currently heading up the murders of 3 girls in what appeared to be some sort of ritual killing. As of the moment, it appeared the murders were finished. So far as they were aware, another girl hadn't been abducted, but they would know in a few days when Kingsley believed a body would show up. Dawlish and Gallagher were investigating the murder of Albert Runcorn, a well-known ministry official, and the man who'd been in charge of setting up wards in the ministry that would identify Death Eaters before the fall of Voldemort a few months ago. Runcorn was found with Death Eater paraphernalia, and it had cast shadows of doubt on his work, which was why the ministry was now rewarding itself, and had placed extra security measures on certain entrances to the building. You lot look troubled. Rufus noticed. We think our cases might be related. John Dawlish said grimly. Dawlish was a no-nonsense sort with close-cropped sandy hair, and piercing blue eyes. Rufus wasn't a fan of the man's personality, but respected his work. Dawlish was a top-notch investigator and a real asset to the Aurors. How so? Rufus asked. Kingsley placed a folder of photographs on Scrimgeour's desk. The head of the Aurors opened it and looked at the photos of the 3 young women who'd been killed. The photos were all centered on the left side of the body, particularly the rib cage. Do you see it? Kingsley asked. I see a lot here, Kingsley. Please be specific. Rufus stated with exasperation. The runes are all in black. Tonks said. All except one. And then Rufus saw it. It was a little hard to see at first, but once he'd noticed it, he found it on the other 2 girls. A deep red oval with an off-center cross. That isn't a rune, Rufus said. At least I'm guessing. We're not sure at this point. Kingsley stated. The only thing we know for sure is that the killer didn't put it there. And how do you know that? Rufus asked. At this, Rupert Gallagher handed over another folder with photos in it. They were focused on the same area of the body as the 3 victims, but there were no runes. Only the red oval and cross. What's this? Rufus asked, now bewildered. Those are photos of 2 girls who came in and claimed to have been attacked by Runcorn. Well, one of them was attacked. She said that Runcorn was interested in that mark. We had Tonks take photos of it, and her friend apparently had the same mark in the same place. Dawlish explained. So there's at least 2 more potential victims out there. Rufus frowned. And it's the Death Eaters who are looking for them. Tonks said. We still don't know if Runcorn was a Death Eater. Gallagher argued. He had the mark. Tonks said, raising her voice. It could have been put on him after he was killed. Dawlish shouted her down. Enough. Scrimgeour shouted. silencing his subordinates. How did the girl escape Runcorn? Did she say? Oh yeah. Get this, boss. Gallagher began as if he were about to share the world's funniest joke. She claims a guy in Dragonhide showed up, killed Runcorn and McFowell with a bow and arrow and then vanished. What? Rufus asked in disbelief. A bow and arrow. She said he wore a hood and she couldn't see his face. Dawlish added. Personally, I think she's just blocking. She killed them both and was so traumatized by what happened she projected it onto some made-up hero. We've seen it before, Gallagher added. Except for the edge weapon wounds. Kingsley pointed out. If she used magic to wound either Runcorn or McFowell, the wounds would have been different. There was magical residue on the wounds. Dawlish said, and Kingsley shook his head. Because no one has ever used charms on something that could be used as a weapon before. Tonks rolled her eyes. Are you both finished? Rufus asked, clearly annoyed. He was well aware of the rivalry between Tonks and Dawlish. John resented Tonks for her rapid rise in the ranks. In his mind, she did not deserve to be part of the investigators because she hadn't proven herself. Amelia Bones disagreed, and that was the only opinion Rufus cared about. For the time being, you're going to consider the girl's story to be fact. Rufus ordered, and both Dawlish and Gallagher rolled their eyes. I mean it. She could have seen our killer. Then why didn't he take her, boss? Gallagher asked. He had the perfect opportunity. For all we know, if this guy was real, he was going to take her, and Runcorn fought him off and lost his life in the process. Then he branded Runcorn with the dark mark. How thick are you? Tonks shouted, unable to stop herself. You have to willingly take the mark. Or did you not read any of the hundreds of transcripts when Death Eaters were caught 17 years ago? It was a show of loyalty. If Runcorn had the mark, then he took it willingly. Okay, I've had just about enough. Rufus shouted, rising from his seat. Now you listen, and you listen good. From this moment on, you lot will put your personal bullshit aside, and start acting like professionals, or so help me gods, I'll have you cleaning out privies in Azkaban. Now, until we have evidence to the contrary, you will presume that this girl's story is fact, and someone did come to her aid. I want this good Samaritan found and brought in for questioning. The girl gave us all she knew. Gallagher sighed, looking perturbed. Guy showed up and then vanished. The only thing we have to go on is that he's a fan of black. She isn't going to be able to give us anything more. Dawlish agreed. And what about the fact that she and her friend are both carrying the same mark as our three victims? Tonks asked. At the very least, we should monitor those girls in case someone makes a grab for them again. Kingsley stated. Rufus considered this and then nodded. As the mark on the girls is related to your case, their protection falls to you. Do what you need to do. As for you two, I don't care if you have to start walking Diagon Alley in Hogsmeade every day, someone knows who this guy is. Find him. The four Aurors rose and left the office, with Kingsley lingering for a moment. When the others were gone, he turned to Rufus with a grim expression. Rufus, you realize that this guy in black could be exactly what the Turpin girl said he was. Someone hunting Death Eaters, he said in his deep rumbling baritone. That's all we need right now. Scrimgeour scowled. A god-damned vigilante. Food's here. Mandy called over her shoulder as she opened the front door. A boy around her age held 3 bags in one hand, and a clipboard in the other. Hi, he said with a smile. That was really fast, Mandy said, handing over some money. Keep the change. The boy smiled and handed the bags to Mandy, who flashed one last smile before shutting the door and taking the food to the table. Lisa entered the kitchen, her hair still slightly damp from her shower. She was wearing shorts and a t-shirt and looked tired. Mandy gave her friend a concerned smile as they both sat down. I'm going to go back to work tomorrow, Lisa said with a sigh. I can't keep myself locked up in here. I'm going crazy. Are you sure? Mandy asked. I mean, there could be more. I'm sure, Lisa said quickly before Mandy could talk her out of it. She'd spent the last 2 weeks at her best friend's house because she was too afraid to return to her own home. But now she was beginning to go stir crazy. She hadn't been to work since she'd been attacked and had spent her days studying her medical books, and her nights trying to sleep and failing, though in the last few days it had gotten better. You've been great, Mandy, but I've got to get through this on my own. I can't hide away. I was attacked, and I lived. Okay, Mandy said, realizing that her friend had made up her mind. In a way, she was proud that Lisa was prepared to take back her life. However, she was still worried. Not just for Lisa, but herself as well. The mark they shared was some sort of target, and Mandy figured it was only a matter of time before she found herself being attacked, and she doubted some stranger in black would be there to save her. You don't have to go back to your flat if you don't want. Mandy offered. I know. Lisa smiled, a genuine smile. The first in almost a month. But I need to. I need to get back to normal. Besides, we lived together for 7 years, and you're just too neat for my tastes. I can't even leave my bowl in the sink without worrying you're going to explode. Oh, shut it. I'm not that bad. Mandy replied. But if you leave your towel on the floor again, I'm going to blast that cute little butt of yours right off. See, Lisa said, pointing her chopsticks at Mandy. Psycho. Mandy rolled her eyes and opened one of the Chinese food boxes and began to fill her plate, while Lisa opened a few others, looking for her sweet and sour chicken. Has there been any word on the investigation? Lisa asked after a few minutes of silent eating. Mandy shook her head and took a drink of her tea. I don't imagine they'll go shouting about anything, and to be honest, those two who we talked to seemed pretty unconcerned about it. I don't think he believed you about that guy who saved you. Mandy sighed. Would you if you'd been him? Lisa asked. Stuff like that only happens in stories. I still can't believe it happened. I wish I knew who it was, or why they were there. I've thought a lot about it, and all I can think of is that you've got some sort of secret admirer/stalker. Mandy chuckled. Lisa gave her a wry look and shook her head. Do you think there are any more? Lisa asked softly. Girls like us, I mean. Girls who have that mark. Mandy could only shrug. I don't know. But it's weird that they were so interested in it. And I think those girls who were found dead had it too, and that the Orrs are keeping it quiet. How do you figure that? Lisa asked, though she was pretty sure they were thinking the same. It can't be coincidence that we both have that mark. Mandy asked. How you went so long without noticing it, I'll never know, but we have it, and you were attacked. There are 3 girls who've turned up dead, and they were all in Hogwarts at the same time we were, though 2 of them were a year ahead. All 3 of them were found in the same condition. It's just too much coincidence, and I think the mark is the key. But I have no idea what it is, or why it showed up so suddenly. That's pretty much what I've been thinking about these past 2 weeks. Lisa nodded. I even ordered a book on magical birthmarks. But I doubt it'll give us any real answers. Who knows? Mandy shrugged. But I don't mind saying that I'm freaked out. I don't feel safe at the ministry. They're preparing to redo the wards because that Runcorn person had been the one who headed up the development of the other ones, and with him being a Death Eater, it's crazy. Everyone is freaking out. It's too much. Can we talk about something else? I need to stop thinking about all of this. Yeah, Lisa agreed. So, did you manage to talk to him yet? No, Mandy shouted before she leaned forwards and banged her head on the table in frustration. And it could be so perfect. I could get him to walk me home so he could keep me safe. What guy wouldn't want to play the hero? You're pathetic. Lisa snickered. In the town of Cokeworth sat a dark, miserable-looking street near a foul-looking river with identical brick houses in various states of disrepair, known as Spinner's End. The street was strewn with trash and there was an odor of urine that hung in the air. In one of those houses, a man sat in a large cushioned chair that was in desperate need of repair. The only light came from the small fire that he sat in front of. The man was slumped in the chair, wearing dirty black robes over his thin frame. His skin was sallow and waxy and his eyes were as black as coal. His hair hung in a greasy curtain in front of his face and his right hand held a nearly empty bottle of fire whiskey. Severus Snape was quite simply waiting for death to find him. He'd been hiding in his father's home ever since he'd been revealed as a traitor to the Dark Lord Voldemort. As it turned out, that had been the same night that Albus Dumbledore and Voldemort had had their epic duel, which had ended with both men nearly dead. Popular theory was that Voldemort had died just as Albus Dumbledore had done going on 2 months ago. But Snape wasn't hiding from Voldemort. He was hiding from Voldemort's followers who likely blamed him for their master's death. Not many of his fellow Death Eaters knew where Snape's father's house was, so Snape felt safer here than anywhere else. He'd placed protective wards around the house, but had not hidden it because in truth, Snape wanted to die. He'd been miserable his entire life, and he'd lost everything he'd ever cared for. He knew it was only a matter of time before Death Eaters found him, and when that day came, Snape swore he would kill as many of them as he could before death claimed him. At least, most days he did. Tonight, however, he couldn't have cared less about anything. He was into his second bottle of whiskey, and already thinking about the next bottle. On nights like this, it was everything he could do to numb the pain in his heart. He had contemplated ending it himself, but the truth was that he was a coward. As much as he was willing to embrace death, he was unwilling to take his own life. And so he drank, and drank, and drank. He drank until he passed out, but it always took so goddamned long. And while he drank and waited for the bliss of unconsciousness, he was forced to think and remember. And all he could think of, or remember, was her. Those green eyes that always made him feel so unworthy of her friendship. The way her face lit up when she smiled. The way her hands felt when they had held his. The way she would stand up for him when others were making him feel inferior. The way she looked at him that last time they had ever spoken. The day their friendship had ended because he'd been a jealous clod. Snape raised the bottle to his lips and frowned when he found it empty. In a fit of frustration, he threw the bottle into the fireplace where it shattered. He pulled himself out of his chair and stumbled into his filthy kitchen. He opened a cabinet and pulled the last bottle down, opened it and took a long swig. The liquid burned going down, but Snape barely noticed it now. He glanced at the now empty cabinet and thought with disgust about how he would have to disguise himself to go replenish his stores. Leaving the house was always a risk, but he didn't much care. He was sure that when he woke up he might be a bit worried, but now, all he wanted was to finish this bottle and hopefully pass out. He wobbled his way back into his sitting room and fell into the chair once again and took another swig from the bottle when he thought he heard something unusual. A glance to his left at the stairs told him that someone was there. Finally, Snape grumbled. Took you sods long enough to find me. And then something occurred to Snape through his drunken haze and he looked at the figure on the stairs. How did you get past the wards? The figure stepped down and walked behind Snape. Snape heard whoever it was pick up things and then put them back down. You won't find anything valuable here. I sold everything years ago. Snape chortled. The figure came around to Snape's right, just inside his peripheral. So how do you plan on doing it then? Poison. Killing curse? Snape asked, taking another long drink. There is nothing I want more than to kill you. Snape nearly dropped his bottle at the voice, or rather voices. He turned to look at the figure who stood over him. He was dressed in dragonhide from head to toe. His head was covered by a hood that hid his face as well. Who the hell are you? Snape asked. I've thought about this moment for more years than I dare to count. I thought about the ways I could end your waste of a life for what you did. The voices continued. Do I know you? Snape inquired, feeling the first tendrils of fear wrapping around his spine. But fortunately for you, you have information I need. Snape sat up, and swayed slightly. The figure came around him and kicked the ottoman out from under Snape's feet and then sat in front of him. Snape strained but could not see a face beneath the hood. What do you want to know? Snape asked, trying to sound carefree. Let's start with why. The figure replied. Why did you betray the only person who you supposedly cared for? Why did you hand Lily Evans to Voldemort? Snape's heart nearly stopped. He felt the effects of his 2.5 bottles of whiskey ebbing away and his anger began to rise. I didn't know it was her. Snape snarled. The prophecy spoke of a child, not a woman. And when I found out he was going after her, I did everything I could to protect her and her worthless waste of a husband. Snape's head snapped back as a fist connected with his face. Snape growled and went for his wand only to find it ripped out of his hand and snapped before his eyes. You did everything. The figure asked, sounding enraged. All you did was beg Dumbledore to protect them. Then you played spy, but did you warn anyone that he had found them? Did you tell anyone that it had been Pettigrew that betrayed the Potters? Did you follow him that night and try and help them escape? Don't tell me you did everything you could. You're sitting here, and Lily and James aren't, you piece of shit. Snape felt the fist connect with his face again and shouted. If you're going to kill me, just King do it already. Snape scowled, holding his eye. Fine. I didn't do all I could have, but I didn't know about Pettigrew. I found out afterwards. And I didn't know that the Dark Lord had gone after them until it was over. I have lived with this guilt for 17 years. I hate myself for what I've done. She deserved better. She was the only thing I cared for, and I am the reason she's dead. The figure sat back and regarded him for a long moment. He turned and tossed Snape's broken wand into the fire, and Snape sighed bitterly. You know, there was a time that she cared for you. The figure said, the voices speaking in unison like an angelic choir. She even fancied you. Thought that the two of you could have had something special. But then you changed. You let your rivalry with James Potter consume you, and you bought into the bullshit the wannabe Death Eaters were selling. You changed and became something she couldn't stand. She always hoped you could have changed back, but you didn't. How do you know this? Snape asked, and then he cocked his head. Oh, you've got to be joking. Black. I should have known. Sirius Black returns to his homeland after 17 years, and now he's come to make me pay for what I did to his best friend. Fine. Do it. Take your goddamned revenge and be done with it already. I want the names of every Death Eater you know of, and I want to know where their homes are located. I want to know where Voldemort is. Snape raised an eyebrow at this and eyed the figure with curiosity. The Dark Lord is dead. Haven't you heard, Black? Dumbledore ended him in the Ministry. Snape started, but the figure shook his head. If that were true, I would not be here. The figure replied quickly. Now, names and places, Snape. I want to know every one of his inner circle. I want to know everyone that you know bears the mark. I want to know their children's names. I want to know where they work, where they might be hiding. Everything. Snape shook his head and went to take another drink. The bottle was snatched out of his hand and thrown into the fireplace. The bottle shattered and the flames roared as they burned the alcohol. The figure was outlined in red and orange, and looked for the briefest second like death himself. Snape glowered at the figure before him. And just what is it you think you'll be able to do? Snape asked with disbelief. If the Dark Lord is alive as you claim, what could you possibly do, Black? If Dumbledore couldn't best him, what hope do you have? Names, Snape, or I'll start breaking teeth. The figure replied. Fine. Snape shrugged, sitting back in his chair. If nothing else, I'll have the satisfaction of knowing the Dark Lord finished you before me. Snape then began to tell the figure about every Death Eater he knew. It turned out he'd been a rather good spy and had a lot of information on those in the inner circle. He gave up their names, where their homes were located, the names of their children, and the names of any of their relatives who also happened to be Death Eaters. He also told the figure about plans the Dark Lord had made but never carried out, and most importantly, that wherever Voldemort was, it was hidden by the Fidelius and made unplottable. The only way to get there was if Voldemort called you using the Dark Mark. He then showed the figure the only way he'd found to sever the connection between the Dark Lord and the Dark Mark. Cut it off and then burned the wound. Snape said, showing his ruined left forearm. If even a speck of the tattoo remained, he would be able to find me anywhere. I burned the whole arm, all the way around. Just to be sure. The figure made no indication that he was disgusted or happy or anything. All he did was rise to his feet and walk around Snape's chair again. I really want to see you dead, Severus Snape. The voices spoke, and Snape shivered because they no longer sounded angelic. But I'm not going to be the one to kill you because I know that she would be ashamed of me if I did. Snape turned in his seat to look at the figure. He noticed that the fists were balled, and he was struggling to not turn and throttle Snape. I imagined what you would look like. I thought you'd be some arrogant peacock or something, but now, I actually pity you. You have no idea how close you were to being with her. If you'd only been able to let go of your jealousy and your pathetic inferiority complex, it's possible that I might have called you father. The word hit Snape like a rampaging dragon, and he choked. He fell out of his seat, and scrambled to his feet and found that he was alone again. Snape raced to the door, which was still closed and locked. There was no sign that he'd had a visitor at all. Save for the fact that his wand and his last bottle of fire whiskey were gone. It wasn't Black. It hadn't been Sirius Black who'd punched him and broken his wand. He should have known. Black would have killed him. Black would have laughed like a maniac as he crushed Snape's windpipe. Black had hated Snape from the first day they had met so many years ago. The words continued to ring in his head. The figure had said that he might have called Snape father. Lily had cared for him, and if he'd only let go of his hatred he could have had everything his heart had desired. He might have been called father. It can't be. Snape whispered. It can't be. Albus, King liar ass. It is well past 2 in the morning when Tracy Davis was ripped out of her dream world by someone who clearly wished for her to get out of bed and answer her front door. Tracy swore fiercely as she threw her blankets off, hissing at the cold that assaulted her bare legs. She slid her legs over the side of her bed and placed her feet in a pair of fluffy pink unicorn slippers and headed out of her bedroom to find out who needed her attention so badly at this ungodly hour. Her irritation was quickly replaced by surprise followed by cold rage when she spied her boyfriend Theodore Knott Jr. standing out in the hallway. Only hours ago Theo had left her at the charity ball they had been attending without so much as a, "See you later." Now here he was as if nothing was wrong. He's got to be drunk. Tracy thought. He ran into Blaze or someone and then got shit-faced, and now he thinks he's going to come here and I'll let him have a ride. Tracy wasn't about to let Theo off that easily. She ripped open the door prepared to tear him a new one when he lunged at her and grabbed her tightly around the wrist. "You have to come with me right now," he said. Tracy had never seen Theo looking so manic. It was like he was someone else. Someone she didn't know at all. It was frightening. Worse was the fact that she couldn't smell any alcohol on him. "Let go of me, you arsehole," she demanded, wrenching her arm from his grip. "Where the hell did you run off to? You left me at that ball. I waited for you like a moron until they chucked me out. Who the hell did you run off with?" "That's not important," Theo said, reaching out to grab her arm again. Tracy managed to slip out of his grasp deftly. "We have to go right now. He's waiting." "Who's waiting?" Tracy asked. "Theo, you're not making sense." Theo looked around, avoiding her eyes. He was agitated, afraid even. Something very bad had happened, but Tracy wasn't about to blindly follow Theo into the night without some kind of explanation. "Theo, you'd better start telling me what is going on or you need to leave right now," Tracy demanded. "I don't have time for this," Theo snarled. He reached into his robes and started to pull his wand free, but Tracy was quicker. She shoved Theo back, and he stumbled out the door. Tracy slammed it shut and sprinted into her room where her wand lay on her bedside table. She grasped it just as the door exploded and Theo re-entered her flat. His face was contorted into a look of fury now. Tracy had known Theo for 7 years during school, and they had started dating in their final year. In all the time she had known him, Tracy had only ever seen Theo lose his temper a handful of times. In fact, she'd barely seen him show any sort of real emotion at all. Theo was a tough nut to crack, she had said to her friends. But when you managed to get through his shell, he was pretty amazing. But this Theo was something else altogether. He was like a wild animal. Tracy only just managed to get her shield up in time before Theo's stunning spell smashed into it. He tried twice more to stun her, but her shield held, and Theo was beginning to get frustrated. "God's damn it, Tracy," Theo shouted. "Why can't you just come with me? You need to leave, Theo." Tracy fired back. "I can't leave without you," Theo shouted. "Just tell me what is going on, Theo," Tracy pleaded, keeping her wand leveled at her boyfriend. "What happened tonight? Where did you go?" "I'm sorry, Tracy, but you have to come with me. He needs you," Theo said, and then gave a shudder as if he was suddenly gripped by severe pain. "What are you talking about?" Tracy asked, now more confused than ever. "I saw it on you," Theo said, almost pleadingly. "I saw it on you and I told him that you had it. He's so angry. We were supposed to bring him Granger, but Draco let his ego get in the way. He Ked up and she got away and I was the only one who made it back tonight. He was so angry and I swear he was going to kill me until I told him about you. Told him that you had the mark and that I'd seen it with my own eyes. He looked into my mind, Tracy. He saw it too. I promised him that I'd bring you to him. He needs you, Tracy. He needs you, and I need to bring you to him. Tracy stood there with her wand aimed at Theo, her mind trying to understand what he was saying. It was all so confusing. And then a memory flashed in her mind. It had happened about 2 weeks ago. The night that she had allowed Theo to undress her. They had been together in her flat and had enjoyed a nice dinner. Afterwards, they had begun enjoying each other's company. Things had gotten more involved than usual, and Tracy wanted to take things further. She had allowed his hands to wander more than she usually allowed, and then she had allowed him to take off her shirt and bra. She had really been enjoying it all and was about to ask him to take things a bit further when he gasped and removed himself from her embrace. He had stammered and babbled and then left, leaving Tracy very confused. She had later thought that he had not been able to control himself and had gotten embarrassed. After he had left, she had been feeling very self-conscious and had gone into the bathroom. She examined herself in the mirror for a while, thinking that there was something about her that was flawed in some way. She wasn't skinny, but she was nowhere near fat. Easts were normal as far as she could tell. Full and firm. They weren't gigantic or anything. Nothing to write home about, but they were nice in her opinion. A good handful each. Her nipples were small, pert and pink. Her tummy was nice. Not flat, but not unappealing either. She had a small beauty mark on her right east that she thought was rather cute. She had turned to the side and lifted her arms to get an idea of how thin she was when she saw it for the first time. How long has that been there? She had asked. It was small, about the size of a canute, and easy to miss, even in the shower unless she had paid detailed attention to everything she washed. It was on her ribs, just to the left of her east. A dark red oval with an off-center cross. It looked like a birthmark, but she was certain that she didn't have a birthmark. She had been very confused by this, and wondered if she should have it looked at. But that had been the last time she'd given it any real thought. But now, standing here in her flat with her wand leveled at her boyfriend, she was beginning to think differently. "That's why you left that night," she said, the pieces falling into place. "Because of that thing on my..." Wait a minute. A fear Tracy had never before experienced began to crawl up her spine. She narrowed her eyes at Theo, a hex ready on her lips. "You said Draco F. Ked up. You hated Draco in school, and now you're hanging out with him. Oh gods, Theo. Please, I'm begging you to tell me that you didn't do what your father wanted. Tell me you didn't do it. Tell me you didn't take the mark." Theo held up his left arm and rolled back his sleeve, revealing the dark mark. Tracy's heart went to her throat, and tears stung her eyes. Theo lowered his sleeve and began to raise his wand. Tracy stabbed her wand forward and Theo found himself flying through the wall and into Tracy's neighbor's flat. Tracy had used the most powerful blasting hex she could manage and Theo had taken it full in the chest. Tracy spun quickly and with a loud crack she disapparated just as Theo was getting to his feet. Theo stared at the spot Tracy had been a moment before and shouted in rage. The woman whose flat he'd been blasted into screamed in fright until Theo turned and aimed his wand. In a flash of green, the woman fell silent forever as Theo rose, trying to think of how he was going to explain his way out of this. Harry stepped out of the flow, and used his wand to clean the soot off his shirt before he headed into the small dining room where Sirius was waiting. "Good morning," Harry said, and Sirius looked up. Harry's godfather opened his mouth to speak, but Annalise came into the dining room and slammed a copy of the Daily Prophet onto the table and glowered at Harry. Harry had never seen Annalise looking so angry. She was normally a very calm and good-natured woman. It actually frightened him for a moment. "You promised me one night without heroics," she snarled. "You promised me that you would meet some girls and dance and be a normal teenage boy. You lied to me." Harry couldn't speak. He looked to Sirius, who was very pointedly looking at the table. Harry turned towards Annalise, who was still fuming, and then Harry looked at the paper. The headline was about some new bill being debated in the Wizengamot, but the side article was about the attack at the charity ball. I had every intention to keep my promise. Harry started, but Annalise looked ready to argue. Harry quickly held up her hand to stop her. I didn't have my armor on underneath my dress robes, but I did wear my bracers. It was easier than stuffing my wand in a pocket or something. And I did meet some very lovely ladies. You know I did because I know you saw me dancing with them. So what happened? Sirius asked. How did you even know there were Death Eaters there? I was coming back from the loo and I happened by some people talking. I heard them mention one of the girls I had been talking to. They were talking about taking her. I couldn't let that happen. I tried to find you but I couldn't see you and time was of the essence. Sirius said with a smile. Don't you help him. Annalise fired back, though Harry noted she'd lost most of her irritation with him. Exactly. Harry nodded. You went to the aid of a damsel in distress. Sirius remarked and then looked up at his wife. Sounds familiar. Actually, I'm not sure that she was in that much danger. Harry admitted. She was doing rather well on her own without me. She had quite a spell repertoire and even with her date down for the count, she was holding her own. But if I hadn't intervened, she might not have lasted much longer. They were closing in on her. Harry let it hang and Annalise sat down. Harry shrugged before continuing. The point is that I did the right thing. She was a really nice girl, and you wouldn't have forgiven me if I hadn't done something to help her. And I wouldn't have forgiven myself. All right, Annalise said, holding up her hands in defeat. All right, you did the right thing, and I can't fault you for that. And I suppose you did keep your promise. You're right, I saw you dancing with those girls. However, I am aware that you only did it to appease me. Of course I did. Harry rolled his eyes. But it wasn't so bad. And I really hate to admit it, but I do miss female company. But before you get all, I told you so, remember why I'm choosing to do this alone. We know, Harry. Sirius said quickly. We know how dangerous it could be for anyone associated with you. Not just from Death Eaters, but from the Aurors. They aren't too pleased with you if the rumors are true. Vigilante justice has no place in a civilized society. Annalise frowned. That was what Madame Bones said, wasn't it? Yeah. Sirius nodded. And I think our plan is working. I'm pretty sure she suspects me. I told you that it would be too much of a coincidence. Harry shrugged as he sat down. Annalise followed him, and a moment later a house elf brought plates of food. Harry and the others thanked Mimsy, who blushed and disappeared back into the kitchen. Eggs, bacon, sausages, tomatoes, beans and toast. A proper English breakfast. Harry dug in with gusto, as if he hadn't eaten in a week. Sirius rolled his eyes, knowing that breakfast was Harry's favorite meal of the day. They'll watch you until they figure out that you're not anywhere near where I end up fighting these bastards. Harry remarked after swallowing a mouthful of egg. And that's to our benefit. Speaking of the Aurors, have you managed to find out if there are any we can trust? You still want to try and get someone on the inside? Sirius asked skeptically. Batman had Commissioner Gordon. Harry shrugged. I need someone on the inside, someone who can get me more information on the whereabouts of the Death Eaters. Why don't you ask that, Moody? Annalise asked. You said he was the most famous Auror in Britain. Surely he might know someone you can trust. It's better as I don't connect people. Harry countered. I don't know how smart Moody really is, but he didn't get his reputation for nothing. I know it's only a matter of time before he goes after Sirius. No, whoever we get needs to be approached on our own. I've been putting out feelers, but unfortunately I'm not all that trusted in the court. My disappearance 16 years ago hasn't endeared me to most people. There's still a lot of people who think I betrayed your parents. You warned me about that. Harry nodded. And for now I think it's best we do nothing to change that. We know the truth and that's all that matters. What's your next move? Sirius wondered. Harry sat back a bit and sighed. I'm not sure, he said. Those ones from last night wanted to take Hermione. Hermione. Annalise perked up. That's an unusual name for such a lovely girl. Which one was she? First girl I danced with. Harry said quickly, glowering at Annalise's smirk. They wanted to take her because she was marked. When I mentioned it to her, she got kind of, I don't know. But I think she knew what I was talking about. I think I need to find out what this mark is, and what it's supposed to mean. Sounds to me like you're going to have to see Hermione again. Anna smugly interjected. Sirius started chuckling and Harry hung his head. He really hated that she was right. Hermione Granger was his best chance to find out what was happening. And that meant he was going to have to find out more about her. Which meant Annalise was going to get her greatest wish. Oh shit, Harry muttered. But what is it? Tracy asked for the third time. She was sitting in Hermione Granger's sitting room on Monday afternoon. It had been a very stressful weekend following the charity ball for both girls, and it had involved Death Eaters and Aurors and terror unlike anything either girl had ever known. Where did it come from and why are they so interested in it? Tracy continued. I don't know. Hermione sighed as she stared at her empty tea mug. She looked up at her friend and shrugged. Hermione looked exhausted. She'd barely slept in the past 2 days. After the party, and subsequent attack on her and Roger, Hermione had submitted to almost an hour of questioning before she had been allowed to visit Roger at St. Mungo's where he'd broken up with her. As it turned out, Roger hadn't been all that into her. Though they'd only been dating a few weeks, it had still really hurt Hermione to be dumped, especially as she'd fought to protect him. In hindsight, Hermione realized that had probably been a major factor. Roger was one of those men who didn't really appreciate a woman protecting him. He found it emasculating. The rest of her weekend was spent in her books looking for some kind of explanation for the mark she bore on her ribcage that had so intrigued the Death Eaters. She hadn't slept. She'd barely eaten anything, and then she'd been late to work that morning. When she'd arrived at work, it was to find her friend Tracy who looked terrible as well. Tracy had told Hermione all about what had happened to her and Theo and how she'd been staying with her parents since then. Tracy hadn't told her parents about what had happened because she didn't want them to freak out, or worse, get hurt because of her. Hermione had pointed out that Tracy's father was a wizard and could probably protect them if he had to, and then Tracy reminded Hermione that no one had ever stood against you-know-who and lived so far. Hermione in turn had told Tracy about being attacked by Draco Malfoy and a group of Death Eaters following the charity ball. Hermione had revealed that she also had a mark. Tracy had been stunned to say the least, and both girls were floored when they discovered that the marks were identical, and in the exact same place on each of them. After work they'd come to Hermione's flat where the two of them had tried to figure out just what was going on, and why they were at the center of it all. Can you remember when the marks showed up? Hermione asked. Tracy shook her head. I can honestly tell you that I didn't notice until that night with Theo. I was so wrapped up with him that I barely gave it thought. Tracy admitted. But ever since that night, I've been hard-pressed to think about anything else. Well, that and the fact that Theo is a Death Eater and somehow, you know who is still alive. Hermione bit her bottom lip as the full impact of that one fact hit her. The darkest wizard in history was still alive following that epic duel in the Ministry. Not only was he still alive, but most of the world believed him dead, again. Do you think we're the only ones with this thing? Tracy asked. Hermione shook her head, stood up and took Tracy's empty mug and went into the kitchen. Tracy followed and Hermione set about making a fresh pot of tea. I don't think we are. I think there have been at least 3 girls who have been killed. She explained. You're talking about those 3 girls whose bodies were found over the past couple of months. The ones the prophet says are the work of some serial killer. Tracy looked intrigued. I'm almost positive. I think the Death Eaters are hunting people with this mark for you-know-who. But I can't think of why. Hermione offered and Tracy went pale. Then there's probably more of us, and they might be able to help us, right? Tracy looked hopeful. It's possible if we knew who they were. Hermione nodded. But I have no idea how to find them, if they're even out there. And what if the mark doesn't show up until they're being hunted? I don't know how long I had the mark before I noticed it. I don't know if it was a day or weeks. So we basically have no way of finding anyone else who has the mark unless they get attacked and somehow escape and we hear about it. Tracy deflated. I hate this. I liked my life better when I was just, erg. Hermione poured fresh tea for the both of them and handed a mug to Tracy, who took it with a grateful look. So what can we do? Tracy asked and Hermione could only shrug. I wish I could have talked to that guy in black more. Hermione sighed. I feel like he knew a lot more than he told me. Yeah, the proverbial hero showing up to save the day. Tracy scoffed. Where was he when I needed him? Hermione looked sympathetic as Tracy sipped her beverage. I'm just grateful that you're faster with your wand than Theo. Hermione smiled softly and Tracy gave her an appreciative look. He was far too emotional. He couldn't aim straight at all. Tracy recalled. He was so desperate. I feel like he was terrified of going back empty-handed. I'm very lucky because Theo may be a little slow with his wand, but he's very powerful, and could have really hurt me. I wish I could have asked that guy in black more questions. Hermione said, running her hands through her soft curly brown hair. I just feel like he knew more than he let on. I feel like it wasn't a coincidence that he was there. I think he was already at the ball. Do you have an idea of who it was? Tracy asked, now looking interested. I have a couple of suspicions, but I don't know. Hermione shrugged. What if it was that really cute guy we talked to? What was his name? James. Tracy smirked. James Evans. I thought about that, but he left long before I did. Hermione waved Tracy off. No, it definitely wasn't him. Why not? Tracy asked. He could have heard them plotting and then left early to get ready. No, there's no way. Hermione sighed. Come on, you saw him. Did he come across as the hero type to you? I don't know. Tracy shrugged. I don't even know what the hero type is. Selfless. Hermione said, looking a little dreamy. Kind, strong, puts other before themselves. James was nice, but I didn't get any of that from him. He seemed a little selfish, and super secretive. Anytime we asked him about himself, he either evaded the question, or gave an answer that honestly sounded rehearsed. He didn't come across as genuine. I don't even know what you're talking about. Tracy said, clearly puzzled. He seemed fine to me. Quote. He just seemed really phony to me. He was almost too nice in some ways. Hermione sighed, and then she suddenly sat up straight. Oh my god, he could have been one of them. One of the Death Eaters using polyjuice or something. I guess. But how did he know you had the mark? Tracy asked, and then Hermione deflated. I don't know. She replied sadly. I don't know how or why any of this is happening. So who do you think it was? Tracy asked, going back to her original line of questioning. Who was it that showed up in the nick of time and saved your butt? You want to hear something crazy? Hermione looked up and Tracy indicated she wanted Hermione to continue. I actually think it was Sirius Black. Sirius Black? Tracy scoffed. Are you mental? Well, think about it. Hermione started, but Tracy waved it off. Hermione, Sirius Black was in league with the Death Eaters. Everyone knows that. Tracy said sourly. You heard Angelina. He betrayed his best friend for you know who and then fled the country when his master was defeated. Was he? Hermione challenged. We were barely alive when it all happened. We only know what we were told, and we were told that stuff by people who weren't there. So what are you just going to go up to Sirius Black and ask him outright? Tracy asked, crossing her arms over her chest. Hermione looked as if she was contemplating it. Hermione. He's a ranking member of the Wizengamot and the last of one of the most influential pureblood houses. If you insult him, he could make your life far more miserable than Draco Malfoy tried to do. He could make sure that the only job you get is as a chimney sweep for the apothecary. I didn't say I was going to. Hermione said quickly and Tracy breathed a relieved sigh. I was only thinking about it. Well, don't. Tracy warned. I'm serious, Hermione. You're my friend, and I don't want to see you banished because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. They wouldn't banish me. Hermione began to laugh, and some of Tracy's tension melted away as she realized how ridiculous that had sounded. But you're right. I have no proof, and if he is what people say he is, I'd be so screwed. Screwed. Tracy looked scandalized. You must be frustrated. I don't think I've ever heard you swear before. Hermione began laughing harder now and shook her head. Tracy did as well. It felt good to laugh, especially given how truly frightened they both felt. They were no closer to discovering why they had been targeted or if there was a way to escape. They also had no idea if the Death Eaters would return, or if that had been the only time they had been in danger. And they didn't yet know that they were not alone. October faded into November, and the air began to get colder and the nights longer. This pleased Harry Potter, who found every extra minute of darkness beneficial in his quest to find and destroy Lord Voldemort. Or he would have if he had made any progress at all. Harry hadn't seen a single Death Eater in the week following the charity ball when he'd rescued one Hermione Granger, though he'd been more than a little impressed at her ability to handle several attackers at once. He was no closer to fulfilling his destiny than when he'd first returned to England with Sirius a few months ago, and he was getting rather agitated about it. He stood staring at the wall that had once held the Black family tree in the center of what had been the study of the Black ancestral home. Now it was covered in pictures and newspaper clippings. Each picture and article was tacked with a line of red thread, and each line of thread led to a large piece of parchment that had Voldemort written on it. Underneath Voldemort's name was another piece of parchment with the phrase, "Marked Girls." And then under that Hermione Granger's name, along with a description of the first girl Harry had rescued. Harry couldn't help but smirk as he thought about how well Granger had fought back against the Death Eaters who'd tried to take her. She had been quite good with her wand, and had shown an incredible wealth of knowledge in her spell choices. Had the odds been less in the Death Eater's favor, he was pretty sure that the young woman would have been just fine. Harry would have liked to give her a few pointers to help her with her speed, but overall thought she had handled herself admirably. Harry thought back to that night for what felt like the millionth time. Specifically the moments before the Aurors arrived and he had to leave. The moment when Hermione had revealed that she possessed some sort of mark that the Death Eaters were more than a little interested in. It had made him recall that the first girl he rescued had been examined by the Death Eaters before he acted. The Death Eaters were clearly after specific girls who were somehow marked, though Harry had no idea how, or what it symbolized. He also wondered if there were more girls marked, though he suspected there were. Just as he suspected that these girls were going to play an important role in whatever Voldemort was planning. There was only one way he was going to get any answers. He had to find out what was so special about this mark the Death Eaters were looking for. And that meant doing something he had wanted to avoid. Somewhere Annalise was beside herself with glee. Deciding that there was no reason to wait on the matter, he headed upstairs to get ready. The young wizard had managed to find out where Hermione lived thanks to Remus. He hadn't asked how Remus had managed to get the address, and the werewolf hadn't been forthcoming with that information. The top floor of the house had been converted into Harry's armory. He had chosen this room because it was the biggest room in the house and he liked the idea of entering and exiting the house for his nightly adventures through the window. While the room still needed a lot of work, it was sufficient for the moment. Harry had crafted every item in this room himself, from the dragon hide armor that he wore, to each and every arrow tip. Crafting magical items had been a large part of his education. He'd chosen to do it all himself because he found it soothing in a strange sort of way, but also because he didn't trust anyone else to do it. If it didn't work, it was his own fault. As he headed to the wardrobe where he kept his suit, he thought fondly of his time in Hungary, where he'd learned how to craft dragonhide. They hadn't stayed long, not even 5 full months, but he'd really enjoyed it. It had been so peaceful and serene. By the time Sirius had taken him to that little village, the original idea had already taken root, and Harry was already thinking of what he would need. He and Sirius had had many conversations about the undertaking, and Sirius had been on board from the beginning. Perhaps because he thought it was the wisest course of action, but Harry always felt Sirius had liked the idea because it was something he and Harry's father might have come up with. It was a sort of nod to the original Marauders. Harry opened the cabinet and reached for the leathery armor and began pulling it on. The blackness of the Hungarian horntail leather helped him to blend into the shadows, but it was also the most giving of all dragon hides. This helped Harry's movement and flexibility. But the suit would be nothing without the runes that were branded on the inside. It had been during his time in Budapest, and then he'd revisited the subject while in Tibet. During that time Harry had learned much in the way of combat magic and metal crafting. These skills had gone a long way to help him in constructing the gauntlets he now slipped onto his wrists. The gauntlets, also made of Hungarian horntail, contained several other key components. Each gauntlet used a phoenix feather and a unicorn hair as well as a moon crystal each, all of which he'd had to procure from the source. The crystal had been easy. The unicorn hair and phoenix feathers had been less so. The gauntlets worked better than any wand, and gave the illusion of the wearer being able to wield wandless magic. It allowed his hands to be free so he could use knives, swords, or his bow. Or he could just beat someone down with his fists. His current gauntlets were his sixth attempt, and the most powerful yet, though he was working on a newer pair that he hoped would be even better. Though he wasn't fond of using it, Harry did keep his wand in a holster, built into the left gauntlet, just in case. The hood of his suit was a genius bit of work, and had been all serious idea. Harry needed a way to conceal his identity. He had originally planned for a mask, like the iconic heroes from whom he drew his inspiration. However, no matter what he tried, masks always proved problematic. Some slipped, while others made it hard to see, and makeup would run into his eyes when he got sweaty. Harry was getting frustrated with it all until Sirius asked him why he didn't just charm the hood so people couldn't see his face. That had led to adding charms to disguise his voice as well. It had been fairly simple to do, and after some research, Harry had found runes that would accomplish exactly what he wanted. Now fully dressed, Harry next went to the rack and began selecting the proper weapons for tonight's outing. While he was sure he wouldn't need anything, it was always better to be prepared for anything. His suit had been designed to conceal quite a few throwing knives, but also allow for him to get them quickly. Each thigh could hold 4, which he selected before taking another 2 for the sheaths in the small of his back. He then slid 4 more into holsters on his chest. Each knife Harry had made in the basement of Grimmauld Place. They had to be perfectly balanced so they could be thrown accurately. Each one was etched with runes that could be activated by Harry as he threw them. Some would burn their targets, while others would freeze. Some would become extremely heavy, and some would just explode. But until they were activated, they were just light steel throwing knives. The arrows Harry selected next worked much the same way. As Harry drew his bow, he would speak to the arrow, activating the runes embedded in the shaft just before letting it fly. The idea had come from some of the comics he'd been introduced to in America. His favorite hero had a lot of different arrows for different objectives, and somehow never seemed to run out. Harry knew that, without adding a heavily enchanted quiver, he would be very restricted in the variety of his ammunition. He also wanted to keep his magical signature as low as possible. Add that he needed to be light on his feet as much as possible, and the fighter found a frustrating limitation in his ammunition. He once again found the solution in runes, and this went very well with his archery training under the Tibetan masters. He had been practicing with a bow since age 7, yet he perfected his skills under their tutelage. Now fully outfitted, Harry pulled the hood over his head, feeling the concealment charms activate. With a wave of his hand, the window opened and Harry sprinted, leaping out of the window head first. The moment he felt gravity begin to pull him down, he shut his eyes and focused. With the softest of pops, he disappeared into the night. Hermione Granger sat on the sofa in the middle of her one-room flat, with a light blanket over her legs, and a heavy book in her hands. The floor in front of her was piled with books. She had been poring through them since the night of the attack, trying to find information about the strange mark on her side that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Outside of work, the witch had done little else besides research. She was no longer dating, so once again, Hermione found herself single. The jerk had dumped her while he'd been in the hospital. Apparently he hadn't appreciated a woman protecting him. He hadn't said it outright, but Hermione had picked up the subtleties in his actual words. Honestly, she really didn't need to be with someone with such a fragile ego anyway. It was fine though as far as Hermione was concerned. She hadn't been ready to give Roger the kind of attention he wanted from her. Roger was not unlike the last 3 men she dated. While Hermione didn't consider herself a prude, she wasn't in a hurry to explore a physical relationship, just for the sake of getting BPD and breeding like rabbits. Hermione hadn't spent a lot of time thinking about Roger, because another man was preoccupying her mind. The strange, hooded man in black, who'd come to her aid 2 nights ago and had revealed the reason she'd been attacked. According to the report she had read in the paper, this man was considered quite dangerous, and had been linked to the murders of Samantha Pike, Marjorie Pusey and Lilith Moon. Hermione was convinced that the hooded man wasn't dangerous, at least not the way the paper seemed to believe. He was definitely a threatening figure, one who struck down Death Eaters without mercy. His actions had been mysterious, and it troubled her that he ran away before the Aurors arrived. But she was mostly sure he meant her no harm, or he wouldn't have given her back her wand, now would he? The Death Eaters, now they posed an actual threat to her. Hermione represented a challenge to everything that they believed. She was a magically powerful Muggleborn which in itself flew in the face of their rhetoric. The young witch knew more spells than most pureblood adults and was able to master many spells her pure-blooded classmates hadn't been able to even attempt. Most remarkably, she had been the top of her graduating class at Hogwarts. Sadly, none of that mattered in the real world. If she had been a pureblood, she would likely have gotten a much better job at the ministry, instead of filing and taking dictation. But Hermione was nothing if not driven, and knew that she could work her way up in time. Unless, of course, the Death Eaters accomplished whatever it was they wanted with her. Whatever it was, this strange mark on her side was at the heart of it. Which is why she was reading everything she had been able to find on magical scars and birthmarks. The fact that Madame Pants had allowed her to take Hogwarts books out of the school was a testament to her strong friendship with the usually fanatical librarian. With an exasperated sigh, Hermione dropped the book heavily onto the pile in front of her and rubbed her eyes. She glanced at her watch and noted the lateness of the hour with a grimace. She had to be at work the next morning, and if she didn't try to get some sleep, she would be useless. Throwing the blanket from her legs, the slender young woman rose from the sofa. Though she would not consider herself so, Hermione Granger was a beautiful girl, with big, cinnamon brown eyes. While she disliked her mousy brown hair, it now fell over her shoulders in gentle curls rather than the untamable, bushy mane that she'd struggled with in school. She was lithe, like a ballet dancer, with a swan-like neck. Her long legs were clad in comfortable jeans and she wore a long-sleeved shirt that revealed a thin waist and hugged her modest chest. Though her breasts weren't very large, they weren't small either, they were perfectly proportioned for her figure. Though fully covered, she still shivered a bit, noting how cold it was in her flat. She could have used magic to heat things up, but chose not to. The last time she had, her neighbors complained about how hot their homes had become. Hermione figured that her spell's area of affect was much bigger than she had planned. Besides, there was something rather romantic in sitting curled up on a sofa, wrapped in a blanket, reading a book. She picked up her empty tea mug and took it to the sink, where she washed it out and set it on the rack to dry. She smiled softly to herself because she loved her tiny little flat. Her parents hated it and had nearly begged her to move back home, but Hermione didn't want to give up her independence. She liked being on her own. She went to the bathroom, brushed her teeth and then washed her face. She next tied her hair back and slipped out of her jeans in preparation to go to sleep. She was about to leave the bathroom when she stopped, lifted her shirt, and turned to the side. She slipped her fingers under the side of her cloth and lifted. There on her pale, cream-colored skin stood the dark red oval with the off-center cross. Tracing the mark with the tip of her finger, she knitted her brow in confusion and let out a sigh as she put her clothes back and dropped her shirt back down. She went to collect her things for work and got them organized, though she wasn't really concentrating on the task. When she was finished, and there was nothing more that she could do to forestall it, she headed towards her bed. She had spent the last 2 nights staying awake to get to the bottom of this mystery that she and Tracy were involved in, and it was really starting to wear her down. She really needed to get some sleep, or she was certain she was going to lose her job. Too many nights staying awake to get to the bottom of this mystery she and Tracy were involved in were really starting to wear her down. So she was going to bed at a reasonable hour tonight. And that's when everything went dark. Hermione's heart leapt into her throat as she was certain Death Eaters had come to finish what they'd failed to do 2 nights ago. Hermione snatched up her wand from the table behind her and tried several times to conjure any sort of light to no success. Beeping in a deep breath, she prepared herself to remind the Death Eaters why she had been called the brightest witch of her age. Hermione thought of the most powerful bone-snapping jinx she could, and prepared to fight. "Miss Granger," came the haunting chorus of voices. Hermione spun to her right and shot a powerful bone breaker, which flashed against an electric blue shield. Her spell didn't bounce off, but was actually absorbed into the shield, which left Hermione with her jaw hanging open. Slowly a lamp behind the figure began to light, keeping the intruder in shadow, but Hermione was certain she knew who it was. You, she said shocked, though she kept her wand leveled at her intruder. I'm very sorry for this intrusion. I didn't wish to scare you, or even trouble you. Unfortunately, you're the only person who might be able to help me. I need answers, and I believe you may have some of those answers. Said the voices. Who are you? She demanded. A friend. The chorus responded. How are you doing that with your voice? She asked. Last time it sounded like 2 voices, maybe 3, but I'm picking out like 5 this time. It's a rather brilliant way to disguise your voice. And your hood, I can't see anything, not even a hint of your face. Is it a glamour charm of some sort of barrier? Miss Granger, please. As much as I'd love to brag about my concealment work, people's lives are in danger, including yours. I need to find out everything I can to stop the Death Eaters and Voldemort. How can it be him? Hermione looked curious. He hasn't been seen since Dumbledore fought him. We all thought he was dead. I mean, yes, the fact that Death Eaters are still out and about is scary, but I just thought they were trying to carry on his legacy or something. But he's really alive. How did he survive? Dumbledore wasn't even able to heal himself. He was so. Did Voldemort's body ever turn up? The chorus asked. The popular theory is that the Death Eaters hid it to perpetuate the lie that he was still alive. I'm going to guess you don't believe he was finished. Hermione said, thinking she shouldn't be surprised. The darkest wizard in recent history had once been thought dead before. That night I told you that you were attacked because you were marked. You knew what I was talking about, but we never got to speak about it. Can you tell me now? The chorus asked politely. Hermione opened her mouth to speak, but then stopped herself. She tried again to explain, but again stopped herself. She couldn't figure out how to put into words what she had been trying to figure out for the last few days. And then she realized that words wouldn't do. Maybe it would be better to just show you. Hermione said, and began lifting her shirt. What are you doing? The chorus asked, sounding a little panicked. I'm showing, and then Hermione realized exactly what she was wearing and what she was doing. She brought her hands down, bringing the hem of her shirt down to cover her white cotton knickers, her face burning with humiliation. I was going to show you the mark. I forgot that I wasn't decent. She stammered. Oh, was all the chorus said in response. It looked to Hermione as if he was now avoiding looking at her, though she couldn't tell for sure. It made her feel good that she could make this, whatever he was, feel embarrassed. Maybe he'd never seen a nearly nude girl before. Either way, he needed to see the mark. He had to know what the Death Eaters were looking for, right? Don't get any ideas. Hermione warned. I'm not going to throw myself at you because you helped me. I think you need to see it for yourself. Maybe you know what it is. With that, Hermione slowly and awkwardly lifted her t-shirt again and turned so her left side was to her visitor. She lifted her left arm, and with her right arm, pulled her lacy white cloth up a bit to expose the small mark. The hooded figure stepped closer and brought a gloved hand up, which produced a small ball of light. How'd you do that? Hermione asked, entranced by his show of wandless magic. How long have you had this mark? The chorus of voices asked. I don't know, it just showed up one day. I went to a healer but they couldn't find anything wrong with me. I've been trying to figure out what it means, but I haven't been able to find anything. She confessed sourly. Do you have any ideas? He closed his fist and the light went out. Seriously, how did you do that? Wandless magic is really, really rare. Even Dumbledore couldn't do it. He told me so. Hermione gaped at the faceless figure. You're not the only one marked, Miss Granger. He said with the musical voices, once again ignoring her questions. What do you mean? She wondered. You're the second young woman I've personally aided when Death Eaters tried to take them. They were all interested in a mark in the same place as yours. Perhaps this other young woman may be able to aid you in your research and then you can relay that information to me. The chorus said. You want me to help you? She asked, sounding incredulous. I don't even know who you are. The paper makes you out to be some psycho killer. And showing up to my home and extinguishing all the lights like this really doesn't do a lot to gain my trust." The man in the hood just stood there silently. Hermione wondered if he was trying to figure out a way to make her trust him. She didn't really need for him to do that, he'd already come to her rescue. He'd helped her fight off the Death Eaters and was trying to protect her and apparently one other. "So, if I were to agree to help you, I'd need to know who the other girl was that you helped?" Hermione asked. "I wasn't given the privilege of her name," he said. "But I know she lives in London, 2 blocks from the Leaky Cauldron. A blonde. There may be more, Miss Granger. I need to find them before the Death Eaters get to them. I fear you all may be part of a larger plan, and we need to stop it. In the meantime, I will try and find out about the mark. Perhaps I can find something that will tell me how to help you get rid of it." Hermione gave a nod and then cocked her head and looked sourly at him. "All right. I will try and find this other girl, and when you figure something out, you let me know. And when you do decide to drop in, it would be nice if you didn't intrude on my personal space, especially when I'm not decent." "I am deeply sorry," the voices said, and the hooded head lowered contritely. "How about we meet on the roof? That way we are on equal footing, and I won't intrude on you." "I'll do what I can." "Sunday night at 11 p.m., he said. "Once again, my sincerest apologies. If I had my way, I would never have bothered you." And then he was gone, and the next moment Hermione was blinded as all the lights in her flat came back on. She stared at the spot that her strange visitor had been only a moment ago and could only wonder at what she had witnessed. Clever concealment charms, and wandless magic. Not to mention the fact he had somehow dampened all the light, including any spells she had tried to conjure illumination. The only thing she seemed certain of was that he had been earnest about not wanting to bother her. He had even seemed embarrassed when she'd lifted her shirt. And what had that been about anyway? She'd never ever been so bold before in her entire life. She'd only ever ed 2 boys in all her nearly 19 years, and here she was practically taking off her clothes in front of a stranger. "That isn't what happened," she told herself aloud. "It was the only way to show him the mark. And I had my clothes on." "Yeah, the say. Why Lacey won," an inner voice said. "Come on, it's like something out of a trashy romance novel. Dark hero, brilliant heroine. And he came here to pick your brain, and you let him know that you're a girl, and a pretty damned say. Why one as well." Hermione growled and grabbed 2 fistfuls of hair in frustration. She was not going to get a lot of sleep tonight, there was no doubt about that. The bricks rearranged themselves to open the barrier into Diagon Alley. 2 young women were leaning on one another, snorting with laughter and singing quite loudly as the portal opened. The taller of the 2, a curvaceous, attractive redhead, began to lead her friend, a slender blonde who was having a lot of trouble getting her feet to work properly. The redhead, Susan Bones, was 18 years old and had a round face with a smattering of freckles, deep brown eyes, and very plump, able lips. She was quite buxom, and her dress showed off her ample cleavage. She had to stop for a moment and use her best friend to help her balance so she could take off her high-heeled shoes, as she was having a lot trouble walking straight with them on, thanks mostly to the many glasses of wine she had consumed tonight. It was cold tonight, and there was definitely a chance for the first snow of the season, but Susan was far too drunk to care. Hannah Abbott, in contrast, was quite slim and not nearly as blessed in the East area as her friend. But Hannah was just as beautiful, with long straight blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and very long legs. Both girls were recent graduates of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and at the moment more than a little drunk. When Susan finally managed to get her shoes off, the 2 intertwined arms, and leaned against each other as they traveled further into the alley towards the flat they shared above quality Quidditch supplies. "Susan, my love, I want you to know that when I get married," Hannah hiccuped, "I'm going to make Meghan's bachelorette party look like a high tea with the Queen." Susan roared with laughter. I thought her head was going to pop when she opened that box of dildos. "Did you see her mother's face?" Hannah howled. "I think she sprayed Tom from across the pub with that mouthful of wine. Such a waste of tasty wine." Susan mourned the loss of her favorite drink, pouting her supple pink lips in a frown. I'd be interested to know if her mum took one or two of those little toys home. Hannah quipped, which made Susan double over with laughter. The two girls continued laughing and stumbling home from what they proclaimed to be a pretty nice send-off for their dorm mate, Megan Jones, who was set to be married in a few days. The pair was so engrossed in trying not to fall over that neither noticed several figures emerging from the shadows to trail them. That is, until someone stepped in front of them to block their path home. "Good evening, ladies." The voice was coarse, like the speaker had gargled with gravel. Susan and Hannah tried to be polite and walk around, but the robed man maneuvered himself so he remained in front of them. When the girls realized that this person wasn't going to let them get around, they turned around, and that's when they learned of the four others who had been following them. "There will be no need to scream, we mean you no harm," the leader said, stepping forward. "We simply need to be sure of something. Resist, and we will be forced to make this unpleasant." He grabbed a hold of Hannah's arm, but the blonde tore away from his grip, trying to look as scary as she could, which was rather difficult given her current drunken state. "Just stun them and be done with it," another voice said impatiently. "You really should leave us alone," Susan said. She tried to sound as menacing as she could, even as she dropped her shoes and began searching her handbag for her wand. She noted Hannah following her example. "My aunt is the head of the magical. We are perfectly aware of who you are, Miss Bones," the leader said lazily. "We've been watching you for a while." "Perverts." Hannah spat, which made the whole circle chuckle. "Yes, I suppose you could level that charge, Miss Abbott," the leader said. "After all, each of us has witnessed your delightful little dance routine in your kitchen. You know, the one that you do wearing only your tiny t-shirt and panda knickers." Hannah's face reddened with anger and embarrassment. "Quite the spectacle," he continued. "But we have no time to discuss your dancing talents. We really need to move things forward, we're already far behind schedule." He nodded to someone behind Hannah who stepped forward, reaching out for the blonde. "Stupefy," Susan shouted, having finally found her wand. The crimson spell tore through her handbag, and hit the leader in the hip, sending him tumbling backward. Susan grabbed Hannah and began to run, but both girls were still quite drunk, and only made it a few steps before they stumbled to their knees. "No," someone shouted as a spell exploded on the ground just to Hannah's right. "We're not to hurt either of them until we're sure. Just grab the bitches. That redhead is mine." Susan managed to get to her feet, and struggled to pull Hannah up as well as the remaining several black-robed figures closed in on them. Susan heard one of them revive their leader, who roared angrily as he got to his feet. A pair of hands wrapped around Susan's waist, and she felt herself lifted off the ground. Susan shrieked as she struggled against the iron-like grip around her waist. She flailed and kicked and finally threw her head back, smashing the back of her skull into what she hoped was a nose. She fell, landing shakily on her bare feet, and tried to remain upright, though her whole world was spinning now. "Hannah, run!" Susan shrieked. Hannah's scream of terror told Susan that it was too late. Susan couldn't see her best friend, but she heard struggling, and what sounded like Hannah's dress being torn. She once again found herself being grabbed around the waist, and she realized that she was not going to be so lucky this time. Her assailant was trying to bend her over, while pawing at her left side, grabbing her dress roughly. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel something pressing into her posterior that told her this was a man. He was excited, and she was in for a lot of pain and suffering. And then, quite suddenly, Susan found herself on the ground once again, this time on her hands and knees. She turned around quickly to find what had been the biggest of the 5 Death Eaters flailing about while fire engulfed his robes. Her heart was pounding in her chest, and everything within her was screaming for her to get up and run, and yet, none of her muscles were listening to her. "Goyle!" someone shouted. Susan was startled from watching the spectacle as Hannah grabbed her arm to pull her away. The other Death Eaters seemed confused and were looking for whomever had set Goyle on fire, while one of the black-robed villains doused his compatriot with an well-placed augmenti spell. "Your amulet!" Hannah shouted. "Get us some help now." Susan quickly reached into the top of her dress where a special medallion rested on an unbreakable gold chain. It had been a gift from her aunt to be used only in emergencies. Susan squeezed the coin and spoke the password to activate it while still trying to get to her feet with Hannah's help. Just as she managed to get upright, her legs were pulled out from under her. Both girls dropped to the ground, only to find it spongy and soft. They never noticed as something sailed over their heads, just barely missing them. However, they did hear the solid thunk, and turned to see a Death Eater, who had been directly behind them, as he tumbled backwards about 10 feet. Both girls were horrified when his chest erupted in a shower of blood and gore before he'd even come to rest. Their attention was drawn the other direction as they followed the volley of spells fired by the Death Eaters to their target. Susan got her first glimpse of a hooded figure in black dodging the Death Eater's most dangerous spells. "What the hell is going on?" Hannah asked, as she and Susan crawled away from what had become a combat zone. They made their way towards Florine Fortescue's ice cream shop, where they turned over a table to hide behind. From there they watched in shock as 4 Death Eaters tried and failed to incapacitate the dark-clad figure. The newcomer was handling the Death Eaters quite well, using his fists, and what looked like a bow, though the girls couldn't be sure given how fast they were moving and how dark it was when there were no spells being traded. The spell fire lit up the alley, and both Susan and Hannah could see their protector was wearing some kind of leather, and was making swift work of the Death Eaters with a series of punches and kicks. He moved faster than anything the girls had ever witnessed before. He used a sweeping kick to topple one of the black-robed figures before leaping into the air and wrapping his legs around the neck of another, throwing his body back, and flinging the Death Eater head over heels into one of the others. The man in black was on his feet in an instant and sending an almighty kick into the chest of another foe, sending him crashing through the window of the small stationery shop. Now that his friends were out of the line of fire, albeit due to their having their asses kicked, the last standing Death Eater opened fire. The girls recognized the gravelly voice as he launched spell after spell, trying to at least slow down the steadily approaching foe. The man in black dodged each spell, moving closer and closer, until he launched a series of kicks that finished the fight. The first hit the Death Eater's wand hand, disarming the big man and leaving him standing wide open for a final attack. The ebony-clad fighter followed through with a high spinning kick that lifted the robed man and spun him 3 or 4 times before he fell onto the brick street. The hooded man then swiftly knelt, and hammered his fist into the face of the leader. Then, with a bright flash, the masked assailant lay utterly still, as though dead. As he rose to his feet, the 3 remaining Death Eaters were getting back up as well. The girls watched as their rescuer simply stood still, watching as the dark-robed figures moved to surround him. It seemed as though he was waiting for the Dark Lord's followers to make their moves. "You just signed your death warrant," one of the Death Eaters said, as he stabbed his wand at the troublemaker, releasing the sickly green of the killing curse. Their rescuer bent himself backward, nearly in half, to avoid the spell. The girls screamed as glass of the ice cream shop behind them exploded and debris rained down on them. The hooded man snatched something off his right leg and flung it at the closest Death Eater. There was a sickening, wet thunk and the robed man fell to his knees, choking on his own blood, the handle of a throwing knife sticking of his throat. The remaining 2 Death Eater prepared for another volley of spells, when there were 7 loud cracks. The alley became flooded in bright light and a flurry of spells were sent at the Death Eaters and their foe. The unrobed Death Eater fell flat on his face, having been hit by 3 stunners. The last standing Death Eater, and the strange hooded figure proved quite adept at spell dodging, as was evidenced by the show they were putting on. The Death Eater tried to return fire, but the other simply maneuvered himself to avoid being hit by the oars. "Are you all right?" a woman in dark blue oar robes and short spiked, bubblegum pink hair asked as she knelt next to Susan and Hannah while watching the fight. Both girls nodded, hardly paying the oar any mind as they watched their savior dance around, avoiding the spells being fired at him. There was a crack as the final Death Eater dissipated. The leather-clad man remained behind and had still not attempted to fight back against the law enforcement officers who had now begun to surround him. When they had him encircled, they stopped firing spells at him, though no one lowered their wand. "Drop your wand and your weapons," one of them called. The hooded figure held his arms at his sides, though he made no move to drop his bow. "I don't think he has a wand," Susan remarked softly. Hannah agreed, and the pink-haired oar looked on with interest. "On your knees, now. I'm not your enemy," came the response, which sounded almost like a choir of angels speaking. The voices seemed to be coming from everywhere, which confused the responding oars who glanced around, now worried they had walked into an ambush. We can talk about that later, back at the ministry. Kingsley Shacklebolt said, cautiously approaching the man in black. Drop the weapons and put your hands in the air. Don't make this difficult. I'm not making this difficult, you are. The strange voices said. The man kept his arms out away from his body, but made no attempt to drop his bow. I'm trying to help you. I think we've had enough of your kind of help. Rupert Gallagher growled. The oarer, who had managed to get quite close to the suspect, reached out to clasp the leather-clad figure's arm. His hand landed on the ornate-looking gauntlet and ripped his arm back as his hand was burned when he grabbed the perpetrator's wrist. You son of a bitch. Gallagher snapped, taking a swing at the hooded head. The man in black ducked and stepped away. He's trying to run. Someone shouted, and she fired a stunner which the hooded man actually backflipped to avoid. Both Susan and Hannah let out a soft sound of amazement. More spells followed, and the hooded figure began to run, clearly not having another option. Hannah and Susan got to their feet and watched as the oars fruitlessly tried to chase down their rescuer. The hooded man dodged every spell, and soon he had used his surroundings to get to the rooftops, before he dissipated away with a thunderous crack. The oars all looked quite confused, but began to lock down the area so they could begin their investigation. Who the hell was that? The woman who'd come to check on them asked. Both Hannah and Susan looked back at the oar with confusion on their faces. He just showed up, Hannah said, and then turned and vomited all over the street. Susan reached out to keep her friend from collapsing. You two been drinking? The oarer asked. We were on our way home from a bachelorette party. Susan explained. The oarer conjured a bench for the girls to sit down on before she cleaned away the contents of Hannah's stomach. She ordered the girls to remain there until she returned, which they agreed to do. Kingsley. Tonks said, as she approached her partner. Are they all right? Shacklebolt nodded to the girls. Very drunk, but they're okay. Tonks nodded. So. Kingsley held up his hand to stop Tonks from saying more. Now isn't the time. Kingsley grimaced. Bastard got away. Gallagher said, as he approached, still shaking his burnt hand. Tonks got a good sniff of burnt flesh, and fought the urge to gag. He dissipated as soon as he got over magical menagerie. The little shit was fast. You were a little fast, too. Kingsley remarked. What the hell does that mean? Gallagher asked, looking cross. Kingsley ignored Gallagher as he turned round to take charge of the situation. Take him back to the ministry. Kingsley pointed to the stunned Death Eater, lying on the ground nearby. And I want to know who the other three are immediately. You can't order me around like a subordinate, Shacklebolt. Gallagher growled. If you have a problem, then you can take it up with Scrimgeour when you get back to the office. For now, you'll do as you're told. Kingsley warned before turning his back on a fuming Gallagher, and walking over to the two girls with Tonks at his side. Miss Bones, I'm Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley smiled. How do you know who I am? Susan looked up, bleary-eyed. Kingsley turned to Tonks and said something softly to her. Tonks nodded and rushed away. I know your aunt quite well. She's quite proud of you. There are more than a few photos of you in her office. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. Susan muttered, turning to Hannah, who had her head between her knees and was mumbling. Are you both all right? Kingsley asked. Susan continued watching her best friend for a moment before looking back at the tall, black oarer. We're both going to be pretty hungover, and I'm trying very hard not to throw up. Susan said, her eyes rolling up as she took a few breaths. I can get some relief for you both. Kingsley smiled, turning to wave to another oarer. He turned as several apparition cracks could be heard. 6 other oarers appeared, along with Amelia Bones herself, who rushed over and hugged her niece fiercely. Are you all right, Sue? She asked, looking rather relieved to see her niece alive, and seemingly unharmed. Here, Tonks said, giving 2 vials of bright blue liquid to Kingsley, who in turn handed one each to Susan and Hannah. Sobering potion, he said by way of explanation. It won't do anything for your hangover, but we need you sober before we can question you about what happened here. Both girls drank the bitter concoction down, and immediately felt sober and clear-headed. Thank you, Hannah said, sitting up straight at last, pushing her messy hair out of her face. What happened here? Amelia asked, looking to Kingsley. That's what we'd like to know. Kingsley replied, looking to Susan and Hannah. We'd just left Megan Jones' bachelorette party, and we're walking to our flat above Quality Quidditch Supplies, just there. Susan pointed over her shoulder to show they had nearly been home. When this guy steps in front of us. It was dark and he was in black. The one with the bow? Kingsley asked. Madam Bones looked up, puzzled by the question, but Hannah and Susan shook their heads together. It was the Death Eater. That one. The blonde said, as she pointed to the body being levitated now. The two Aurors and the head of their department turned to look as an Auror was levitating a body and moving it away. What happened next? Kingsley asked, turning back to the girls. He said something about wanting to be sure of something, and if we cooperated then it would be easy or something. Hannah said, waving her hand as if she were swatting an insect. It's still fuzzy. They had us surrounded, and I got my wand out and stunned the one that spoke. We tried to run, but we were too drunk. Susan continued. That big one got me, and I head-butted him, but I didn't get away, and I thought he was going to beat me. He was trying to tear off my dress. The one that got me ripped my dress here. Hannah said, pointing to her left side. Tonks and Kingsley looked at one another with wide eyes. May I take a look? Tonks asked. Hannah shrugged and lifted her left arm as Tonks approached. As the Auror opened the ripped dress, she fought down the gasp that was threatening to escape her lips, as she saw the now familiar oval with the cross. Miss Bones, may I see your left side? Tonks asked. Susan nodded, and Tonks opened a small tear in Susan's dress, but found no signs of the mark. Tonks thanked them both before stepping back. Kingsley was watching Tonks, who met his eyes and gave a small nod towards Hannah. Amelia Bones gave her two Aurors a questioning look. Thank you, ladies, Kingsley said. We'll have someone escort you home in a moment, and we may need to speak to you again tomorrow. Kingsley and Tonks took a few steps away. Madam Bones followed them and they stopped, turning to face their superior. Only Abbott had the mark. Susan's skin was clean. Disgustingly soft too. I'm kind of jealous. Tonks muttered. This isn't the time, Tonks. Kingsley stated flatly. Sorry. Tonks shrugged, as she watched Amelia Bones speak to her niece and the other girl. Okay, so we know Death Eaters are hunting girls that have that weird mark, but what about the guy in leather? Not now. Kingsley tried as he started looking around. Kingsley, this guy has showed up twice now and protected 3 people. If we aren't going to talk about it now, then when? Right now, Tonks. Our priority is finding out what this mark is, and why it's important to the Death Eaters and what the F.K. they want these girls for. We're not. Kingsley cut himself off as Amelia Bones approached, looking rather impatient. Okay, can you please explain to me what in the 7th layer of hell is going on here? Why did you want to look at Susan's skin? She demanded. And I would love to know who the man in black they just told me did your jobs for you was. That isn't what happened. Tonks began, but a harsh glare from Bones stopped her from adding more. Amelia, he's a crazy squib with a superhero complex who's going to get himself killed. He was using a bow and arrow for God's sake. Kingsley tried, but Amelia shook her head. Funny, because I was just told he took out one of the Death Eaters with magic. Wandless magic. Amelia stated. With all due respect, madam, it was dark, they were drunk and we can't be sure of anything they think they saw. Kingsley argued as respectfully as he could. He's one guy and not an army of psychotics hunting down girls, like her. Amelia turned to look at Hannah, whom Kingsley had pointed to. Which brings us back to my first question. Amelia Bones said. What was it you were looking for? She has a birthmark on her left side. Tonks explained. The same mark was discovered on the bodies of the R3 victims, underneath all those runes. The Death Eaters are hunting these girls, but we don't know why yet. So she needs protection? Amelia asked. I might not be a bad idea. Kingsley nodded. Put your best on it. Amelia ordered, her countenance becoming stony again. I want you report on my desk first thing in the morning, and I never want to hear of either of you doing such a half-assed inquiry ever again. And as far as this nut in leather goes, if he's seen again, I want him brought in. Someone like that clearly needs professional help. Yes, madam. Kingsley nodded, looking chastised. Amelia turned and went back to her niece and Hannah while Kingsley and Tonks watched. That was ballsy, Tonks remarked. She's been out of the field for a while, and she's too close to this particular incident because of her niece. 20 years ago, she would have done the same thing. But she's right. I should have asked more questions. Once you confirmed that mark, I wanted to get back to the ministry to interrogate the Death Eater we managed to catch. Tonks, I want you to make sure our witnesses get home, and then I want you to set up a guard rotation, and I want you to take first watch. I'm going to have a chat with our guest and see if I can find out who they're after and why. Kingsley said, grimacing. Tonks gave him a nod and turned to do what she'd been asked. He watched from the shadows on the roof of Fortescue's ice cream parlor as the oars documented the scene, and took away the bodies, and his chance to finally interrogate a Death Eater. Granted, they were only doing their jobs, but it still beeped. He had decided after his meeting with Hermione Granger to make a sweep of Diagon Alley in hopes of finding one or two Death Eaters. He figured that if he could find one of them, he might be able to interrogate them, and find out why they were hunting marked girls, and how many of them were out there. He hadn't imagined coming across another attack on a marked girl. It was a golden opportunity. 5 Death Eaters meant 5 opportunities for information. And they were trying to take another marked girl. But then the oars showed up and ruined it all. Harry had thought that perhaps they would be reasonable and allow him to explain, but they had attacked him. Without provocation even. He wanted the oars' help. He needed it, and had planned to approach at least one of them at some point soon. But after tonight, he imagined that was going to be far more difficult than he expected. He was sure that the one who'd tried to grab him would have chased him across the country if he hadn't disapparated. He also knew that he had to make it as loud as possible, so they wouldn't notice him apparating right above them. He couldn't just run off. He needed information, and he did manage to get a bit while he was observing the scene below. He now knew who Amelia Bones was. He'd heard her name, and knew she led the Magical Law Enforcement Division. He also now knew he'd just rescued her niece, which could be useful if he needed help getting her to listen to him or something. He also now had confirmation that the Death Eaters were targeting girls who were marked, like Hermione was. He wondered if she had told the oars about the mark. Something to ask her about when he saw her next. He followed the lady with the pink hair as she and Madame Bones escorted the 2 girls to their home. He made a mental note of its location so he could let Hermione Granger know that another girl had been identified. Perhaps if they got together, they might be able to piece together this increasingly confusing puzzle. He sat in the center of the candlelit room with his legs folded, his hands on his knees, palms up. His eyes were closed and his breath was regulated, deep and slow. There was no sound in the room except the slow, steady, in and out of his breathing. In, out. Harry Potter didn't often meditate. He'd never been really good at it. His mind was far too chaotic and active to truly get any real benefit from it. At least that's what he thought kept him from mastering the art. It was the same reason he had for being unable to truly master occlumency. He just could not calm his mind enough. His masters in Tibet had never been happy that he couldn't calm his mind. It was the only thing he had ever disappointed them with. Yet he still tried occasionally. When things became too much, he found that meditation sometimes managed to center his thoughts, which permitted him to examine whatever was puzzling him from a different angle. It allowed him to somewhat filter out the outside world and give all of his attention to a single problem. Which is exactly what he was trying to do at the moment. In, out. It had been nearly 3 weeks since the attack in Diagon Alley. 3 weeks since he'd faced the oars after saving 2 potential victims from a Death Eater attack. 3 weeks since he'd spoken to Hermione Granger and seen the mark for himself. 3 weeks without a clue as to why these particular girls were so important. Since the incident in Diagon Alley, Harry had scoured through the Black family library, trying to find books that might give a clue as to what Voldemort wanted these girls for. He'd spent his nights patrolling his favorite haunts, hoping to catch another Death Eater. He wanted a chance to interrogate a Death Eater and learn for himself just what it was his enemy intended. There had been no dark-robed figures for him to stalk, though he did notice a few more orb patrols in the alley. For nearly 3 weeks he'd been met with nothing but failure. He was beginning to go crazy from all the failure. That's when he realized that he needed to recenter himself. In, out. 4 girls in 3 attempts. In each instance, there had been mention of a mark, or the Death Eaters had actually checked the girls for this strange indicator. According to Hermione Granger, the symbol had just appeared on her body one day, though she could not say exactly when. This meant that the mark which identified the girls had to have been placed on each girl. This could have been done by some sort of hex or charm or something. However, charms and hexes had to be applied physically, and that meant that Hermione and the other girls would have known exactly when the mark was applied, unless of course they had been obliterated afterwards. But why not take the girls then? That was an interesting thing to note. In, out. Another way that the girls could have gotten the mark would be if they had been born with it. But then why would Hermione have only noticed it recently? It was extremely unlikely that she wouldn't have noticed such a mark her whole life, given where it was. Harry could have understood if it had been on her back or another place she could see, but on her ribs, she would have noticed it at some point. On the other hand, it could have been so faint so as not to be noticed, which led back to it being charmed or hexed in order to be more clear, which then meant the girls would likely know when it appeared unless they had been alleviated. And Harry was back at the beginning. In, out. What if there was something larger at work, like a ritual? That made sense. The girls wouldn't have to be present for that. If a ritual had been performed to find girls that fit certain criteria, then the mark would have appeared and they would have been none the wiser until they finally noticed the mark. It was perfectly plausible the Voldemort had found such a ritual and performed it. The Death Eaters would know where to look to confirm that their targets were in fact the girl they were meant to take. But this begged the question of how the Death Eaters were locating each girl. The answer was likely some sort of enhanced locator spell. In, out. So why these girls? What made them so special to Voldemort? What was it that they possessed that he needed from them? This was the crux of the problem. Did they pose some sort of threat to him? Unlikely. Given what Harry knew of Voldemort, if these girls were indeed a serious threat to him, he wouldn't likely trust his followers to find the girls. Unless of course he was too weak to seek them out himself. After all, Dumbledore had died from the wounds he'd sustained fighting Voldemort. So maybe these girls had something he wanted. But what could that be? Harry knew that Voldemort was an extremely powerful wizard. So what could he possibly want? To rue Britain. Harry didn't think the girls held the key to that pipe dream. What was it that Voldemort wanted more than anything that he couldn't gain through terror, murder, coercion, and destruction? What was it that he desired more than anything? Infamy. No, he had that in spades. People were still afraid to say his name. Power. No, he had that, through years of study and who knows what else he had done. Harry wouldn't imagine there were any moral limits on a wizard willing to split their soul half a dozen times. Sirius had said that as far as power was concerned, only Dumbledore could match him, though the old mage's skill may have offset the 50 years he had on Riddle. With Dumbledore dead, power was unlikely to be his goal. Then what did he want? Mass genocide. Okay. Now this was getting ridiculous. Harry was beginning to feel like even his meditation was going to fail him. What good could anyone gain from mass genocide? If you killed everyone, you'd have no one to rule. And then something tugged at his mind. The Death Eaters were hunting these girls for him. He was too weak to find these girls himself. Dumbledore had died from the wounds he'd suffered at Voldemort's hands, and it was likely that Voldemort was gravely injured as well, maybe so badly that he could not recover without. Above all else, Lord Voldemort fears the unknown, which is exactly what awaits us all in death. That had been what Albus Dumbledore had told Harry 3 years ago. That night when Harry had learned everything. The night that it had been discovered that a piece of Voldemort was inside of Harry. He's trying to cheat death again. Harry said, opening his eyes suddenly. In an instant he was on his feet and leaving the room, intent on checking out something in his study. Harry didn't know how, but these girls held something that would very likely prolong Voldemort's life. The Horcruxes were all gone. Dumbledore and Master Kai had seen to that. There was nothing keeping Voldemort here. He was mortal. He was dying, just like Dumbledore had, and he was trying to keep death at bay. The girls were the key. And he's already managed to kill some of them. He slipped into the room that was now covered with photos, notes, and newspaper clippings. He went to his right and began searching the wall until he came across an article. He went to a small table and took a pin and a spool of red twine. He tacked the pin to the article and then the string, before looking for another article, which he found a moment later. Two girls found in different places, both BPD and covered in strange markings. Two girls, and rumor had it there was a third that the Orrs weren't talking about. 3 girls killed, and 3 more attacked and nearly taken. 6. Voldemort had created 6 Horcruxes originally. Harry had inadvertently become the 7th. 7 was one of the strongest magical numbers, except 13. That meant there were either 7 of 13 marked girls, and Voldemort was going to kill them all to gain his immortality. But why these girls specifically? He was looking for something very specific. That's why they had been marked. There was something special about them. Maybe they were the most powerful girls in their age group. Maybe they had something in common that bonded them. Maybe they were part of Voldemort's favorite dance troupe. Harry let out a growl of frustration. He was no closer to solving this riddle than he'd been an hour ago. Well, that wasn't true. He was now certain that he knew why Voldemort wanted the girls. But he needed to be sure. He needed an ally to confirm that the dead girls also bore the mark. He needed to know if they were indeed connected to all of this. Harry sighed and turned to head to his armory. Tonight was going to be very interesting. Appearing on the roof of the Monico building with a quiet pop, Tonks immediately scanned for threats. The location was normally supposed to be inaccessible to Muggles, which made it an excellent secret meeting place. The giant neon signs that made the location an icon at Piccadilly Circus also served to give unpredictable lighting conditions as one or another sign would change colors or intensity, or both. The wind cut across the heights and the Orr shivered from the bitter cold. She noted many large shapes on the roof, likely cooling machinery, which cast deep shadows away from the strange, colorful backdrop. She carefully worked her way over to cover, blending into the shadows herself. Even her hair color was muted for this mission, a dusky charcoal color that blended perfectly into the shadows around her. There were a lot of places someone could hide and lay in wait until she showed up. That's why she had scanned the site from nearby rooftops for the last 20 minutes. It also gave her a short distance and line of sight to her destination, all of which allowed for her quiet pop when she apparated over. Despite all of her caution, she still felt exposed. This is stupid. I should get Kingsley. She peered into the gloom, scowling at the sudden, unpredictable, bright flashes of light. This is so stupid. This is how stupid people get killed. Everything about her present situation screamed that this was a trap. And yet, here she was, spinning slowly with her wand raised, ready to destroy anyone who popped out at her. She might have been stupid in coming here alone, but she wasn't a pushover, and whoever planned on killing her wasn't going to have it easy. It had started with a note. A blank envelope had shown up on her desk, dropped off by an ordinary barn owl. The owl had waited until she had been alone, dropped the note and flew away. There was nothing remarkable about the note. Nothing special about the parchment either. There was no sign of charms or curses on, or within the envelope. She had checked it thoroughly before she had even touched it. The message was simple. Please come to the Monico building at 8 p.m. Come alone. I have questions, and I have answers. And it had been signed, a friend. It had been the questions and answers that had intrigued her so much. What questions? What answers? Tonks felt compelled to come. Which then led to her checking herself for compulsion's charms, of which there were none. Whoever it was that wanted to meet wanted to help her, but also needed her help. It had been far too intriguing. And so here she was. Moving from shadow to shadow. Eyes straining, senses alert for any noise or movement, looking for any signs of a trap. When she had searched the whole roof and found nothing, she went to the edge and peered down at the bustling crowd. It was very cold tonight, and the people below were bundled up as they went to dinner, or shopped, or just visited with friends or maybe family. Part of Tonks' heart gave a small pang of guilt. She hadn't spoken to her own parents in a couple of years. Well, that wasn't accurate. She'd received a few notes from her father to check up on her, and keep her appraised of the situation at home, but she hadn't written back. A fact that filled her with deep shame when she allowed herself to think about it. Tonks and her mother had had a sort of falling out due largely to the fact that Tonks wanted to be an oar. Tonks' father had been supportive, but her mother hadn't. She was worried, scared that her daughter, her only child, could be hurt or killed. Especially given that Voldemort had risen from the dead. There had been an argument, and things were said that couldn't be taken back. Tonks hated herself when she thought about that night. She wished that she could just swallow her damned pride and apologize. She missed her parents deeply, and especially now that she had a legitimate boyfriend in Bill Weasley, she wanted to share that with them. She wanted to have dinners with her parents the way she and Bill would have dinner at the Weasley home. Someday. Tonks whispered to herself. She turned quickly back to surveying the roof, mentally kicking herself for becoming so distracted. The young Auror was not a fool. She had arrived quite early, scanning the area for magical signatures before arriving on the roof itself. She had carefully searched the rooftop's many dark recesses for anyone laying in wait. Yet, despite all of her preparation, her told you so voice, Moody's voice, was proven correct. Or Tonks. Came a voice from her left. Actually, it sounded like several voices. Moody's voice had been right, it was a trap. Tonks spun around faster than she had ever moved before, and remarkably kept her balance, which was quite good, considering how close to the edge of the roof she had been standing. She tried not to worry too much about her tendency to be a klutz, instead focusing on her training, letting her instincts guide her wand hand. She stared down her wand tip at the chest of the closest attacker, someone in a black hood and dark dragon hide armor. The young Auror was conflicted. While she was proud that she had reacted so competently, she was cursing herself for getting caught off guard, even though she could have sworn the roof was clear. Setting her frustrations aside, she silently snapped off a disarming charm followed by a pair of stunners in a smooth, oft-practiced combination. The last two spells tightly bracketed her target as Moody had taught her, so that when the black-clad figure tried to dodge he'd step into one of the stunners. But her spells never made contact. Tonks gasped when the figure in black raised a hand and a brilliant electric blue shield formed and actually absorbed her spells. They didn't bounce off. They were absorbed. She'd never seen that in her life. However, before she could begin to comprehend it, her wand arm gave a jerk, and she watched helplessly as her wand sailed into the hand of her attacker. She only just realized that he not only held no wand, but that he also hadn't uttered a word. Yet there he was slipping her wand into his armor as if it had always belonged to him. She felt like a fool, even worse than her first lessons with Mad Eye, and that made her furious. She had no other choice then. With a cry of unbridled rage, Tonks lunged at the black-clad figure and attacked with a combination of kicks and strikes that had always taken down perps in the past. They were always so shocked that a girl would hit them. He blocked every attempt, and backed away from her. Tonks pressed her attack, but the hooded figure kept her back with almost no effort. Despite her best moves, none of her kicks or punches was making contact. The hood simply dodged and danced just out of her reach. Never once did her opponent try and fight back. Or Tonks, I'm not here to fight you. The choir of voices said almost pleadingly. You're not about to King kill me, you psycho. Tonks shouted, readying herself for another barrage. I have no intention of attempting such a thing. I want to help you. The choir said, and Tonks was brought up short. It suddenly occurred to the Auror that this man had not made one threatening move. Could he really just want to talk to her? She was breathing heavily, but she stepped back from him, eyeing him suspiciously. He kept his hands up, ready in case she attempted another attack, though he did take another 2 steps back from her. Innocent girls are being killed. I need you to help me put an end to it. The choir said as he lowered one hand and retrieved Tonks' wand from his armor, offering it back to her in a sign of peace. Tonks slowly and hesitantly reached out, and then snatched it away. She kept her wand at her side, ready, but not aiming at him, for now. Why don't we start with your name then? Tonks said, eyeing him suspiciously. She took a moment to size up the hooded man. Tonks had enough experience with the opposite sex to recognize the male form, even with him staying in the shadows as much as possible. He was slim, though she could tell from the way his leather armor hugged his arms that he was well muscled. She figured his armor must have had warming charms on it. She also couldn't help feel a bit impressed by another part of his anatomy. The arms weren't the only part of his armor that were tight. "I'm a friend," he replied with the melodic chorus, ignoring her request. "The Death Eaters are hunting girls who bear a special mark on their left sides. This mark." He reached inside his armor and pulled out a piece of parchment, which he offered to her. Tonks took it and gaped. There was a drawing of an oval with an off-center cross. The mark that had been on each victim, as well as Hannah Abbott, Lisa Turpin, and Mandy Brocklehurst. "How do you know about this?" Tonks asked incredulously. "One of the girls revealed it to me following an attack that I stopped," the hooded man said. "And you think that the Death Eaters are trying to kidnap these girls for a wizard who's dead?" Tonks challenged. "If Voldemort had truly died, Albus Dumbledore would never have sent for me," the hooded figure said grimly. "So now I'm supposed to believe that you knew Dumbledore?" Tonks said disbelievingly. "I never knew him. In fact, we only ever spoke twice." The hooded man shook his head sadly. "But it's because of him that I'm alive, and why I'm here now, asking for your help." "You're going to need to explain yourself a little better," Tonks replied. "Another time perhaps," the chorus replied. Okay, then answer this. Why do you need me?" Tonks asked sullenly. "I need an Auror who can help me get information on Death Eaters, and more importantly for now, information on the 3 girls who were found. Did they have that mark on their bodies? Specifically on their left ribs just beside their B.East. I can't discuss an ongoing investigation," Tonks said, though she kept hearing Alistair Moody's voice telling her to trust her gut again. And right now her gut was telling her that this stranger truly wanted to help. She couldn't say for certain why, though the mention of Dumbledore had definitely given her pause. "I should be arresting you. You've killed people," she said, her tone growing colder. "Madam Bones wants you taken in by any means. I won't deny that I have killed, and I won't try to convince you that I won't kill again," the chorus said earnestly. "I take no pleasure in it, but those I kill have escaped justice in one form or another, and they've all gone on to hurt or kill again and again. They have kept people in fear for too long, and it's time for someone to make them afraid. As much as I may agree with you, I took an oath," Tonks argued, though it tasted sour on her lips. "I'm sworn to protect. And that's all I'm asking you to do," he said quickly. He reached into a pocket again and then held something out to her. Tonks saw what appeared to be a coin in his gloved hand. It was small, smaller than a canute, but was gold with a square cut into the center. There were markings on it that Tonks thought could have been Chinese. "Tap it with your wand and think of the place and time you'd like to meet, and I will come. Think about it. I can help you end the war for good, if you help me by giving me the information I need. More innocent people will die if we don't work together. Neither of us want that." Tonks took the coin and gave him a questioning look. "How do I know I can trust you?" she asked. The hooded man stepped backwards towards the edge of the roof. "You don't," he replied. "But I'm placing my faith in you." Tonks watched him, and then suddenly started to cry out a warning as he stepped off the roof. She ran to the edge and looked down to the street to find he had disappeared. He must have disapparated because the people below were going about their lives as if nothing had changed. There was no body splayed out on the cement, he was just gone. She stared in wonder at the coin he had given her. Clutching it in her palm, Tonks' mind raced with questions. She had to find out more about the situation before she decided whether or not to help a vigilante. Tonks could only think of 2 people who might have answers. One of them she would need to get permission to speak to, but the other, well, hopefully he wouldn't freak out too much from an unexpected late-night visit. Neville Longbottom stepped off the plane and began to the trek out of Heathrow Airport. He had come to really hate traveling as a muggle. It was slow and tedious, and people were really annoying. However, it had been necessary. Or at least his grandmother had said it had been. And Neville never argued with his grandmother. He had no need to pick up any luggage as his bags were shrunken and in his coat pocket. Neville made his way through the concourse, where travelers were reuniting with friends and family, and outside, past a line of taxis and hired cars. The young man smiled softly to himself as he walked towards the parking lots where a secret apparition point was set up. "Neville, like many wizards, often found the need to travel incognito, and places like this were set up all over the world. It wasn't too different from the secret barrier in King's Cross Station. He was happy to be home. He hadn't expected to be able to come home so soon, but a letter from his grandmother had managed to find him, and the contents of the letter told him that his search was in vain. The answers they sought might have returned to England shortly after his journey had begun. Reaching his destination, he gave a quick look around to make sure he wasn't being observed, spun and disappeared with a pop that was hidden by the roar of a jetliner taking to the sky. Neville appeared in the foyer of Longbottom Manor, and was immediately greeted by a small creature with bat-like ears, and large, violet eyes. "Master Neville is returned," the creature squeaked. "It's good to see you, Sam." Neville greeted the house elf, who held out his hands, waiting for Neville to hand over his luggage. "Where is Gran? Mistress awaits you in the study. She is most anxious to speak with you," Sam said, his face glowing with delight. Neville handed over his luggage and Sam disappeared as Neville made his way to the study. There he found his grandmother, a strong-looking woman with steel-gray hair and dark, piercing eyes, sitting at a large, mahogany desk, reading a letter. "Gran. Neville." Augusta Longbottom rose with a smile on her face. She crossed the room and embraced her grandson warmly, pulling back to look him over. "You look well. Travel agrees with you." "Some of it." Neville smiled. "Though I think I could do without airplanes. They're too cramped and they smell weird." "Where did Samson find you?" Augusta asked, going back to her chair as Neville took a seat across from her. The matron called for another house elf, Delilah, who popped into and was politely ordered to bring tea. When the elf disappeared again, Augusta turned back to her grandson. "I was in Eastern Europe, Czechoslovakia, I think, heading east on another lead. I was thinking about heading to South Africa after that. There was rumor that they had been there, but I couldn't confirm it. I suppose none of that matters now." Neville sighed. "I've been trying for 3 months to get you home," Augusta said, as she folded her hands in her lap. Delilah returned with a tea tray and some small sandwiches. Neville thanked the elf and took a sandwich. "Your letter said they had returned. When did it happen?" Neville asked. "Well, only Black returned, publicly at least. He's taken his family seat on the Wizengamot, and he's already making waves. There's been talk about revoking his seat, but you know how long that process would take. But what's more interesting is this." Augusta handed over an old copy of the Daily Prophet, which Neville scanned. Neville skipped the articles about the Chudley cannons and another about the goblins threatening to raise interest rates on loans. He found a circled section below an ad for Madame Malkins, relative of high-ranking ministry official saved by vigilante. Susan Bones, niece of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, was rescued by a hooded hero last Friday night. She and a friend, Hannah Abbott, were attacked by masked assailants, whose sources claim could have been Death Eaters. While there has been no official statement from the Aurors or the ministry, sources claim that the girls were set upon by Death Eater copycats, and rescued by a man in black who was then chased away by Aurors. The Aurors have been very tight-lipped about this, and another incident which involved the murder of Albert Runcorn. Runcorn, 38, was found with the dark mark, leading to questions about whether or not he had been a true Death Eater during He Who Must Not Be Named's second rise, before his fatal duel with Albus Dumbledore. Neither Miss Bones nor Miss Abbott have been available for remarks as they have been placed under Auror protection. A vigilante. Neville looked up. There are more stories, all buried within the paper. I've spoken to Templeton Redmayne, who seems to be the only one reporting on this. He's facing a lot of criticism, and he even showed me some of the stories he wrote that were rejected by Peter Pettigrew, the Prophet's editor. Augusta explained. It could be a coincidence, Neville said, though he didn't believe in coincidences. It could, but I don't think so, and I know you don't either. Augusta smiled. Sirius Black returning to England so soon after Dumbledore's death, and the sudden appearance of this vigilante stopping Death Eaters who tried to abduct young girls. You know who is not as dead as we were told, and Harry Potter has returned. And you know what that means. I do. Neville nodded, a small smile playing across his lips. Revenge will be ours. So let me see if I understand this. Alistair Moody said, shuffling from the stove to the table with 2 steaming mugs of tea, one of which he passed to his guest with a wry smirk on his grizzled face. You get an anonymous note asking you to meet someone at a location of their choosing, and you don't tell your partner or anyone else for that matter, and you just go. Moody said, sitting down. I told you there was nothing to tell me that it was a trap. Tonks argued. And yet everything inside you was telling you it was. Moody reminded his protege of what she had told him earlier. Can we just get past what I did wrong and talk about what I should do going forward? Tonks pleaded. Moody gave a soft chuckle as he sipped his tea and then nodded. All right. The old oar chuckled some more. So this guy in the hood needs information to stop the dark wanker who he says is still alive and kicking. He also says that the reason Death Eaters are abducting these girls is for Voldemort. That was the gist of it. He also said Dumbledore sent for him. Tonks added. Yeah. Moody nodded, looked pensive for a moment before he fixed Tonks with a hard stare with both of his mismatched eyes. As it turns out, I may know a thing or two about this. Moody sighed. What? Tonks shrieked. Mad Eye, why didn't you say something? Why didn't you tell us? Who is he? Why is he here? What the F.K. is going on? Calm down, lass. Moody said. I couldn't say anything. I made a promise to Dumbledore on his deathbed for Merlin's sake. I don't know who he is, but I do know that he wasn't pulling your chain either. Voldemort is alive somewhere. If he were truly gone, the Death Eaters would have crawled into hiding. The fact that they've been seen numerous times is proof that Voldemort is still leading them. So this guy in he hood is going to stop them how? Tonks wondered. Moody only shrugged. I don't know, and he didn't say. You've King talked to him. Tonks nearly fell out of her chair with the impact of this revelation. He paid me a visit not too far back. Moody stated. Wanted some information. Like I said, Dumbledore let me know that someone was coming to end all this once and for all. Little bastard bested me in my own home, and made it through my wards. Morgana's tits, Mad Eye. Tonks shouted in disbelief. Who the hell is this guy? If he can get through your wards, what's stopping him from taking out the minister, or anyone else he wants? This guy, we need to take him down. He's King dangerous. And yet, he didn't do any of that. Moody pointed out. He asked you for help. From what I heard, he tried to show he was on our side in Diagon Alley, what was it, 3 weeks ago. Managed not only to evade capture, but made you lot look like bunch of first years who didn't know which way to point their wands. He could have killed me right in my own living room, but he didn't. Just knocked me on my ass so I would stop fighting and listen to him. Same as he did to you tonight. Minus knocking me on my ass. Tonks clarified. Respects a lady, I guess. Moody sniggered. The point is that he isn't here to just kill blindly. He has an agenda, and that agenda seems to be the same as yours. Stop Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Something he clearly doesn't think he can do without your help. So the question here, Nymphadora, is whether or not you want the same thing as he does. How do I know I can trust him? Tonks asked after a long pause. How does he know he can trust you? Moody suggested. For all he knows, you could be back at OR headquarters planning his capture right now. Said he was putting his faith in me. Tonks remembered. And then he stepped off that roof like it was nothing. Vanished into thin air without so much as a pop. Yeah, he pulled something similar here. Scared the piss out of me for sure. Never seen anyone disapparate without making some kind of sound. You think I should help him? Tonks asked. I think that all you ORs might do good by leaving this guy to his crusade. Moody sighed. You lot did good in this last war, but you didn't manage to end it. Even with Dumbledore helping, you couldn't end it, and Voldemort is still out there, rebuilding his forces for another attempt. He had a contingency plan in place, and now he's putting that plan into motion, and we don't know when he'll strike or how hard. We can't prepare for it because we don't know what he's doing. But this guy in the hood seems at least to have some kind of clue. Dumbledore had a contingency plan to counter Voldemort, and this guy seems to be it. I say if we have any sort of hope of true peace, we need to put our faith in this hood. Tonks nodded thoughtfully. Moody had made a really good point. And even if she couldn't have faith in the guy in the hood, she could have faith that Dumbledore knew what he was doing in calling this guy to finish what he couldn't. She only hoped that she wouldn't regret it. Winter was beginning to show herself to shoppers in London. A light snow was falling gently and the sun was nearly gone as lamps began to shine in the growing darkness. Yet, despite the cold, people were out in droves. And for one particular woman, this was advantageous, because it meant she would likely go completely unnoticed. 19-year-old Pansy Parkinson, recent graduate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the hood on her cloak a little bit to hide her face better. She was a very attractive young woman with midnight black hair, big bright blue eyes, and soft pouty pink lips. Normally a girl like that wouldn't mind being noticed, but Pansy was doing everything within her power to hide herself. She hefted the sack in her arms to position it better as she slipped through the throng of witches and wizards out shopping tonight. She really hadn't wanted to go into Knockturn Alley, but it was the only place that she knew of where she could get Horn, and she had really needed the volatile substance. She had paid far too much for it, she was certain, but her eventual freedom was priceless in her opinion. Pansy let out a small sigh of relief when she joined the bustling shopping crowds of Diagon Alley. It was nearing dinner time, and the crowds were at their peak for the day. She'd be hard to follow thanks to the mass of people who flooded the alley at this time of day. And thanks to her growing paranoia, she was certain there was someone right now watching her every move. Haven't I suffered enough? She asked herself for what she was sure the 100 millionth time. She pushed all other thoughts out of her mind for now. She had to escape the alley with her packages as soon as possible. She also had to do so without appearing that she was trying to evade anyone who may or may not be following her. Her mistake had been not paying attention to where she was going. With her eyes on the ground, she was very nearly knocked to the ground when she collided with someone rather sturdy. All she could think of was how catastrophic things were about to become when she felt a hand grab her arm and steady her. She hadn't fallen, and even better, the hand that had grabbed her released her as soon as she was steady on her feet again. All at once Pansy felt anger boil within her, and she was set to curse out whomever had nearly killed her and who knew how many others. And then she looked up into dark brown eyes. Eyes that had once haunted her dreams. Her heart leapt into her throat as she saw Neville Longbottom smile apologetically at her. "I'm sorry," he said. "I wasn't watching where I was going." "It's all right," Pansy stammered as she felt her face heating up. "Excuse me." Pansy almost sprinted away, but managed to control herself. She hadn't laid eyes on Neville Longbottom since they had both graduated from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry back in June. In the last few months, he had somehow become more attractive than she had thought he had been in school, though she wasn't sure how that could have been possible. He looked leaner than she remembered, and his hair had a sort of devil-may-care style happening. As if he'd ridden a broom to the shopping district, and hadn't bothered to comb it again. She had thought she had gotten over her crush on him, or at least buried her feelings so deep as to never be uncovered ever again. And yet, when she had come face to face with her schoolgirl crush, all those feelings nearly erupted out of her chest. She was finding it difficult to breathe as she glanced over her shoulder to catch one last glimpse of him, only to find he was already lost among the hundreds of late shoppers. For the briefest of moments Pansy allowed herself to imagine having the freedom she had been denied as a girl. The very freedom she was working on securing for herself now. Perhaps, if she managed to succeed, she would write to Neville, and tell him all the things she had locked inside for so long. And maybe he would respond in kind. And perhaps after so much pain in her life, she might find true happiness. Pansy scoffed at the thought. She hadn't been brave enough to talk to Neville while they had been in school. How could she even think she'd be brave enough to write him a letter now? Besides, the last she had heard, Neville was with that insufferable Hannah Abbott. She was a bubble-headed party girl, and Pansy felt Neville deserved a girl with more substance. But she didn't have time to think about that. She had to get home before someone else bumped into her, and made the Horn slivers explode and take out half the shopping district. Thoughts of her school crush would just have to wait until she was out of danger, and frankly, Pansy had no idea if that was ever going to happen. Neville watched the woman slip past him, a vague feeling of recognition in his mind. Once she was gone, however, he let it drop and continued his stroll down Diagon Alley. He wasn't here for anything in particular, other than to see how things had grown in the time since Voldemort's second downfall. Though he wasn't convinced the Dark Wizard was truly vanquished, it was nice to see commerce returning again. The last time he had been here had been just before his 6th year at Hogwarts, and it had been very nearly deserted. He had gotten his school supplies for his 7th year all by owl order. But now it was almost bursting with people, and it made Neville smile slightly. As he strolled, and glanced in the shop windows, he felt a small bit of sadness. During his travels abroad, he'd gone to more than a few magical shopping districts that had truly astounded him. Not only in the variety of wares that had been offered, but at how much more modern they had been. Neville's grandmother had often commented on how stuck magical Britain was, but he hadn't really understood it until he'd seen it for himself. Change and innovation were not things that British magicals really openly embraced. Not like America, or China. Even most of Europe seemed more enlightened in many ways. Still, this was his home, and he loved it, warts and all. As he wandered about, stopping into old favorites like quality Quidditch supplies, and Madame Malkin's, Neville couldn't help but remember past visits to Diagon Alley with old school friends. He wondered where those friends were now, and if he might run into a friendly face tonight. His grandmother had done her best to get him up to speed since his return, but he wanted to know more. He hadn't kept in touch with any of his school friends since graduating, and had been traveling since the day he left Hogwarts, hunting for any clue as to the whereabouts of Harry Potter, the boy who the world believed dead. Neville had been brought up to believe that the last Potter wasn't dead, but actually in hiding. His grandmother had been an ally to the Potters, as had Neville's parents. Augusta Longbottom believed that Sirius Black had not been the one to betray the Potters, and had taken Harry after his parents had been killed, and fled England, though she never had anything to support this theory. When Neville had questioned her theory though, Augusta had claimed that Harry had not been buried with his parents like most people believed. She had also claimed that she had learned from a very reliable source that Potter had been alive that fateful Halloween night after the Potter home had been destroyed and the Dark Wizard known as Voldemort had been vanquished. However, Neville's grandmother claimed that she believed that source had later been obliterated to keep the truth hidden and that she was lucky that no one knew that she knew. Augusta had wanted Neville to be the one to find Potter and Black, and bring them back to England, especially when Voldemort had risen from the dead when Neville had finished his 4th year at Hogwarts. She had told Neville that only Harry Potter would be able to end Voldemort once and for all. When Neville asked her why, Augusta said that she believed that it was his destiny, and that was why he was not dead like the world believed. She had also said that it was Neville's destiny to return Harry Potter to his home, and that the two were linked. But on this matter, Augusta Longbottom was always silent. Neville had asked too many times to count, but his grandmother was never moved to explain herself. The only hint he ever got was that it was the reason Neville's parents had died while they had protected him when he was a baby. Neville had always been curious about this so-called connection to Potter, and had asked his uncle Algy, who he had believed was the smartest man he'd ever known, even after attending Hogwarts under Albus Dumbledore. Algy, however, had also refused to explain things to Neville. Algy would only ever say that it wasn't his place to speak on the matter. Neville later learned that he had taken the unbreakable vow to remain silent. And so it left only one option. Find Potter and learn the reason why his parents had died, and what connected Neville to Harry. But Neville had suffered for his belief in his grandmother. He'd been ostracized in school whenever the matter came up. How could an infant defeat a powerful dark wizard? Where could he have gone where the Aurors couldn't find him? How could we not know if he was really alive? He was buried with his parents. He'd endure these questions and so many more, and he had never been able to adequately answer any of them. He'd been called names, and even physically hurt over his beliefs. And yet his belief had never wavered. Well, his belief in his grandmother. His own belief in Potter's well-being had gone from true unwavering to extremely skeptical over the years. But then he began to discover clues to the truth when he'd left England right after graduation. He'd agreed to go on the trip that was to be fully funded by his grandmother because it meant a real chance to see the world. Something he'd wanted to do ever since the Tri-Wizard tournament, and meeting students from France and Bulgaria. His original intent was to spend time being young and free while abroad, and maybe ask a few questions if the topic ever came up. But in his first stop in France, he'd gotten his first clue, and it began to look as if his grandmother had been right all along. It had been while he'd been in Calais. He'd been in a pub, and overheard a conversation about the trouble in Britain which had just ended with Dumbledore facing Voldemort. The patrons raised their glasses to Dumbledore, and thanked him for keeping Voldemort out of France and Europe as a whole. And then, one of the men had reflected on Sirius Black and when he'd been there 16 years earlier, and how the man had gotten extremely drunk and had also praised Dumbledore. Neville had questioned the men, and bought them more drinks, and had learned that Black had left for Belgium 3 nights later. And so it had begun. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.